Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life, one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 251, 251 Source of Energy. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Since Jiang Fei was now the captain, there was no way he would allow his ship to be in pieces, scattered all over the world. He had earned this. How could he not retrieve it? However, to find all parts of the spaceship and repair them, Jiang Fei would have to fix the smart assistive system of the ring. Without the item's guidance, he would never be able to collect all the missing pieces of his spaceship. Hey, Jiang Fei asked 0541. Captain, the most important thing now is to provide me with energy. Otherwise, once the current radioactive energy is used up, my main program will sink back down into sleep mode again. If that happens, forget about fixing the main engine. 0541 said. Jiang Fei asked curiously. I can absorb any form of energy. I'm not a picky consumer, when 0541 replied. Jiang Fei said as he rolled his eyes. He could not believe that such a smart system would actually make up stories. Jiang Fei thought to himself disgruntledly. Are you not a picky consumer? Your main program nearly sucked me dry by absorbing all the energy from my crystals. In theory, that may work. However, based on the level of exposure on Earth, I may need around 758 years to recharge 50% of my power. 0541 replied. Get out of here. Jiang Fei growled. 0541 said. Jiang Fei asked again. Electrical energy was far easier to obtain. All he had to do was to find a cable connected to a source of electrical energy. That would work. I need approximately 5 times the amount of 0541 replied. Jiang Fei nearly passed out from the rage. Where would he find such a large amount of electricity? If he were to connect the mysterious ring to a high-voltage cable, it might burn down the entire electric station. Of course, if you can gather more of those energy crystals, I will. 0541 quickly added, when it saw that Jiang Fei was nearly going mad. Jiang Fei asked curiously. Before Courage crashed, it had set up an energy collecting array near the sun. The station could continuously produce energy crystals and use space teleportation technology to transfer the energy crystals to Courage's engine room. 0541 said. Jiang Fei asked urgently. I do not have sufficient energy to activate the search function. 0541 replied in a deadpan manner when presented such a demanding question. Oh, God damn it! Jiang Fei exclaimed as he rolled his eyes. Based on the current situation, the radioactive energy from this crude piece of technology is still a decent source of energy. 0541 said. Jiang Fei immediately asked. Although he was unaware of how much of the energy the Zhang household could produce, this was currently the most reliable source of energy he could obtain. 0541 said. Clearly, it had a huge appetite. Heavens above, you were already consuming a lot when asleep. Jiang Fei was so angry that he nearly wanted to throw the ring away. However, he still could not bring himself to do so in the end. Captain, I have limited energy. If you do not have any more questions for me, I would like to request for permission to enter sleep mode. 0541 said. As it noticed Jiang Fei about to go crazy, it came up with the excuse of not having enough energy. This was a whole new level of bullsh*t for Jiang Fei. All right, Jiang Fei nodded helplessly. He knew that this little thing was just trying to find an easy way out. Besides, Jiang Fei had already acquired enough information. He needed time to calm down and digest the messed-up cluster of information. A white light flashed as the hologram above the ring's surface disappeared. Apart from a small gemstone, which appeared on Jiang Fei's mysterious ring, it looked just the same as before. Now that the risk of a nuclear leak had been mitigated, Jiang Fei returned to his home in Manda Square. By then, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Therefore, Jiang Fei's actions had not drawn anybody's attention. Back in his room, Jiang Fei looked at his mysterious ring, which had undergone a most bizarre transformation. Perhaps he should refer to it as the host carrier of 0541 4541's smart assistive system. Jiang Fei replayed the scenes which had happened earlier in his head, as if he was watching a movie. Regardless of every other weird shit, some things now make more sense. The origin of the ring. How I could bring items out of the game into the real world. No wonder they look different. Jiang Fei mumbled to himself on his bed. Metahumans, alien technology, and Jiang Fei suddenly felt a light bulb go off in his head. However, that bulb quickly faded off. It would take time. *M in it. Jiang Fei exclaimed and smacked his forehead. Forget it. I will think about this later. Jiang Fei said as he shook his head. Damn it. That spaceship is now my inheritance. I must retrieve all of its pieces. Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. For the time being, the most suitable source of energy would be nuclear batteries. However, the Zhang household had just only broken through the experimental stage for this new weapon. Even if they could produce more of it, the cost would not go down anytime soon. It would be extremely difficult for Jiang Fei to obtain 500,000 nuclear batteries. Didn't this fellow claim not to be a picky eater? Jiang Fei felt as if a light bulb had been turned on in his head. TSK. The Manda Group should have nuclear power at their disposal. After all, they produce nuclear bombs and build nuclear stations. They must have quite a lot of nuclear fuel. However, the problem therein is how do I even ask for nuclear fuel from them? Jiang Fei naturally thought of the military arms dealer, Han Tianyu. However, it would not be easy to approach Han Tianyu when trying to get your paws on his destructive superweapons. Besides, Jiang Fei had no way of justifying his use of nuclear fuel. Jiang Fei murmured to himself thoughtfully. Chapter 252, The Game Resumes. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation after resting for a night. Jiang Fei found his thoughts occupied by 0541's energy crisis issue, rather than school. In fact, Jiang Fei did not dare to nonchalantly bring potions or other items out of the game anymore. After all, doing so would cost him the remaining energy stored in 0541. If the items he brought out were subpar, it would only be a waste. In all honesty, Jiang Fei had earned hundreds of millions of dollars from Han Tianyu's previous payment. Although he only sold 30 bottles of potions to Han Tianyu and the Zhang household, the price of each bottle was far higher than what the military could afford to pay. Therefore, the amount of money he received was overwhelming. If Jiang Fei spent this money purchasing non-weaponized nuclear fuel from the black market, he could perhaps replenish 0541's energy somewhat. However, as Jiang Fei had only recently been exposed to the more intricate complexities of the world, he was still unaware of many things. As such, he also did not know that he could purchase nuclear fuel from the black market. After returning home from school, Jiang Fei stared at the ring on his hand blankly. This was the last day of the game's maintenance. He still could not log into the game. Jiang Fei was not even aware that he had fallen asleep after some time. Despite that, he still had not figured out a way to obtain nuclear fuel. After the day had passed, Jiang Fei gave Zhang Yangshu a call. He wanted to explore more ways of producing nuclear energy. Based on the current prospects, this was the only source of energy that he could obtain. What? Zhang Yangshu was stunned. After all, these weapons had been designed to outlast any other weapon in terms of ammunition. I was toying around with it. Jiang Fei said as he laughed. Fine, I will send over more bullet clips to you tonight. However, bear in mind that depleted uranium is still highly toxic. Please do not disassemble it recklessly. Zhang Yangshu warned him. Giving Jiang Fei a few more nuclear batteries would not hurt. These battery packs were not exactly cheap, but if it kept him on Jiang Fei's good side, it was worth it. Even better if it allowed him to purchase potions from Jiang Fei. Last time, he had bought 30 bottles of potion. In less than half an hour, the potions had all been distributed amongst the big fellows in each household. In the eyes of these people, no amount of money could match the value of life. If not for Chen Kaien's great efforts, these people would have poked their fingers into the affairs of the military. All right, Jiang Fei said and nodded. After school was over in the afternoon, Zhang Yangshu was indeed waiting for Jiang Fei at the quiet and deserted alley. Here you go. These 5 nuclear batteries can be used to discharge 10,000 shots. Be careful when playing with them. Zhang Yangshu laughed as he handed the nuclear batteries over to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded. He was finally able to feed the mysterious ring with some energy, although the little bit of energy would never satisfy 0541. However, it would at least allow 0541 to remain conscious and not get cut off when answering Jiang Fei's questions. Zhang Yangshu asked almost too politely. He had actually hoped to recycle the used nuclear batteries. Why would I bring that to school? Jiang Fei obviously would not tell Zhang Yangshu that he had disassembled the batteries himself. Zhang Yangshu laughed and shook his head, no longer pursuing the matter. After parting ways with Zhang Yangshu, Jiang Fei went to a corner where no one was looking. He then used the ring on his hand to slice open the 5 nuclear batteries. The ring immediately started absorbing the energy released from the batteries. Although the radiation was practically in Jiang Fei's face, he was not even affected in the slightest. The energy was hardly enough for 0541. Therefore, 0541's main program did not immediately activate and remained in sleep mode. A non-intelligent backup program was still controlling the internal settings of the ring. Once he returned home, Jiang Fei had dinner and went into his room. The game's maintenance should have concluded, and Jiang Fei would be able to enter the game at night to experience the new content. At 10 o'clock, Jiang Fei immediately logged into the game. Right away, he noticed a major change in the city. Firstly, the city area had been expanded rather extensively. The streets were much wider, and there were several new shops. There was also the addition of a large number of service-type merchants, and also 2 new buildings in Dawnlight City. Intercity Teleport Portal. This was one of the new buildings. As its name suggested, the Teleport Portal was where the 4 main cities in the game met. However, for the time being, the Teleport Portal was still in a locked state. It would take some quests to gain its access. Apart from the Intercity Teleport Portal, there was a vast PvP arena in the middle of Dawnlight City. This was where players could fight each other to test their skills or to resolve conflicts. There were options of selecting between individual or team PvP. Although dying in the arena would not result in any XP or material losses, the PvP arena did feature a betting function of sorts. After selecting the mode, both parties, regardless of individuals or teams, would need to hand over their stakes to the depository in the arena. There were 3 modes of battling for victory, namely best 2 out of 3, best 3 out of 5, and single combat. Players were free to select their desired modes. Once either side won based on the selected mode, the stakes would immediately go to the winning individual or team. Of course, the betting was not limited to the involved parties. Other players could also observe the PvP fights and place their bets. However, observers were only allowed to bet with gold coins. The system would also charge a part of the bet amount as commission to keep some of the gold coins in circulation while still entertaining players. The rationale behind this was to avoid unregulated inflation of the gold coins when the amount of currency dropped by monsters at higher levels increased. The changes in the monsters outside of the city were even more drastic. There were hardly any lone monsters out in the wild. Most monsters now roamed in packs, with each individual member experiencing a rather significant power boost. The new version of the game evidently placed an even greater importance on forming teams and collaboration. Apart from a minority of unusually strong players, most players could no longer train or hunt for treasures alone. Level 29 Sprint Team. We will train at the Eastern Gate area. 1 healer is needed. Level 30 Rapid Leveling Team. Monster Killing Team for 2nd job classes. Leveling and treasure hunting. Small Accounts Happy Leveling Team. First come, first serve. The 4 city gates of Dawnlight City were now much livelier than before. Clearly, players had realized that attempting to train alone was futile unless they teamed up. Therefore, a lot of shouting could be heard at the city gates. Apart from changes to the small monsters, the difficulty of leaders had also been decreased to grant standard pub players an opportunity to experience the fun of killing monsters in the wild. However, The difficulty or lords were increased significantly. What was once the level of difficulty for military groups was now the level for standard groups. However, those changes did not really affect most players. After all, the players were mostly only around level 30. The lords started appearing at level 50. Apart from Jiang Fei, who had the ridiculous capability of single-handedly fighting lords, it barely mattered to anyone else. Chapter 253. Poverty is a single word. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After scanning through the content of the updates in the game, Jiang Fei received a mail from the system. Sender. Auction system. Your soldier ant egg has been sold in the auction at the price of 1,025 gold coins. A commission of 2% is charged to process the auction. Here is the payment you have received. Sender. Auction system. Your worker ant egg has been sold in the auction at the price of 514 gold coins. A commission of 2% is charged to process the auction. Here is the payment you have received. Sender. Auction system. Your Dantian pill has been sold in the auction at the price of 1,000 gold coins. A commission of 2% is charged to process the auction. Here is the payment you have received. The series of system mails had all come from the auction system. These were all the items that Jiang Fei had tried to auction off in the past. However, due to the sudden game update, Jiang Fei's auctions had been interrupted midway. Therefore, he had been unable to make the best of the opportunity. Besides, just as Jiang Fei expected, the Dantian pills were left untouched. He had to arrange for someone to buy them. For that, he had to pay 20 gold coins for every transaction, which totaled up to 200 gold coins. It was quite a significant loss. Apart from that, Jiang Fei was still rather satisfied with the price of the pet eggs. Out of the 10 pet eggs, 2 of them were green soldier ant eggs, while the remaining 8 were white worker ant eggs. The price of the soldier ant eggs had soared over 1,000 gold coins, while the worker ant eggs were priced at around 500 gold coins. In total, Jiang Fei had earned approximately 6,000 gold coins. After paying off his debts, Jiang Fei was left with around 1,000 gold coins. Thereafter, Jiang Fei placed yet another 10 pet eggs in the auction system. Although continuously auctioning the pet eggs may potentially cause their value to fall, there were far too many players in Dawnlight City. Even 1,000 of the pet eggs would not be enough to satisfy the players' demands. After sorting matters out, Jiang Fei retrieved a golden treasure from his storage. Territory Order. This was something Jiang Fei had worked very hard on. Upon using it, he would be able to completely control the Ant Queen. From today onwards, the Ant Queen would be able to produce pet eggs worth 6,000 gold coins every day for Jiang Fei. With both the castle and the guild base, no one would be able to touch the Ant Queen unless they first occupied Jiang Fei's guild base. Jiang Fei excitedly brought the territory order over to the city hall. There, he was met with a great shock, courtesy of the government official. Jiang Fei was to pay 50,000 gold coins as a deposit. The figure sent his eyes flying open wide. He had initially been happy with paying off all his debt and still being left with 1,000 gold coins. In fact, he had once made fun of Happy Drunk for going around to raise money. Today, he finally had a taste of his own medicine. Holy shit, this is extortion. I don't even have 5,000 gold coins. Jiang Fei groaned, smacking his face. In reality, if Jiang Fei had collected resources from Imperial Dragon, it would not be too difficult to gather 50,000 gold coins. Although there were not many people in Imperial Dragon, the girls who Jiang Fei had previously brought to clear secret dungeons were all insanely rich. At least 8 of them had over 5,000 gold coins each. Therefore, raising 50,000 gold coins was not that difficult a feat. However, Jiang Fei was determined not to borrow anything from the girls. From his point of view, this was a personal matter. Besides, he did not intend to share the Ant Queen with anyone else. The reason for using the territory order was not to build a suitable guild base for his guild. It was for the sole purpose of protecting the Ant Queen's nest. Since the money spent would not benefit the guild, Jiang Fei did not want to ask for any resources from the others. The fastest way to earn money was to approach the big shots from other guilds. However, most of the stronger players in the big guilds had already reached level 30. Jiang Fei was still holding on to level 20 recipes. Although the equipment he made from these could still be sold, Jiang Fei was not attuned to selling anything at a lower price. As the level of the equipment increased, the time taken to craft them would also increase. Jiang Fei did not want to spend a few days crafting thousands of equipment to pay for the deposit. Since the beginning, Jiang Fei had decided to only craft equipment at the upper tiers. Therefore, he planned to acquire 2 level 30 good or excellent recipes to rake in some serious cash from the big guilds. Speaking of recipes, Jiang Fei was sick of the terrible drop rates. He had been clearing level 30 dungeons for days. With Isabella's help, he was able to easily clear the bottom of the blood pool's normal and elite difficulties. Even so, he had not yet obtained a single recipe. On the other hand, when Jiang Fei heard that Southern Azure Sword had obtained a good grade recipe from the first stage of the elite dungeon, he nearly passed out from anger. Sanuva, Jiang Fei cursed. He then brought Isabella through another normal mode bottom of the blood pool dungeon. After the game update, the difficulty of normal small monsters had increased. However, as the small monsters and dungeons were all elite monsters, the dungeon instances have been kept largely unchanged. In contrast to that, the elite dungeon had become much easier due to the lowered difficulty of leaders. As such, many guilds were able to clear these dungeons. When it came to the 4 big guilds, each of them basically had 2 or more groups capable of clearing the elite difficulty. After a single round of the normal difficulty dungeon, Jiang Fei obtained a few useless pieces of scrap. Due to the massive difference in levels, the experience points Jiang Fei obtained were far from significant. Isabella said impatiently. They had been clearing the bottom of the blood pool every single day. It was beginning to bore the Nephilim princess. Just a few more. Jiang Fei tried his best to convince her. If this young lady were to bail on him, it would be difficult to clear the dungeon alone. With Isabella's powers, even the elite difficulty dungeon was a walk in the park. On top of that, with the leaders having been adjusted, they were able to reach the final stage of the dungeon in less than an hour. Bloodborne High General, Bloodborne, Leader, Level, 37 health points, 200,000 attack power, 3,300 skills, Speed Slash, Heavy Slash, Blood Vortex, Sudden Attack, Blade Storm. Although the monster's health points had not changed much, its attack power and skill strength had both been significantly watered down. Otherwise, the other big guilds would not have been able to clear the dungeon so easily. In fact, each guild had more than one group capable of clearing the dungeon. When fighting against such a monster, Jiang Fei and Isabella did not even need to transform. All they needed to do was jump right in with a few uncoordinated attacks. TSK, TSK, this poor beast has seen better days. Jiang Fei murmured after killing the monster. Isabella asked eagerly. She was sick of these easy battles. After examining the monster's corpse, Jiang Fei still failed to find any level 30 recipes. Therefore, after some thought, he decided to focus his attention on dungeons above the heroic difficulty. As the monsters had been drastically weakened, Jiang Fei was fully confident that they would be able to clear them now. He even started thinking about how he could pull off a prank with the dungeon's clearance notice. Chapter 254, Group Secret Dungeon. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After exiting the elite difficulty dungeon, Jiang Fei adjusted the level of difficulty for the next run. He then brought Isabella into the heroic mode of the bottom of the blood pool. Ding! You are about to enter the heroic mode of the bottom of the blood pool. The standard number of participants is 40 for this dungeon. Your team is incomplete. Yes, Jiang Fei said as he nodded. Although it was a dungeon meant for groups, Jiang Fei could deduce that the weakened monsters meant that it was now possible for him. Besides, he still had Isabella. After so many days, the cooldown period for Isabella's demonic Naga state would have ended. On top of that, Jiang Fei had also acquired the true form of a Nephilim. Even if they could not clear the dungeon completely, passing 1 or 2 stages would not be a problem. As soon as they entered the dungeon, Jiang Fei immediately saw large groups of small monsters. Oh shit, no wonder this was supposed to be a dungeon for groups. This was the first time Jiang Fei had ever laid eyes upon the group dungeon. In the past, be it 5, 10, or 15 people, the scale of these dungeons would pale in comparison to this. Any group of more than 40 people would be considered a group dungeon. Demon Lacerator, Strengthened, Xenogenesis, Elite, Level, 35 health points, 28,000 attack power, 2,000 skills. Laceration, Sever. Laceration. Your normal attacks will rip the enemy's wound, causing a bleeding effect which can be stacked 5 times. Sever. Instantly increase attack speed by 20%. Remark. It is an unknown being that has been infected. These strengthened monsters were normal monsters whose various attributes had been enhanced, but their skills had remained unchanged. They would typically appear in dungeons of a high level of difficulty. There were initially 1 or 2 small monsters guarding the entrance of the dungeon. However, Jiang Fei was now facing 10 strengthened elite monsters. The small monsters in the heroic mode dungeon have a lot of health points. Since they had just only entered the dungeon, Jiang Fei was still very cautious. After voicing out his concern to Isabella, he started approaching the monsters. Right then, Jiang Fei's defense was close to 2,000. These small monsters could barely hurt him. However, the stackable bleeding effect was still rather annoying. Jiang Fei's life link healing effect was not enough to sustain his health points. Fortunately, these small monsters did not have too much health points. Jiang Fei could reduce these small monsters' health points by 3,000 with a single ice burst. Apart from that, Isabella's flame burst was guaranteed to inflict critical damage on these frozen monsters. She could instantly deal more than 13,000 damage to these monsters. With these 2 skills combined, the small monsters would be left with little to no health. Whenever Isabella activated her Dark Dragon aura, a simple abyssal flame could easily kill any one of the monsters. Therefore, the 10 small monsters standing guard at the entrance were unable to stop Jiang Fei from charging straight in. Soon enough, the 2 of them had successfully defeated all the small monsters. Ding! You have eliminated Demon Lacerator. Ding! You have eliminated Demon Lacerator. Jiang Fei was delighted. Prior to this, Jiang Fei's level had exceeded the dungeon's level. The normal difficulty only offered hundreds of experience points for each small monster he eliminated. Even at the elite difficulty, the monsters only offered slightly more than 1,000 experience points, which was as good as nothing at his level. Unexpectedly, the small monsters in the heroic difficulty dungeon offered a treasure trove of experience points. Jiang Fei exclaimed excitedly. As they moved forward, small monsters from the Crimson Demon Clan appeared before Jiang Fei. However, these elite monsters had all been strengthened and came in groups. Each group contained at least 30 monsters. Some groups even had 40 to 50 monsters. In fact, some of the groups had 1 to 2 advanced elite monsters with their own enhancement halos, which significantly increased the attack power of its surrounding minions. Jiang Fei could not help but take in a breath of cold air when faced with the prospect of a troublesome fight. Bella, take the 2 advanced elite monsters first. Jiang Fei pondered for a while before finalizing his decision. After that, Jiang Fei lured the monsters away, as he always did in the past. When the small monsters discovered his presence, they charged towards him. Jiang Fei then adjusted his stance and used Ice Burst to immobilize all of the small monsters. Ice Burst, minus 3,427, minus 3,501, minus 3,398. At that moment, Isabella used her Flame Burst, which was a guaranteed critical attack. Although it was a multiple target attack, the damage dealt was not any lesser than a single target magic attack. Minus 12,878. Minus 13,058. Minus 13,897. As row after row of damage values that went over tens of thousands appeared, even the advanced elite monsters lost most of their health points. Isabella picked them off with single-target magic spells before turning to the small monsters. Zhang Fei's health points were rapidly decreasing. Although Isabella was killing off the advanced elite monsters at a speed the developers would not have accounted for, Zhang Fei was being bombarded by over 30 small monsters buffed by the enhancement halo. 20,000 health points was lost in no time at all. When Isabella was finally done with the advanced elite monsters, Zhang Fei was left with slightly over 10,000 health points. Sigh, Zhang Fei said as he sighed. Ever since he obtained the Blood Cross, he had been able to use the life link to recover his health points, and, coupled with his innate damage-to-heal conversion effect, his lips had not felt the cold glass of a potion bottle for a long time. Egged on by Zhang Fei's predicament, Isabella went all out on her attacks. If she only depended on Zhang Fei's low attack power, she would have died at least 17 to 18 times by the time he was done with the minions. When Isabella was done with killing all the small monsters, Zhang Fei was only left with less than 6,000 health points. He was close to activating the Undying Aegis. The asterisk imen. When Zhang Fei saw that the last of the small monsters had been killed, he could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. Let's keep moving forward, Isabella exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Fei said as he rolled his eyes at Isabella. After Zhang Fei was done with replenishing his health points to the maximum amount, the two resumed their journey. For every wave they fought, Zhang Fei found himself regularly close to death. Sometimes, when fighting unusually large waves of monsters, Zhang Fei would even need to activate Blood Pool to recover his health points. Otherwise, he would have been forced to use the Undying Aegis. After 20 minutes of stumbling along the way, Zhang Fei could finally see the number 1 monster in the dungeon. Sentry Guardian Felix, Bloodborne, Leader, level, 36 health points, 250,000 attack power, 3,500 skills. Charge, Frenzy Attack Charge. Instantly charge towards the furthest enemy and deal a large amount of damage to the target while knocking the opponent to the ground. Frenzy Attack. Instantly activate a strong attack and increase attack speed by 10%. Remark, a true blood prison monster. It is the manager of demonized beings outside the blood prison. Bloodborne Foot Soldiers Strengthened, Xenogenesis, Advance Elite. Level, 35 health points, 100,000 magic attack power, 2,500 skills. Shadow Bolt, Curse of Pain, Darkness Recovery. Shadow Bolt. Projects a shadow bolt towards the enemy and deals magic damage. Casting time is 2 seconds. Curse of Pain. Instantly casts a curse on the opponent. The opponent receives continuous shadow damage. The effect lasts for 15 seconds. Darkness Recovery. The Bloodborne Foot Soldier will heal Sentry Guardian Felix by 30% of its health points. Chapter 255, Bloodthirsty Chestplate. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang Fei was not unfamiliar with the concept of having one leader being accompanied by 2 guards. Although their attributes have been markedly enhanced, Zhang Fei had already experienced the weakened skills of the leaders in the updated version, having gone through the Elite Dungeon. In Dawnlight, Best Friend and Adversary, the leader's skill's attack power had been watered down. Even its defense was barely a shadow of its actual self. Although it had more health points than usual, the overall battle power had been weakened by at least 1/3 compared to the older revision. For that reason, Zhang Fei had been confident enough to bring Isabella alone into a dungeon that had been designed for 40 people. In the older version, Zhang Fei would only be wasting hard-earned experience points and time if he entered the dungeon with less than 20 people. I'll kite them, Zhang Fei shouted at Isabella as he prepared to attack. Isabella replied as she nodded her head. Although the 2 small monsters could potentially hit like trucks, she had a very high resistance toward darkness magic due to her demonic Naga's darkness attribute. Therefore, fighting against these 2 small monsters was not a big deal. Zhang Fei said as he immediately used Intercept to engage with a small monster. As soon as he got close enough, he immediately used Ice Burst on the 3 opponents in front of him, dealing 3,000 damage to each of them. At the same time, his skill froze the 2 soldiers. Bang! Right then, Isabella's Abyssal Flame had made contact with the monsters and instantly reduced a large amount of their health points. Bash! Minus 1,875, minus 1,768, minus 1,824. Jiang Fei turned around and canceled the aggro effect on the 2 small monsters. Instead, he immediately started attacking them and continuously stacked the Ruthless Barrage effect. Isabella focused on one of the small monsters. Meanwhile, as the other small monster was defrosted, it immediately cast a Shadow Bolt at Jiang Fei. Demon's Harborage. Jiang Fei raised a shield, and as soon as the Shadow Bolt collided with his shield, it was instantly deflected back to the small monster, taking off several thousand of its health points. The damage came at last. Minus 2,821. Although Jiang Fei's physical damage reduction was sky-high, judging by the effect of this attack, the monster's skill had definitely been weakened significantly. As vast the health points of the soldiers were, Jiang Fei still had to focus on killing them first. Otherwise, they would end up healing the health points of the leaders. Therefore, Jiang Fei could only wait for Isabella to get rid of the 2 soldiers. Isabella was engaged in a battle with one of the soldiers. Due to her high darkness magic resistance, the damage she received were all less than 1,000. However, the life link replenished her health points by 500 every second. In other words, Isabella was basically impossible to wound. On the other side of things, Jiang Fei was facing a tougher time. He had to deal with not 1, but 2 of the soldiers. This resulted in his health points decreasing quite rapidly. Although Life Link and his regular attacks could recover his health points, Jiang Fei's attacks were not very effective without activating his Nephilim's pure form. Therefore, the amount of health points he could recover was minimal, and it also meant that his health points were continuously being reduced. Approximately 1 minute later, Isabella finally managed to kill the first soldier. Thereafter, she threw 2 abyssal flames at the second soldier to drag its aggro towards herself. With 1 less monster assaulting him, Jiang Fei felt a load being taken off his shoulders. Although he was only left with 1/3 of his health points, there was only 1 monster attacking him now. Right then, his Ruthless Barrage had already accumulated 10 stacks. Therefore, he was able to maintain his health points with potions alone. Soon enough, the second soldier was also killed. Isabella now joined Jiang Fei to fight against the final monster. Isabella mumbled, "Nonsense. You're not the one taking the hits," Jiang Fei said as he rolled his eyes. Although the level of difficulty was not overwhelming, Jiang Fei felt that it was a close call. The 2 other small monsters attacking him at the same time could not simply be dismissed as a non-threat either. After those 2 fell, the fight became much easier. Soon after, the number 1 monster, which was weaker compared to the previous one in the elite difficulty, fell before Jiang Fei. It was easy, only because Jiang Fei's physical damage reduction was very high. His robust damage reduction nearly reduced the standard attacks on him by more than 50%. Meanwhile, the skills cast on him were weakened to a laughable degree. Therefore, Jiang Fei and Isabella were able to clear the stage with ease. With the death of the number 1 monster, Jiang Fei received an extra 500,000 experience points and 200 gold coins, for this was his first time killing it. At the same time, the corpse was glowing brightly and awaited Jiang Fei. "Come on," Jiang Fei mumbled to himself as he flipped the corpse over. As a golden light flashed, Jiang Fei was expecting a legendary grade item to appear as he had become used to it from past experiences of killing such monsters for the first time. Bloodthirsty Chestplate, Chainmail, Legendary. Physical defense plus 280 magic defense plus 150 strength, plus 20 agility, plus 10 critical hit, plus 5% equip. Increase your attack power by 10%. Equip. You will obtain a new skill, Bloodthirsty Rage. Instantly uses up 20% of your health points to increase your attack speed by 100%. Lasts 30 seconds. Cooldown is 5 minutes. Remark: when your health points is less than 20%, using this skill will cause you to die. Killing yourself will not result in a loss of experience points. Level requirement: 31. Such a great item. Jiang Fei could not help but admire the equipment. He was still wearing a level 25 excellent grade chainmail. Now that he had obtained legendary grade chainmail, how could he not admire it? Unfortunately, this equipment did not suit him. It did not increase his physical attributes one bit. If he put it on, it would not even benefit him as much as wearing the excellent grade chestplate, which came with the blood pool effect. Now that he had a great attacker by his side, Isabella, he was determined to reach the end of the dungeon. Jiang Fei suddenly thought of something. Although he could not wear the chestplate, he could give the equipment to 7 Stars Warrior. That fellow was an attacker and a member of the heavy armor hidden class. The equipment was ideal for him. Besides, Jiang Fei had acquired an epic grade pet egg a few days ago. Previously, he was still hesitating on who to give it to. Now that he had 2 items, he could give one to each person. Although the pet egg would provide the promise of greater growth, it was not suitable for close-distance attackers like 7 Stars Warrior. Therefore, the legendary grade equipment was a perfect substitute for him. Chapter 256, Bloodborne Necklace. Translator: Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After he put the bloodthirsty chest plate aside, Jiang Fei took another legendary equipment from the boss's corpse. The heroic mode of Bottom of the Blood Pool provided the first opportunity for players to attempt a 40-man dungeon. The drops were far better than other heroic mode dungeons. This was because dungeons with such large capacities were not only relatively harder, but also possessed longer cooldowns. Even if you and your party members cleared such a dungeon, you could not clear it every single day like the other dungeons. This dungeon took a week to reset. Dungeons with large capacities were harder and had longer cooldown times, but offered better drops. Dark Healer's Robe, Cloth Armor, Legendary. Physical Defense plus Magic Defense plus 157 Intelligence, plus 10 Spirit, plus 25 Magic Critical, plus 5% Equipment. Restores 10 mana points every 5 seconds. Equipment. Increases your healing effects by 20%. Level requirement: 30. Evidently, this was a robe for clerics. It added a lot of spirit, which helped boost healing effects and mana regeneration. There was also a fixed mana regeneration effect that triggered every 5 seconds. These were perfect attributes for clerics. Mana regeneration was not affected by anything at all, so this would significantly improve a cleric's ability to heal continuously. Not bad. Jiang Fei nodded. Although there were no clerics in his guild that really stood out in terms of gaming skills, both Rosette Meow Meow and Rosette Peach could use the equipment. Their skills were pretty average, but Jiang Fei was strong enough as a tank, so battles would never get out of hand. After the robe, Jiang Fei obtained another epic piece of equipment from the boss's corpse. The drops in this dungeon were not only better than normal dungeons in terms of quality, but were also more numerous. Bloodborne Necklace, Epic, Physical Attack plus 227 Strength, plus 15 Vitality, plus 10 Critical Hit, plus 5% Equipment. Increases your attack speed by 15%. Level requirement: 30. Jiang Fei smiled slightly and swapped out the necklace with Sunderstrike that he was wearing on his neck. He did not use Sunderstrike very often because his other equipment already allowed him to ignore 15% of the enemy's defense. This did not stack with the Sunder effect. Moreover, he was not the main attacker, and Isabella dealt magic damage, so Sunderstrike was of little significance. Additionally, while Bloodborne Necklace greatly improved Jiang Fei's attack power, it also enhanced his attack speed. This was very beneficial when it came to stacking Ruthless Barrage. After he equipped the new necklace, Jiang Fei lost an active skill, but his attack power had increased to more than 900. His attack power was no longer lower than any other defense class. With his new necklace, Jiang Fei left the first boss's area. After all, he had already taken all the pieces of equipment. So, it was time for him to proceed. Although the first boss of this heroic mode dungeon still did not drop the equipment recipe that Jiang Fei needed the most, it had dropped two pretty good legendary pieces of equipment. It was not a bad deal. Jiang Fei also understood that he should not be too greedy, so he had no complaints about the system's stupid drop rates. Only a person with an additional 50 luck like Jiang Fei would experience such a thing. One could only imagine what the other players would get. It was so difficult for them to even get equipment from dungeons, so those who wanted to reap without sowing had naturally joined the bandit forces. Due to the activation of the camp system, many second job players had started to get in touch with the bandit forces. Jiang Fei could tell that some players would completely abandon the main city and become full-time robbers. After he defeated the first boss, he had to fight a large number of bloodborne monsters, as usual. These monsters came in groups. Crimson Warrior, Enhanced, Bloodborne Elite, Level, 36 health points, 27,000 attack power, 2,400 skills, none. Remarks. Crimson Demon is the lowest level Bloodborne. Crimson Bandit, Enhanced, Bloodborne Elite, Level, 36 health points, 24,000 attack power, 2,500 skills, none. Remarks. Crimson Demon is the lowest level Bloodborne. Although these elites had also been significantly strengthened, these physical attack monsters were nothing against Jiang Fei, who had a high physical damage reduction. Moreover, Jiang Fei and Isabella were already familiar with these monsters, so they breezed through the horde. Even though Jiang Fei had to activate Blood Pool every now and then to restore his health points, they managed to defeat the monsters. Ding! You have eliminated Crimson Warrior. Ding! You have eliminated Crimson Bandit. These enhanced elites gave much more experience points. Jiang Fei's experience bar had moved up by a fair bit. These monsters could not stop Jiang Fei and Isabella at all. Both of them quickly arrived before the second boss. Doba Omar, Demon, Advanced Elite, Level, 39 health points, 320,000 attack power, 4,500 skills. Curse, Summon Hounds, Swipe. Curse reduces the target's attack power by 30% and deals 300 damage every second. Summon Hounds. Omar summons 4 demon hounds to help himself. Swipe. Omar's next attack will throw his target high up into the sky, causing a lot of damage upon falling. Remarks. A traitor of the demon race. A coward who has sought refuge in the blood prison. This one. Jiang Fei looked back and said to Isabella. Isabella smiled. All right. As Jiang Fei spoke, he used Jumping Slash. He directly landed before the boss and attacked the boss 3 times. Bash. Minus 3,604. Minus 1,729. Minus 1,795. As the first hit after Jumping Slash was bound to be a critical hit, Jiang Fei dealt a tremendous amount of damage. Roar the boss roared and stomped on Jiang Fei. Asterisk. Although Jiang Fei raised his shield, luck was not on his side this time. Minus 3,204 minus 6,274. The boss was probably furious at Jiang Fei, judging from how hard it had just struck him. With one swipe, the boss dealt more than 3,000 damage to Jiang Fei and threw him high up in the sky. Shortly after, Jiang Fei landed on the ground, and a huge fall damage figure appeared above his head. Plus 500 plus 300 as Ruthless Barrage had started to stack. Jiang Fei's attack power was also increasing. In extension to that, his lifesteal efficiency was also gaining potency. Although the boss dealt nearly 10,000 damage to Jiang Fei as soon as the battle began, a potion quickly saw to it that his health points remained where they were. Chapter 257. 257, Devil Node. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The skills of the second boss were not a cause for concern. Moreover, after the boss had been weakened, it was arguably weaker than the first boss. Even so, if an average party went up against this boss, the skill of the boss which summoned hounds would still be able to cause some chaos. On Jiang Fei's side, however, only was Isabella attacking the boss other than him. There were also no healers, so nobody else would generate the aggro of the monsters. Even if Jiang Fei did not do anything, the hound's first target would be him. After the monsters attacked Jiang Fei, their damage would be reflected back to them by the eye for an eye effect, which would further stabilize the aggro. Lava Demon Hound, Demon, Advanced Elite, Level, 36 health points, 66,000 attack power, 3,200 skills, Fiery Aura. Remarks: Lava Demon Hounds will not die before their owner dies. Heroic Mode Lava Demon Hounds were more annoying. The attack power of these 4 advanced elites had not only been significantly increased, but they also had a Fiery Aura skill, which could set surrounding targets on fire. If they were allowed to run around freely, the weakest magicians and clerics would be burned to death in no time. The icing on the cake was how they would not die before the boss was killed. If some parties did not know this, it was likely that they would only end up wasting time on these monsters. Fortunately, Jiang Fei had the mysterious ring on his side. He simply ignored these 4 advanced elites and attacked the boss with Isabella. Although the Lava Demon Hounds had decently high attack power, Jiang Fei's damage reduction effect was in another league of its own. So, these hounds posed little threat to Jiang Fei. However, 4 stacks of burning from the Fiery Aura might be enough to send some droplets of sweat down his brow. Blood Pool, minus 36,524. Jiang Fei's health points quickly went down, but he pulled it back up using Blood Pool. Bella, Jiang Fei shouted. At that moment, the boss was still left with more than 100,000 health points out of its original 320,000. How am I supposed to attack harder? My powers have been so severely suppressed. Isabella rolled her eyes at Jiang Fei. As she had been transformed into a pet, her level could never surpass Jiang Fei's. 0.001% of her superb Overlord-level powers. Even though Isabella was still casting Abyssal Flame in a rather leisurely manner, the damage she was dealing was already quite impressive. Each Abyssal Flame dealt 6 or 7,000 damage, and it even had a burning effect. The boss's health points went down, chunk at a time. Ding! You have eliminated Doba Omar. Obtained 750,000 experience points. In the end, this boss did not manage to kill Jiang Fei before it fell to Isabella's violent attacks. As soon as the boss died, the 4 Lava Demon Hounds behind it became experience points. It was an easy battle for Jiang Fei and Isabella. Ho ho, it's better to attempt this dungeon solo. Jiang Fei laughed as he looked at his experience bar that had moved up by 1 section. Isabella complained. Forget it. You were originally just a level 50-something lord, okay? You only ascended into an overlord for less than half a minute, and someone was already about to take your life. If it wasn't for me, you would have been dead. What do you mean by absolute strength? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes at this arrogant little princess. When Isabella heard this, she became mad. She immediately rushed to Jiang Fei and started punching him. However, Isabella was bound by the Pet Master rules and could not hurt Jiang Fei at all. When her punches landed on Jiang Fei, it was like she was giving him a back massage. Feels good. I didn't know that pets had such a function. Jiang Fei smiled smugly. B***starred. Isabella was so mad. She wanted to kill this smug B***star before her. Unfortunately, her identity as a pet restricted this. She could only look at Jiang Fei's smug face helplessly. Jiang Fei pulled Isabella off himself, poked the tip of her petite little nose once, and changed the subject. He was afraid he would make Isabella angry for real. Although she could not hurt him, if she really threw a tantrum, there was no way he could continue with the dungeon. Isabella snorted and punched Jiang Fei 1 more time before dropping the subject. However, it seemed more like she was just acting cute. Jiang Fei walked to the boss's corpse and gently flipped it over. Unsurprisingly, a golden light appeared. As his luck was becoming higher and higher, nowadays, it would be surprising if a first kill leader boss did not drop legendary items. Devil Node, one-time item, legendary. Use, builds a Devil Node. Remarks. Omar's Devil Node, which contains an army of Omar's Lava Demon Hounds. Upon activation, summons 100 level 50 advanced elite lava demon hounds to fight for you. Damn, Jiang Fei was shocked. He had never seen such an item before. It's a devil node. Many demons will leave their treasures behind after they die, but this stupid Omar is basically the vagabonds of demons. Isabella said with disdain. Sigh, this hound-rearing boss is really stupid. He only brought out 4 hounds to fight for him. Jiang Fei also joined Isabella and criticized Doba Omar with contempt. However, Jiang Fei had forgotten one thing. If the system really allowed this boss to bring out 100 level 50 minions, could this boss still possibly be a boss inside a level 30 dungeon? If that was really the case, no one would be able to clear this dungeon. After keeping the devil node, Jiang Fei obtained another legendary item from the boss's corpse. Omar's dagger, legendary. Physical attack plus 121 magic attack, plus 654 intelligence, plus 15 vitality, plus 5 magic critical, plus 7% equip. Increases the damage of your sustainability spells by 30%. Equip. Increases the damage of your shadow spells by 20%. Level requirement, 30. This piece of equipment was new to Jiang Fei. Generally, magicians use two-handed staffs. A one-handed magician weapon, such as this one, was still relatively rare. Moreover, this dagger was very restrictive. It was obviously designed for warlocks or shadow clerics. If regular magician classes used this dagger, it would be a waste. However, in Jiang Fei's guild, nobody held either of these two classes. In times of desperation, Jiang Fei now saw everything as a means of making money. Chapter 258 Mystery Drop. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. In addition to the 2 legendary pieces of equipment, the second boss also dropped an epic leather bracelet. Jiang Fei threw it into his backpack and planned to give it to a bandit in his guild upon his return. Jiang Fei continued to press on with Isabella. There was not much to say about the small monsters. They were not much different from the previous ones. The two of them got through the small monsters pretty quickly and soon arrived in front of the third boss. Frontline Commanding Officer, Braylock's Bloodborne, Leader, Level, 38 health points, 350,000 attack power, 4,300 skills. Amok, Battle Cry, Tornado Slash. Amok, immediately deal a mighty blow. Battle Cry, increase your own attack power by 10%. Tornado Slash, immediately attack against all enemies around you once. Armored Dragon, Floating Dragon, Vice Leader, Level, 38 health points, 250,000 attack power, 3,000 skills. Fire Breath Claw. Fire Breath spits fire at a single target, causing a lot of damage while igniting the area where the target is located, causing damage to targets within that area. Claw immediately deals a powerful attack. Remarks: fire damage will increase over time. F*CK. Jiang Fei said while he looked back at Isabella. Go away. Isabella rolled her eyes at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei shook his head helplessly. Roar. At that moment, the floating dragon roared, and the commander rushed down from the sky. Jiang Fei shouted, then greeted the boss with his shield. Roar. Just as the floating dragon closed in on Jiang Fei, it opened its mouth and spat a massive fireball at his face. Jiang Fei immediately lifted his shield when he saw the dragon's skill. Then, he activated Demon's Harborage. Following Jiang Fei's voice, a film of light appeared over his shield. After the fireball touched the light film, it flew back at its caster, faster than before. *minus 4,317. The fireball hit the commander right in his face, where the floating dragon landed quickly, blazed up in flames. Jiang Fei shouted, then took huge steps and charged forward. When standing right before the boss and the floating dragon, he spewed out a breath of cold air. Ice Burst. Minus 3,327. Minus 7,014. Jiang Fei took command of the boss as he gave Isabella orders. Although the floating dragon had dragon in its name, it had nothing to do with the dragon race. It shared more kinship with worms than dragons. Due to its sheer size, it looked more like a big dragon. Even so, it did not possess any dragon blood. Its combat power was not even comparable to a drake of the same level, let alone a big dragon. Isabella, the true dragon, gazed at this floating dragon, her face filled with disgust. Isabella furiously cast her demon flame and bombarded the floating dragon with all her spite and fury. In less than 3 seconds, Isabella managed to grab the aggro away from Jiang Fei. Isabella's attacks left the floating dragon shrieking in pain. The floating dragon proceeded to spray fire everywhere on the ground around it. Jiang Fei had to constantly remind Isabella, the current target of the floating dragon, to keep moving, lest they both got themselves consumed in flames. As the floating dragon was not attacking Jiang Fei, he was left with a light load of handling attacks from the commander. The commander was a purely physical boss. Jiang Fei had nearly 50% of physical damage reduction, so the actual damage dealt to him was not very high. When coupled with the lifesteal effect he had after stacking Ruthless Barrage 10 times in his lifelink, it was hardly enough to even start decreasing his health points. Similarly, Isabella's health points were barely dropping. The floating dragon's attack was very different. It was neither a ranged attack nor a magic spell that locked on to a single target. Its fire breath attack had a very small range, and it could only be used on a single target. However, the skill did not home in on the target, which meant that Isabella could rely on her high movement speed to avoid its attacks. Isabella's agility was pretty high. As she had summoned the demon flame and was attacking the boss close up, she could flit about, making it really difficult for the floating dragon to deal damage on her. 3 minutes later, following a shrill cry, the floating dragon was killed by Isabella. Ding! You have eliminated Armor Dragon. Obtained 580,000 experience points. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. If the dungeon was only this hard, the major guilds would be able to clear it in no time when they get the numbers. However, Jiang Fei did not allow himself to get distracted for too long. After all, they had only killed the boss's mount. The boss was still attacking Jiang Fei with all his might. Obviously, this boss was not as powerful as his dragon mount. At least, his dragon mount could use fire to force Jiang Fei and Isabella to run around the hall. This boss, however, could only deal physical attacks, and his skills were SOSO. Hence, Jiang Fei was having a rather casual time of his life. He only ended up using Blood Pool once throughout the whole battle. It was a really smooth battle. The commander said his last words, just before Jiang Fei emptied the boss's health points with a smash of his hammer, sending his body down with a crash. Isabella muttered, "Yeah, this update seems to have made the bosses a lot weaker." Jiang Fei also nodded. Jiang Fei's guess was not far off the mark. The new version of the game emphasized on PvP. Battles between players would definitely end up with someone dying. Players were not like monsters. Monsters would stop chasing players when players were out of their aggro range. However, if a player defeated another player in a battle, there was basically no hope of getting away without a vengeful, sore loser. Since the emphasis was on PvP, battles between players would increase. Whenever players died, their levels would decrease and they would lose their equipment. So, the system had reduced the difficulty of dungeons. Would you not lose some levels and equipment after losing a fight? No problem at all. You would be able to get it back if you clear dungeons for 2 days. Then, you could go claim your revenge. The focus of the game had shifted. Dungeons had suddenly become a lot easier, and the focus of players would soon be diverted from leveling up and clearing dungeons to battles and honor. Jiang Fei was not concerned about such battles, but the boss's corpse. This was because there was no golden light when he flipped the corpse over. Instead, a golden red light was pulsating into the surroundings. Chapter Kitsazutventkilens, Exodentorkish. Translator, Endless Fantasy, Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Damn. Jiang Fei was surprised. The last time he saw this color of light was when he first obtained the Gnome Destructive setup. Only such ancient items gave out this kind of light. Juvenile Sky Lighting Dragon Reigns, Mount, Ancient Inheritance, Use, summons a sky-lighting dragon that can fly and fight to assist you in battle. Remarks: unlike regular mounts, the sky-lighting dragon will be bound to you after you summon it. You will not be able to use other mounts, and the sky-lighting dragon needs to be fed. Holy sh**t. Jiang Fei was overjoyed at first, but his face quickly fell. Players had a love-hate relationship with ancient inheritances. Ancient inheritances were really super useful in some aspects, extremely powerful, and could significantly improve a player's strength. Even so, all items of this nature also had glaring flaws. An example was the gnome destructive setup being equivalent to a nuclear bomb. The damage dealt upon detonation was as high as 100 million, which would even blow an overlord-ranked boss to death. However, this item did not distinguish between the user and the enemy. It would instantly kill everyone, making it difficult to use. This was also the case with this juvenile sky-lighting dragon reigns. The summoned sky-lighting dragon would bind to the player. You would not be able to change mounts in the future, and you even had to feed this annoying thing. Although Jiang Fei did not know what this dragon ate, he had never heard of other mounts needing to eat. Jiang Fei held the juvenile, sky-lighting dragon reins in his hand. He looked at the reins, and then looked at Isabella. After he did this repeatedly for a few times, it ticked Isabella off. "What are you looking at?" Isabella said, waving her small fists around. "Oh," Jiang Fei asked with a smirk. Halfway through her sentence, Isabella suddenly realized what Jiang Fei meant. Then, she pounced on Jiang Fei and started punching him uncontrollably. "Stupid be ****. Isabella yelled as she punched Jiang Fei, but her punches did not hurt Jiang Fei at all. Rather, they felt comfortable. As Isabella's attack had been weakened by the system, it was like she was massaging him. Jiang Fei laughed while he closed his eyes and enjoyed it. "Be ****. Stupid idiot." Isabella became angrier when she saw Jiang Fei's happy face. She was just one step away from biting Jiang Fei's ear in exasperation. Jiang Fei turned his head, planning to tease Isabella a little more. He did not expect Isabella to already be approaching him with her mouth. The bite resulted into a kiss. The next moment, their lips had pressed tightly together, and they stared at each other in shock. As an adept shut-in gamer, Jiang Fei had never experienced this in his life. As a young kid, he had only played action or adventure games. He had only heard of romance games, but had never played them himself. Be it reality or in-game, Jiang Fei was a total amateur when it came to such things. His mind decided to go completely blank at that moment. The same was true for Isabella. She was about to shut down. Although she had been programmed intelligently, no method to deal with such a situation had been included in her database, so the two of them remained stiffly in that position. After about a minute, Isabella pushed Jiang Fei away. At that moment, Jiang Fei was still dizzy. His lips still felt warm. Although he was both happy and nostalgic about that short moment of intimacy, there was also a hint of fear thrown in the mix. "She's not real. She's just a program, and I'm not a pervert." Jiang Fei rubbed his face with both of his hands as he mouthed those words to himself. In actuality, Isabella had a high level of intelligence, and her behavior was very human-like. As such, Jiang Fei would sometimes forget that Isabella was just a virtual character in the game, and that she was just his pet. Instead, he treated her as a partner who was playing the game with him. "Hey!" Isabella shook Jiang Fei and asked him curiously. After Isabella interrupted him, Jiang Fei snapped out of his messy thoughts. Looking at Isabella's pretty face, he found her to be rather cute. It was a pity that she was not a real person. Sigh, it was an accident. Jiang Fei shook his head hard. He never expected his first kiss to be taken away by a virtual character in a game. He stowed the juvenile, sky-gliding dragon reins in his backpack. He was no longer in the mood to look into the reins any further. He began to look at the other drops. Swoosh of golden light flashed momentarily. Jiang Fei obtained an average dagger from the boss's corpse. This time, it was not a dagger for magicians, but a pure physical attack weapon. The dagger had high attack power, but the other attributes were average. It was nothing special. However, as a golden legendary weapon, It would be a surprise to know if it was not highly sought after. Jiang Fei sent it into his backpack. There were many bandits in his guild. He could save it for them. Other than these two items, the third item came as a pleasant surprise to Jiang Fei. The purpose of his trip this time had finally come to fruition. Yes, Jiang Fei cried delightedly as he took a blue recipe out from the boss's corpse. Recipe, Bloodborne helmet, recipe, excellent. Use, allows you to learn how to make the equipment, Bloodborne helmet. Bloodborne helmet, chainmail, excellent. Physical defense plus 90 magic defense plus 60 random enhancement equipment level. 30 Jiang Fei smiled. Recipes with random attributes were his favorite. Such recipes provided him with a greater degree of freedom, much to the advantage of his high luck. It was easy for him to get superior, randomized attributes. Although there was also a chance of getting garbage attributes, Jiang Fei only produced high-quality stuff. Even if he only managed to make one good item, it would be worth more than many other average pieces of equipment. After stowing the recipe away, Jiang Fei got up and pressed on. As both of them had avoided the topic for quite a while, Jiang Fei's heart had calmed down. Moreover, Isabella was acting as if nothing had happened. So, Jiang Fei decided to stop thinking about it. After all, Isabella was just a virtual character, and what happened just now was just an accident. However, the daft, tunnel-vision Jiang Fei did not notice the faint blush that crossed Isabella's cheeks. Chapter 260, Enhanced Leader Boss. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Jiang Fei and Isabella cleared the other monsters that came into their path. Very soon, the fourth boss, which was the final boss in the elite mode of this dungeon, had appeared in front of them. Bloodborne High General, Enhanced. Bloodborne Leader, Level. 39 health points. 400,000 attack power. 4,800 skills. Speed slash, heavy cleave, blood vortex, sudden attack, blade storm. Blade storm. Spins around and deals powerful damage to all targets around the general. Lasts for 10 seconds. Increases movement speed by 50% during the entire duration of the skill. Speed slash. The Bloodborne High General gives 3 quick slashes, causing normal attack damage. Heavy cleave. Immediately attacks a target, dealing a lot of damage. Blood vortex. Summons a blood vortex. Reduce movement speed by 20% and deals 1,000 damage per second to all targets inside the vortex. Sudden attack. If a target has been immobilized in the blood vortex, the Bloodborne High General jumps to that target, kills the target, and restores 10% of his health points. Blade storm. The Bloodborne High General quickly spins around and swings his own weapon, causing a lot of damage to nearby targets. Lasts for 10 seconds and increases the movement speed of the Bloodborne High General by 50% for the duration of the skill. F***CK. Even a boss can be enhanced. They're strengthening the boss, yet weakening them. Jiang Fei gazed speechlessly at the boss. Original leader bosses had been weakened in the new version. Yet before him, this boss had been strengthened. Enhanced bosses would not only experience an increase in their offensive and defensive attributes, but also enhanced versions of their skills. When small monsters were enhanced, only their attributes would increase. This was because most monsters had no skills, so their enhancements would not be very apparent. However, bosses were different. The skills that had finally been weakened by the system would regain or sometimes surpass their former strength. Even though the difficulty of this dungeon had reduced, as it was still the most difficult heroic mode dungeon in the game thus far. It had not been weakened down to the point where a casually organized random party would be able to clear it. Jiang Fei just had a feeling that this boss would not be as easy as the previous 3. With these enhancements, this boss would at least be as strong as the third boss in the older version. Isabella nodded. When the battle started, Jiang Fei used Jumping Slash and landed beside the boss. Then he used Bash. Minus 3,589. Minus 1801. Minus 1,789. Roar. Jiang Fei's attacks immediately generated the boss's aggro. The Bloodborne High General immediately turned around and slashed Jiang Fei. minus 12,487. Jiang Fei immediately broke out in cold sweat. As he was already used to fighting bosses that had been weakened, Jiang Fei was not even taking this boss seriously anymore. But the opening volley of the Bloodborne High General was already a heavy blow. Life Link, plus 500. Medium HP Potion, plus 100. Jiang Fei drank a potion without hesitation. Even so, the amount of health points he managed to restore was still a drop in the bucket compared to the damage of the boss. Bella, go all out. Jiang Fei had to act fast. In just a short moment, he figured out that he and Isabella would definitely not be able to defeat this boss in their current forms. Between Isabella and himself, at least one person had to transform to face this boss. Asterisk, a bolt of purple lightning struck Jiang Fei's body. The next moment, Jiang Fei's skin turned purple and a pair of giant horns forced their way out of his forehead. Asterisk, a pair of wings grew on Jiang Fei's back, and the blacksmith hammer in his hands turned into a giant black scythe. Asterisk, the giant scythe gleamed. Jiang Fei's transformation was complete. Following that, without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Fei slashed downwards, his scythe burying a great portion of itself in the top of the boss head. Minus 3,851, plus 2,757. With the new necklace, Jiang Fei's attack speed had increased significantly. After just a few seconds, his ruthless barrage had gained 10 stacks. Minus 5,502, plus 3,851. As Jiang Fei was ignoring the boss's defense attributes, he was dealing a lot of damage. Each attack dealt as much as 5,500 damage, and the lethality of his normal attacks was similar to that of Isabella's Abyssal Flame. 5 seconds, 7 seconds each. So, Jiang Fei's damage output at this time was nearly double of Isabella's. At that moment, Jiang Fei was dealing more than 9,000 damage per second, and he was getting 6,000 health points per second from his lifesteal. In less than 10 seconds, the boss's health points had fallen by 20%, and Jiang Fei's health points were back to full. Roar Jiang Fei's attacks were making the boss mad. Minus 5,514, minus 5,721, minus 5,324. With one speed slash, the boss instantly took away more than 16,000 of Jiang Fei's health points. This was even after Jiang Fei's defense had doubled. If he had not transformed before this, the boss would have been able to take away 20,000 of his health points. OF *CK. Jiang Fei thought to himself while he attacked. One had to know that Jiang Fei's physical damage reduction was now as high as 50%. If one skill by the boss could take away 20,000 of his health points, wouldn't the same skill take away 30,000 health points when it came to other tanks? Would other level 30 tanks have so much health points? Even a second job level 35 pure physical defense warrior barely had over 20,000 health points, at most. This also took the warrior's equipment into consideration. So, nobody could possibly withstand this boss's attack. Jiang Fei grew worried. Currently, as he was already level 39, he did not feel like the boss was of a high level. However, the highest level player amongst the other was only level 33. Most of the other players had just reached level 30. As this boss was nearly 10 levels above them, there was no way would they clear this difficulty level anytime soon. So, when it came to why the other players had no intention of attempting the heroic mode of this dungeon, Jiang Fei had obviously misunderstood the situation. As he could easily get through the dungeon with Isabella by his side, he had been led into believing that it would be fairly easy for the other players as well. However, he did consider the fact that his level was far higher and his equipment was far better than the average player. Moreover, Isabella alone probably matched over 10 players. Just as Jiang Fei lost his focus, the boss's health points had dropped to 50%. With a roar from the boss, a bloody vortex appeared at Isabella's feet. Jiang Fei shouted loudly as he continued to attack. This particular skill combination of the boss was stupidly broken. If you did not move away in time and ended up getting trapped in the vortex, the boss would directly go there and kill you instantly. It was an utterly unreasonable skill. In the beginning, as the blood vortex did not deal much damage to her, Isabella had not been really bothered about it. By the time Jiang Fei shouted for her to move, it was already too late for her to escape. Chapter 261. 261. Hero to the Rescue. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, a 20% movement speed reduction per second, was horrendous. Isabella had only remained for 2 seconds in the skill range, and she had already lost 40% of her original movement speed. At that point, there was no way for her to escape the Crimson Whirlpool. As predicted, 5 seconds into the skill, Isabella was stuck in the eye of the storm. A bright crimson glow flashed across the boss body. Jiang Fei screamed. He knew that if he did nothing, the boss would deal a powerful attack. That skill would ignore every form of defense, negation, and nullification. Even with 80,000 health points, Isabella would be killed by that ultimate skill. Intercept. Without any hesitation, Jiang Fei activated his skill, Intercept, and granted her a life in exchange of his own. The boss roared as it leapt forwards to deal the killing blow. In that split second, Jiang Fei flashed in front of Isabella and covered her. Wham! Minus 36,524. An extra large red-colored text popped up of his head, and Jiang Fei's health bar immediately dropped to 0. That was the power of sudden attack. Ignoring all defenses or barriers while dealing damage that was enough to kill you. However, Jiang Fei's character glowed with a golden hue. The effect of the Undying Aegis kicked in and restored Jiang Fei's health back to 50%. At that moment, Isabella shrieked helplessly. When the boss was leaping towards her, this little demon princess had been terrified to her core. She could feel death's grip on her neck. The Reaper's scythe was quickly approaching to take her head away. Fortunately, Jiang Fei the hero had jumped in front of her and saved her from certain demise. Jiang Fei growled angrily. Burning away Undying Aegis like that was an enormous waste. His anger towards Isabella for wasting his skill was immediately directed towards the boss. Jiang Fei roared angrily as he smacked the giant axe back to the boss' face. After executing the skill, Sudden Attack, the boss seemed to be running on fumes. All his other skills were only used sporadically as Jiang Fei slowly made mincemeat out of him. After trading blows a few turns, Jiang Fei's health point was touching the 20,000 line. At the same time, the boss only had 20% health points left. Huh, Bella, don't just stand there. Jiang Fei screamed at the poor, frightened girl when he noticed that he had not been seeing the black flames cascading off the boss. He turned around and saw Isabella standing in place, completely at a loss. There was this cute, pinkish blush on her cheek. Her eyes were unfocused as she wavered about, thinking of something Jiang Fei did not know about. Huh, oh. Jiang Fei's roar pulled her back to earth. However, for an unknown reason, she seemed to be highly distracted, incorrectly chanting her first abyssal flame cast. At that point, Isabella's pinkish blush had turned as red as a ripe tomato. As she tried to recast her spell, she secretly peeked at Jiang Fei, who was dancing on the battlefield, fighting the boss. When the fireball was finally sailing through the air, she would glance at Jiang Fei again before attacking again. Her voice was meek and sheepish. The same thing kept on repeating, and when Jiang Fei finally caught her glancing at him, she quickly lowered her head to avert her gaze. Truth be told, anyone other than Jiang Fei would immediately pick up on that. Sadly, Jiang Fei was the densest mother of asterisk cur on Earth. He simply turned back around, ignoring her and resuming the fight as if nothing had happened. The boss roared when his health points had reached the 10% threshold. At that moment, he activated his final, ultimate skill, Blade Storm. The boss grabbed the hilt of his axe with both arms and started to pirouette. As he gained speed, air from around him started to converge around him. Not soon after, a huge tornado had taken form around him. Minus 7,841. Minus 7,841. The skill dealt 8,000 damage per second, and the boss was directing it towards Jiang Fei and Isabella. Bella, back off. Jiang Fei. commanded as he continued to fight, even though the tornado had engulfed him. She nodded. The one thing that Jiang Fei was unable to notice was her tone. She sounded cuter this time, more obedient. 8,000 damage per second was nothing to sneeze at. So much so that Jiang Fei could not think of a solution for it. "This is it, Bella," Jiang Fei roared. He knew that if he dragged the fight any longer, it would be his downfall. Hence, with victory at stake, he might as well go all out since the boss had only over 50,000 health points left. Jiang Fei would only need 6 seconds or so to defeat him. 6 seconds was like a lifetime for Jiang Fei as he swung on from within the eye of the storm. 8,000 damage per second was just too much. He had already lost his trump card for Isabella. He was all out of tricks. At that point, there was no point in reserving his skills anymore. Blood pool, plus 38,524. Shring. A green light was released, and Jiang Fei was healed. At the very least, that amount of health points had granted Jiang Fei a few more seconds. After those hellish 6 moments, Jiang Fei dropped to his feet, kneeling before the dead body of the boss. "Ding! You have defeated Bloodborne High General. Obtained 950,000 experience points. Obtained 300 gold coins." Jiang Fei drew a deep breath of relief when the chime of notification rang in his ears. Cried Isabella excitedly. Since the previous boss had dropped an ancient tier mount, this boss should somehow surpass that. A golden light flashed, revealing the rarity of the item. Jiang Fei was a little disappointed when he saw it. If someone else was there, they might have fainted from the sheer sight of it. Lightbringer, Shield, Legendary. Physical defense plus 228 magical defense plus 180 vitality, plus 10 intelligence, plus 15 magic attack critical hit, plus 5% equip. Increase all healing effect by 15% equip. Grants the skill Saint's Descent. Summons a light elemental to heal you. Light elemental's healing power is 80% of caster's healing power. Lasts for 30 seconds. 5-minute cooldown. Level requirement 30. Jiang Fei was pleased when he saw the legendary shield, since the one he had was only level 20. It was high time for him to replace it. Even though the skill Demon's Harborage from the level 20 shield was good, the new one was much better in terms of stats. The fact that the shield was capable of healing came as a massive bonus. Jiang Fei stashed it into his inventory. In his guild, there was a knight who could really use that shield. It was none other than Rosette Rose. But that damsel had chosen to quit fighting and had settled down as an administrative officer of the guild. Aside from her, there was no one else in the guild who could really use the shield. Rather than gathering dust, Jiang Fei could use a few extra gold coins. To be frank, Jiang Fei was unsatisfied with the Lightbringer, despite it being legendary. Just when he thought there could not be any more surprises, Jiang Fei reached out and retrieved an item that had nearly left him foaming at the mouth. Chapter 262, 262 One-Hit KO. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Recipe. Rainbow Blade, Recipe, Superior, Use, allows you to craft Rainbow Blade's Rainbow Blade, Two-Handed Sword, Superior, Physical Attack plus 782 Strength, plus 15 Attack Increase, plus 8% Level Requirement. 30, This is gold, cried Jiang Fei when he saw the recipe. The attributes of the two-handed sword were good. With his ability to keep on producing skills on his equipment, Jiang Fei could predict that all the rainbow swords he made would be a big hit in the market. If the crafter got his hands on an ascended tier recipe, the two-handed sword would be an epic tier, which would be an easy sale. Even though the recipe was only a blue grade, it was more valuable than purple or gold graded recipes, as those two had limits to their production count. He also had the possibility of producing purple graded equipment, and without limitations to their numbers, he could easily earn a fortune, especially when he could not equip any other weapon. That recipe was only a means of earning a fortune and not building his character. Jiang Fei picked up another pair of epic tier leather shoe. Since he could not equip such an item, might as well sell it. After he was finished with the loots, Jiang Fei was all smiles. He had never thought to actually obtain 2 equipment recipes, with one of them being a super valuable recipe in just one heroic difficulty dungeon run. Come along, Bella. Let's go find the next boss. If it's the final boss, use your dragon form to defeat him. Truth be told, Jiang Fei was already satisfied with loots then. Naturally, he was not bothered if there were more bosses to fight. However, if there were really 2 more bosses to defeat, he would only stop at the next one, knowing all too well that he would have run out of steam against the second boss. Isabella squeaked, ever so cutely. After Jiang Fei had saved her, Isabella became more docile. When there was nothing for her to do, she would just stare at Jiang Fei, looking at him with a smile on her face. Whenever Jiang Fei noticed her stare, she would quickly turn away, blushing madly when she did. If Zhao Feng was there, he would have immediately picked up on the sign and given Jiang Fei a good lecture on how to notice a woman's charm. On the other hand, he might just keep to himself since he knew Jiang Fei was just the bigger airhead in the world. Whenever Jiang Fei was on the front fighting the monsters, Isabella would be at her standard position, blasting enemies from afar. However, the one thing that had changed was the fact that she was not playing around anymore. Her attacks were far more frequent and disciplined. When she would notice Jiang Fei's health was dropping down to a dangerous level, she would put more effort to attack and get the monsters off him. It was almost unnecessary, but the gesture was noticed by Jiang Fei. Since the skill effect of his demonic transformation was still active, he was able to push far and fast towards the next boss. By the time the skill had ended, the duo was already able to see the boss silhouette. Overseer Carlox, enhanced. Bloodborne leader, level. 40 health points. 450,000 magic attack. 6,500 skills. Death Ray, Petrification Eye, Blood Rush, Unending Blood Rush Note. Blood God Vagar's Espionage. The final boss of the heroic difficulty of bottom of the blood pool, the boss, had many magical skills, which was a natural counter to Jiang Fei. If the boss was more of the physical nature, he might have stood chance. On far end of the spectrum, he had little to almost zero magical defense. However, just when he started to worry about the fight, he immediately relaxed when he noticed the boss was the last boss of the dungeon. At that point, reading the skill's description was only a waste of time. Bella, I'll leave this to you now, said Jiang Fei as he smiled and patted Isabella's shoulder. He would only be waiting at the sidelines to collect the loot and experience points. With her dragon form unleashed, the finale would only be a matter of time. Isabella squeaked again. She then leaped into the air and transformed into the beautiful, powerful, and might black demon dragon. She glanced back and growled when she noticed monsters coming towards Jiang Fei. Shua! Shua! Isabella's dragon breath spread all across the field, incinerating all monsters that dared step into her range. After just 10 seconds or so, she had killed hundreds of elite-tier monsters. There were even more than 10 advanced elite monsters. Ding! You have killed Bloodborne Assaulter. Ding! You have killed Bloodborne Summoner. The notifications popped up at rapid-fire pace, like a ticker counter on a busy Monday morning. In an instant, Jiang Fei's experience bar shot up so much that he could measure it with his eyes. Defeating a boss would only grant enough experience to barely make a tiny bump that one would not easily notice. Once all the monsters were defeated, Isabella roared once more, as if provoking the boss that was now all by its lonesome. A long strain of words came out of Isabella's dragon maw as she chanted something. Even though Jiang Fei had learned the draconic language, he was not able to understand most of it. After 30 seconds or so, at the end of the chant, Jiang Fei was able to understand just one phrase. Crack! A bolt of powerful lightning cracked across the sky as dark clouds suddenly converged. It was the scene of total despair for those at the other end of the attack. Badum! A loud explosion burst from among the clouds, and Jiang Fei could see a faint glow. A few seconds later, the dark clouds quickly made way for a large meteor, one burning with flames mixed in both black and red. Jiang Fei could not help but had goosebumps rising all around him. The boss roared when he gazed at the explosion in the sky. He had entered combat status when no one was attacking. However, as the final word was chanted, Isabella's skill was unleashed. The burning meteor came down, smiting the boss, instantly killing it with one strike. Minus 450,000. Instant KO. A pure one-hit KO. A level 40 enhanced leader tier boss was taken down in a single strike. It was unbelievable. To deal 450,000 damage in a single hit. Just how powerful was the attack? There was no way to quantify it, since the boss only had 450,000 health points. The mechanics of magical attack and physical attack worked differently. If a player was left with 100 health points left, an enemy could still deal damage over the limit of health points left, meaning that the enemy could still deal 1,000 damage to a player with only 100 health points. On the other hand, even the most powerful magic skill could only deal 100 damage to a player who only had 100 health points left. No more, no less. That single attack from Isabella was difficult to understand, but one thing was for sure, it was very powerful. Ding! You have killed Overseer Carlox. Obtained 950,000 experience points. Ding! Ding! You are the first party to clear the heroic difficulty bottom of the Blood Pool dungeon. Chapter 263, A Secret Scheme. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Jiang Fei entered a few words in the pop-up menu and braced himself for what was to come next. Ding! Lonely. So lonely in the dungeon. Mr. Party had cleared the heroic difficulty bottom of the Blood Pool. Ding! Lonely. So lonely in the dungeon. Mr. Party had cleared the heroic difficulty bottom of the Blood Pool. Ding! Lonely. So lonely in the dungeon. Mr. Party had cleared the heroic difficulty bottom of the Blood Pool. Mr. Lonely? Does he have no shame at all? My God! Ashashihoik. Take me with you. When a system was done with the announcements, Jiang Fei collected his experience points and gold. At the same time, the entire city of Dawnlight went crazy again. Even though there were many level 30 players, they barely made up 20% of all the total players in the city. Most of them were fighting for their lives to reach level 30 as soon as possible to challenge the level 30 dungeon. However, the almighty Jiang Fei had already cleared and claimed all the first clear achievements for the level 30 dungeon, leaving none for the others. Not bad, my brother, said Han Tianyu in his message. He was different from the other players. He did not care about how powerful Jiang Fei was in the game, nor how difficult it was to defeat the heroic difficulty. All he cared for were the announcements. Jiang Fei succumbed to his pressure and agreed to take him along in his next trip. While Han Tianyu did not care about the game, those who did were literally in tears, especially the guild masters of the 3 guild alliances. Just when the system had nerfed one, the bosses in most dungeons, and only when they barely made it out alive, this guy had already cleared a 40-man dungeon alone, in heroic difficulty too, at that. The gap between them and Jiang Fei was so huge that they could not even begin to process the despair. When they thought that they had pressured Jiang Fei by forming an alliance between them, that guy just went ahead and cleared a 40-man dungeon alone. That feat had only sent their despair further down the depths. The problem was how members of their own guild had started to doubt the guild's integrity. Alone, Jiang Fei's influence was not much, provided that they were still oblivious to Isabella's existence. However, when a powerful leader that was already famous, to begin with, started to make some noise, others will be affected. When Jiang Fei's dungeon clearing achievement was announced, those allied with the aristocrats started to flaunt, saying that Jiang Fei was their allied guild's member. As such, members of the 3 guild alliance had started to leave. As such, the combat potential of the 3 guild alliance began to plummet. It was apparent that if they did nothing, the problem would only grow exponentially. However, since it was only the early stages, the actual attack potential was only mildly affected. As such, an emergency meeting was quickly called to address this issue. They had spies in all of the named guilds, and aristocrats was one of them. The 3 guilds knew that they were being pressured by the aristocrats, but even so, many other pub gamers were still trying to join them. That was not the only issue then. Other issues, like members having quarrels with higher-ranked officers of the guild, had led to cases of loyal members quitting the three-guild alliance. Hence, when the announcement was made, many more started to show signs of leaving the guild. In a small room inside a hotel in the Dawnlight City, 3 players were gathered together with frowns on their faces. Lady Casanova and the other 2 were inside the room, and since it was created as an instance room, no one outside the room could eavesdrop. Asked Southern Azure Sword. Yes, Demon's Grimace replied. Said Lady Casanova with a loud sigh. Think of it this way. If it's not him, it's us. Verger Glider and the aristocrats are just too close. Demon's Grimace laughed bitterly. That's right, said Southern Azure Sword. Lady Casanova looked at both of them and sighed again. A fait. Even though that was not the first time Rosette Rose had scolded Jiang Fei, he had gone ahead and done it again. Ever since Jiang Fei and Rosette Rose had created the Imperial Dragon Guild, she had taken the liberty to be its manager. Naturally, she would feel the heartache when Jiang Fei wasted these citywide announcements like water. Ooh, come on, relax. Perhaps he had hung around Han Tianyu for too long, that his Richie-rich behavior had rubbed off on him. What he was supposed to learn had not been taken up, and what he had picked up was not even close to being the correct behavior. After Jiang Fei had replied to most of the private messages that he had received, Jiang Fei glanced at the guild chat channel and saw many guild members starting to boast about their guild. Jiang Fei had only needed 1 second to close the chat. His feat gave off a positive vibe as well. For example, the 2 newly joined guildmates, 7-Star Warrior and 6 Fans, had their eyes open wide. Most of the thugs that were in the guild were more or less indifferent, or rather, customized about the whole thing. Those who knew how to behave kept quiet about it, while others stated that they would go around and flaunt about the greatness of Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei had grown tired of their antics and decided to not give any hoot about it. 99%. All he needed to reach another level amounted to less than 1,000 experience points. King Hell. After he was done with the loot, Jiang Fei planned to run around outside the city to kill some monsters. If all was good, he would reach level 40 that day. Without any sense of urgency, Jiang Fei slowly sauntered over to the boss corpse. At that time, Isabella was no longer in her dragon form. She landed close to Jiang Fei and leaned on him, somewhat exhausted. Jiang Fei noticed her exhaustion and her cuter-than-normal expression. In fact, he had finally noticed that she was more docile. There was no fire or hatred whatsoever in her eyes. Oh yeah, said Jiang Fei as he rubbed his hands like a housefly. Shush! A bright crimson gold light burst out, and Jiang Fei was overjoyed. That light was an indication of an ancient tier item. Translation note: nerf. An act to adjust or revamp the stats of an equipment, character, and other in-game attributes. A nerf is a means to reduce the overall stats. A buff, on the other hand, is to increase the overall stats. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now let's get back to it. Chapter 264, Rainbow Blade. Translator: Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Centuries, Ablation, Legendary. Use. Summons an altar with the Eye of the Bloodborne to scout for a radius of 10,000 meters. Note: activation of the Overseer's Eyes would consume a mana crystal. What the? Jiang Fei roared. With this in hand, he would have too many altars. He had already obtained the Asakuna orb from the secret dungeon. However, both of them could be put to good use. Once both altars were set up, one could be used to scout for enemies, and the other would strengthen his allies' combat power. Even though both would be immobile once they were set up, they were instrumental in defending one's city or castle. Coincidentally, Jiang Fei was planning to build his own territory. He could use the two, and when his castle was done, it would be adequately protected. Jiang Fei's precious little Ant Queen would be untouchable. Jiang Fei put away the sentries, and reached out to obtain more loot from the boss corpse. Heart of the Bloodborne, accessory, legendary. Magic attack, plus 387 intelligence, plus 20 vitality, plus 10 equip. Recovers 10 health points every 5 seconds. Equip. Recovers 8 mana points every 5 seconds. Equip. Grants the skill Blood Exchange. Consumes 20% health points. 5 times the total health points consumed. Cooldown 1 minute. Level requirement 30. Jiang Fei cried with joy. This accessory would be a magic class player's dream. Powerful skills would require a lot of mana. This would be a game changer for any magic user, since mana was more important than their well-being. Every magic user would have the skill called Magic Shield, which would be strengthened after they reach their second-class advancement. The skill creates a barrier that absorbs 2 damage points for every mana point. The skill was vital to support the already tofu-like constitution of a magician. However, the downside of the skill was the extreme mana consumption. With this accessory, a magician could sacrifice their health for instant mana, since they would only attack from outside the melee range of an enemy, though it instantly increased their total damage output. Jiang Fei put the accessory away and reached out to grab the remaining items. After the first 2 luxurious items, the remaining 3 were violet graded, which were all tossed to a corner in his inventory. In total, the final boss of the dungeon had dropped 5 items. It was a good haul, an outstanding haul indeed. Phew. Satisfied with the loot, Jiang Fei left the dungeon and returned to the city. Right then, he noticed that the time till the servers shut down was not far. He then spent more than 1,000 gold coins to buy materials and went on to prepare for a crafting session. Since the two-handed sword was obviously going to be popular, it would be set at a higher price. Since the day he had used the auctioning system of the game, Jiang Fei had grown to like it. Not only was the target audience vast, and the fact that they could simply bid the price, he did not need to fear the other guilds, most notably the 3-guild alliance, interfering the sales. Bang bang ding ding went the hammer in his hand. When materials were consumed from his inventory, 1 sword will replace them. Jiang Fei was happy to see that his divine blacksmith experience points were going up. Leveling up was only a matter of time now. A level 30 blue equipment recipe took 1 minute to produce a product. Jiang Fei's materials that he had spent over 1,000 gold coins on were all used up in less than 4 hours of smithing. In return for his hard work, he had obtained 80 finished rainbow blades. His success rate of approximately 33% was so good that other profession players would drop their jaws at the sight of his production rate. Note that Jiang Fei was producing level 30 blue-graded equipment, and not those level 10 trash. If other players were to craft this sword, they would be lucky to have even a 10% success rate. Let's even talk about their ascended equipment production rate. Amongst the 80 rainbow blade he produced, 13 of them were epic tier, and all of them had above-average stats. If he could sell them for at least 200 gold coins apiece, the superior tier ones could fetch up to 50 to 60 gold coins each. Compared to the price of the pet egg, the sword was cheaper since they would be discarded after a few levels. A pet would follow you till the end of time. Well, unless you decide to throw them away. Even though he had been crafting the sword for more than 4 hours, he had not yet managed to see how it looked like when equipped. He then took one out of his inventory to examine it hands-on. During crafting, the sword would appear dull and black. He would immediately store the sword away in his inventory after he had applied Ice Burst on it. Jiang Fei was stunned. Isabella cried. Once the sword had cooled down, the brilliance of the blade truly shone. The sword's hilt was made with crystal and reflected the colors of a rainbow. On the other hand, the blade itself did not even seem to be made of metal. Instead, it looked like it was made by light itself, shining, shimmering, and splendid. It was very beautiful. The blue-grade rainbow blade was indeed, as the name implied, made of rainbows. However, there was an apparent difference between the blue-graded one and the violet-graded ones. The blue ones only produced 5 colors, while the violet-grade one had all 7 colors. Its crystal hilt was bigger and better. Still, be it the blue or violet ones, both of them were extremely beautiful. "Oomph," said Jiang Fei to himself. He had decided not to sell the sword in the auction system, since the buyer could not see the sword themselves. It would only appear as an icon, dull and motionless. It would not do justice to the sword. When players bought items from the auction system, they would only see the item stats and properties. Before he had a good look at the sword, 200 gold coins was worth the price. However, all of that changed when he actually held it in his hands. The epic tier, violet graded sword could fetch at least 1,000 gold coins. Zhang Fei smiled happily. At first, he planned to work for another day to craft the sword. Now, he had decided to invest another 2 to 3 more days to craft the sword. At best, that amount of money would be enough for him to build his castle. He planned to have the rainbow blade advertise itself, letting the players know just how cool the blade was. Once he was sure that everyone knew how the sword looks like, only then he would put it in the auction system. That way, the prices would get even higher. Zhang Fei stored all the swords in his private storage. He then picked out the best out of the 13 violet graded ones and kept it for himself. After a brief moment, Zhang Fei came up with the best candidate. Han Tianyu. That man was the best at boasting and flaunting. The first reason was not to have any other outsider flaunt the sword about. The second reason was Han Tianyu's behavior. That man would definitely flaunt the sword, as well as his status of being a sworn brother of the strongest player in the game. Without even needing to ask, that man would perhaps flaunt around the city for 3 days straight. Imagine him walking around the city as the guild master of the best guild in Dawnlight City, with that rainbow sword in hand. Just how good of a walking advertisement would he be? Chapter 265 Dragon Knight. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I'm just training. Hoot. I have some good stuff here. Good stuff, you said? What good, man? You actually thought about me first. Zhang Fei teased. No, I didn't say that. Wait for me, said Han Tianyu, highly alarmed. Han Tianyu knew that Zhang Fei would never offer up anything trashy to him. That's fine. I'll go to you instead. Zhang Fei was still training, as he was literally a few more experience points away from leveling up. Might as well go out of the city and farm a little. I'm at XXX. When Zhang Fei received the coordinates, he summoned his mount, but when he noticed Isabella standing extremely close by his side, he decided to try the new mount. Ding! After the initial summon, the juvenile sky-lighting dragon will be bound to you, Zhang Fei said to the system. Even though he was not doing it, a sharp whistling was heard from his own character. When the whistling died down, Zhang Fei heard the powerful flaps coming from above. Unlike the 2-second channeling time of other mounts, the juvenile sky-lighting dragon was instantaneous. Still, the dragon came from afar, and the total time taken for the dragon to arrive was still 2 seconds. When Zhang Fei looked up, he saw the sun being shadowed by a massive pair of wings. The dragon, adorned in metal armor, came down from the sky and landed next to Zhang Fei. It then lowered its back, allowing Zhang Fei to mount it. Come now, Bella. Let's go, said Zhang Fei as he got up and offered help to Isabella. Naturally, the petite little girl blushed as she nodded her head and took Zhang Fei's hand. Even though the name of the dragon had the juvenile prefix in the front, the dragon had already grown up to 7 meters. When its 2 wings spread out, they spanned over 20 meters long. If the system allowed for it, this dragon could easily accommodate for 4. When Zhang Fei was ready to ride the dragon, Isabella's hands wrapped themselves around Zhang Fei's waist. Zhang Fei noticed the gesture, but did not think too much about it. After all, in the real world, it would be natural for someone in the passenger seat to grab hold of the front rider on a motorcycle. However, that was not what Zhang Fei was thinking. In fact, he was not thinking about Isabella, period. All he could think of was the excitement of riding a flying dragon. This juvenile sky-lighting dragon was different, with it being a battle mount. An additional window, titled Battle Mount tab, opened up. Normal run mode. Increases movement speed by 100% and gains strength collision. Deals 50% of your attack to any enemies in your way. Knocks back target. Warning: ineffective against enemies larger than the dragon. Flying mode. Increases movement speed by 300%. Unrestricted movement in the air. The skylighting dragon had two mount modes, running on the ground and flying. On the ground, the dragon would act like a tank, crushing anyone who dared to stand in his way. Flying mode was pretty self-explanatory. Basically, Jiang Fei would fly high in the sky and reach his destination in one straight line. As a battle mount, this dragon had a health bar. When killed, it would disappear instantly and could only be re-summoned after 2 hours. If the dragon was killed in the sky, the rider would then be killed by the fall damage. The health points of the dragon were tied to Jiang Fei's level. For every level, the dragon would have 1,000 health points. Since Jiang Fei was level 39, the dragon currently had 39,000 health points. That was a lot of health, but it barely had any defense. That meant all damage on the dragon would be pure. If 4,000 damage dealt for 1,000 damage received. In a PvP session, a player could choose not to attack the mount but the rider itself. There were also additional skills. Fire Spit deals 50% of your damage as fire damage to a target within 30 meters. Creates a burning terrain which deals 1% of their maximum health points as damage per second. Lasts for 30 seconds. 20-second cooldown time. Stomp. Dives forward and stomps on a target. Deals 20% of your maximum health points as damage. Stuns the target for 1 second. This effect has a 5-second cooldown on the same target. Requires the mount to be set in running mode. Fire Breath. Deals 100% of your damage as fire damage to all targets that is 30 meters in front of you. 30-second cooldown time. Requires the mount to be set in flying mode. WTF. At that moment, Jiang Fei noticed that his hammer was gone. Instead, a 3-meter-long silver dragon spear replaced it. However, it was merely the appearance of the weapon that had changed, not the attributes. This was just a visual change made when mounted. Imagine carrying a foot-long hammer to an aerial battle. Jiang Fei gasped. He was a dragon knight. A real dragon knight. Jiang Fei bellowed as he pulled the reins on the dragon. The dragon roared majestically and started to flap its powerful wings. No. You dumb F***CK. We are in a game. Shut the F***CK up. Look. Even though Jiang Fei had tried to summon the juvenile sky-gliding dragon in an isolated area, the sheer size of the dragon alone was enough for all to see when Jiang Fei ascended to the sky. That's Verger Glider, cried someone from amongst the crowd. What? How? When? WEF? Verger Glider, I love you. Dino girl, just give up. Can't you see that he already has a beauty riding with him? None of your business. Can't you see that he is a dragon knight? The player named Dino Girl continued to argue with the spectators, but when Jiang Fei was almost out of sight, she yelled out, Big brother, please take me with you. I don't mind being your mistress. Ho ho, it seems that you are rather popular amongst the adventurers, said Isabella, as she moved close to talk closer to his ears. What's this? Did you just compliment me? I'm so touched. Jiang Fei turned his head to reply, but as her face was too close to his, the two bumped into each other, and their faces were only a few millimeters away. Jiang Fei smiled awkwardly and turned back to the front, not knowing that Isabella was smiling, while blushing like a pink rose. Chapter 266. I ain't gay. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation as Jiang Fei and Isabella flew off, riding on an armored dragon. Crowds of spectators cheered as they watched them soar away into the sky. Jiang Fei cried out with joy as the wind blew in his face. Since ancient times, humanity had always been trying to fly in the sky. Even though Jiang Fei had experience flying with airplanes, being cooped up inside the airplane cabin was as fun as riding a dragon. Too fast. Isabella was small to begin with, and when the wind was that strong, she held on even tighter. Jiang Fei, on the other hand, was only confused. She was, after all, a dragon herself. The initial distance between the city and Han Tianyu's location was quite the long way. However, due to the undisrupted flight of the dragon and the speed of the dragon, the total time taken was short. A 300% movement speed increase was insane. After just 10 minutes of flight, Jiang Fei was able to see Han Tianyu as a dot on the ground. "Hey boss," said one of the players with Han Tianyu. "What the hell?" said Han Tianyu, panicking. From his point of view, all he could make out was a flying creature. "Gather the main attack party. Secondary, third, and fourth team on standby." Happy Drunk was quick to react. "Ashi, that's a dragon." Hunters with the skill Eagle Eye possessed better vision, and they spotted the dragon when it was still high in the sky. Happy Drunk panicked. A dragon was considered to be a high-tier boss. How and why would they appear in a level 30 field? Wait a minute. Something's not. There's someone on the dragon. Someone is riding the dragon. By the time Jiang Fei started to descend, he got low enough for the hunters to see his character. "A dragon knight?" said Happy Drunk, excited. "Wait, that guy. I know that guy." "Ah," said the hunter. "Verger glider? WTF? I'm sure. Is that so?" "Hoo-hoo-hoo," said Han Tianyu proudly. "There's even a girl behind him," the hunter added. Han Tianyu was genuinely surprised when he heard about a girl riding together with Jiang Fei. What now? Finally, the kid grew a pair. Whoosh, whoosh. The wings flapped as the dragon was finally reaching to ground level. "Oh my god, it's really a Fei. This freaking dragon is so cool." Han Tianyu gasped in awe as he approached Jiang Fei. The dragon was huge, perhaps just the size of a small castle. Even though this juvenile sky-lighting dragon was nowhere close to an actual dragon in terms of combat power, it looked just the same. That majestic armor on the dragon and the rider himself was a good pair, and they complemented each other. "Yo," said Han Tianyu, looking up to talk to Jiang Fei. "You mean this dragon?" said Jiang Fei honestly. Said Han Tianyu with eyes glinted with hope. "The third boss of the bottom of the blood pool. Heroic difficulty. It's fine. This is such cool ride. Even if there's a 1% chance of getting it, we must treat it as an absolute chance. Happy Drunk, I want you to gather all the members and grind the heroic dungeon every day until you get me that dragon. I don't care about clearing the dungeon." Han Tianyu's tone changed immediately when he was talking to Happy Drunk. It was just like how he spoke to common thugs. "Boss, that's not possible. That dungeon is a 40-man dungeon. That's not my problem." Han Tianyu's voice got deeper and more malicious when he heard Happy Drunk was making excuses. "Don't worry about it. The boss is weakened now. The first 3 bosses will be easier to defeat. I'll even send you a guide on how to defeat them later. The first 3 is easy, but the last 2 bosses would be very difficult," said Jiang Fei when he noticed Happy Drunk's dissatisfaction. "Ah, that's very kind of you," said Han Tianyu proudly. Happy Drunk fell silent. He knew that even with Jiang Fei's guide, he would soon have his hands full. Not only would he have to find proper candidates for his attack squad, he would have to properly analyze the Jiang Fei's guide. Still, having such a powerful ally did come in handy. He had to give it to Jiang Fei. "Huh, Ah Fei, who's this beautiful one?" said Han Tianyu when Jiang Fei had unsummoned the dragon. Jiang Fei stuttered for a bit when Han Tianyu suddenly asked. That was not the first time someone had mistaken Isabella for an actual player. Being so high-tiered meant that the divine beast Isabella did not have a name tag like other pets. For example, Verger Glider's pet. On the other hand, she had high artificial intelligence to begin with, so her behavior and mannerisms were just like a normal girl. That was why she was so easily mistaken for an actual player. "This is Isabella," said Jiang Fei as he pulled her towards him. He knew that she would not like it, and might even throw a random tantrum if he had called her his pet. Might as well steer into the skid. Han Tianyu greeted her like an actual player. "Hello." Isabella bashfully nodded her head. "Haha, I like her," said Han Tianyu as he patted Jiang Fei's shoulder and laughed. Jiang Fei was at a loss of words. There was no way he could say that she's his pet. If he had, Han Tianyu would only take it the wrong way. "Oh yeah," said Jiang Fei as he pulled out the rainbow blade and handed it over to Han Tianyu. When Han Tianyu received the sword, he was shocked to see the stats that the sword had. Already impressed? Jiang Fei snickered. Han Tianyu exclaimed aloud when he had equipped the sword. The seven-colored sword glowed brilliantly. At that moment, Han Tianyu jumped to Jiang Fei and tried to plant a kiss to Jiang Fei's cheek. "You," said Jiang Fei as he forcefully pushed Han Tianyu away. "Ha ha ha," said Han Tianyu as he threw a glance at Isabella. Chapter 267. 267. An Army of Rainbow Wielders. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The moment Han Tianyu had the sword in hand, he prepared to teleport back to the city. However, he felt a sudden nudge behind him. When he turned back, Chun-Shi was looking at him with eyes as sharp as a razor. "Oh no," Han Tianyu thought to himself. Said Han Tianyu. "Give it," said Chun-Shi blatantly as she threw her fair hands out. Han Tianyu drew in a deep breath. He loved the sword so much that he was already ready to flaunt around the city. It was so cool and precious to him. It would be a massive heartache if he were to give it away. However, this little lady would never stop if she wanted something. Right then, she was considered to be at her best behavior. That did not mean that she would still be. "I still have more," said Jiang Fei, rushing to the rescue. "Humph," said Chun-Shi disgruntledly. Even though it had been a while since Jiang Fei experienced her training, the girl still thought herself to be his master. That was why she dared to be so conceited. Jiang Fei actually shared the same thought, and that was why he immediately moved in to please her. At that point, Chun-Shi was still oblivious about Jiang Fei being a metahuman and behaved as if she was still stronger than Jiang Fei. If she had known about it, she would not have had the bravery to simply demand the sword from Jiang Fei. "I'm just giving it to Brother Yu. I know that he would want to show it off to everyone." Jiang Fei laughed. "I don't care about that. Give me one later when you're free," said Chun-Shi, as if she had forgiven Jiang Fei for his insolence. When Jiang Fei was about to leave to kill a monster, Happy Drunk came to him. "Brother Glider." When Han Tianyu had obtained the sword, he had immediately posted the sword's stats in the guild channel. Naturally, Happy Drunk would have learned of it. "What's up?" said Jiang Fei apprehensively. The sword was expensive. Him giving it to Han Tianyu and Chun-Shi did not mean that he could give it to anyone else. No, that's not it." "Well, it is. Please hear me out," said Happy Drunk. "What are you talking about? Beside my brother here, is there anyone else that could even craft an epic tier sword?" said Han Tianyu as if he was flaunting Jiang Fei. "Please don't," said Happy Drunk mechanically. He then immediately turned back to Jiang Fei. "Brother Glider, I have this idea. You wanted Brother Yu to show off the sword as a mean of advertisement, and that would only mean that you wanted to mass produce and sell the sword. I have a proposal for you. All of the epic tier swords should be sold, but I would like to ask for all the superior tier." "What I am proposing is to buy all the superior rainbow blades you produce. Naturally, we will provide you the materials. All the epic rainbow blades are yours to sell, whereas we will buy all your epic rainbow blade at market price," said Jiang Fei. That was not how Happy Drunk usually spoke. If Han Tianyu had said something like that, Jiang Fei would have immediately complied. But he knew Happy Drunk. He was the same as Rosette Rose. Anything related to the guild would be carefully considered and brought up for discussion to bring the guild profit. What he had proposed was to blindly provide Jiang Fei with materials, and even buy the swords he produced at market price. How would that benefit the guild? That was not Happy Drunk. Happy Drunk smiled when he saw the perplexed expression on Jiang Fei and proceeded to explain it to him. The next game patch was supposed to launch a PvP system. Officially, the PvP system would only be initiated after a short buffer period. Players around had started to worry about the upcoming fights, which included the large-scale wars. Happy Drunk had proposed the idea to build an army of rainbow blade wielders. Even the sight of such an army would demoralize any adversary. Right then, the masses had remained unaware about the two versions of the rainbow blade. From afar, no one could differentiate the seven-colored version from the five-color versions. Naturally, the leading general should be carrying the seven-color blade. Just by letting him stand on the front line, the enemy would think that every single player behind the leader would be wielding the same blades. At the same time, the proposed Rainbow Blade Army would be a trademark trait of the aristocrats. That sort of trademark would not only strengthen the guild's overall power, but also to let everyone know that the aristocrats were not to be messed with. Two birds with one stone. That was why Happy Drunk would make such a bold proposal to Jiang Fei. It was to prevent the outflow of Rainbow Blade to anyone else. What the hell? That's a good idea indeed. Not bad, said Han Tianyu when Happy Drunk was done explaining. Han Tianyu was thinking of something else. He imagined himself leading the army, with the 7-color variant of the Rainbow Blade, leading an army all equipped with the 5-color variant Rainbow Blade. He felt a sudden chill at the thought of it. I'm fine with it, said Jiang Fei. Since Happy Drunk was willing to draw the short end of the stick, Jiang Fei thought that he could make use of it. In the same time, he was giving face to Han Tianyu. Without him, he would never have entered the new world. Based on the stats, one blue-graded Rainbow Blade should be priced around 70 to 80 gold coins. However, since Happy Drunk was willing to buy them at market price, Jiang Fei then included the value of its aesthetics. In the end, Jiang Fei set the price at 200 gold coins apiece. Since Jiang Fei was going to mass-produce the sword, the superior tier sword would sell better than the epic tier sword. Even if he placed the sword in the auction house, that price as a start would not be too high. Even if there were players with tons of gold coins laying around, they would not be willing to buy a second-rate product. Once the deal was set, Han Tianyu left with a Rainbow Blade in hand, flaunting around the city. Jiang Fei planned to have the swords in his personal storage and trade them to Happy Drunk. Might as well make some space for the upcoming swords. When he received over 15,000 gold coins, Jiang Fei could not stop smiling. 50,000 gold coins might sound like an impossible mission, but when one sat down and did the math, it would not be so scary to have such an ambition. Hurry up, said Happy Drunk when he had already paid Jiang Fei. Hold on for a minute, said Jiang Fei. He had almost forgotten about it. Jiang Fei then had Isabella's stay put and ran towards the closest monster. With only a few hits, the monster was killed, and Jiang Fei had gained a level. Ding! You have killed Cardia's Snatcher. Ding! Congratulations, player Verger Glider, for reaching level 40. Auto Tribute +1. Ding! You have reached level 40. Heavy Armor Mastery allows you to equip plate armor. Armor Mastery is a passive skill any level 40 player would unlock. Warriors or any other heavy armor class could unlock Heavy Armor Mastery, allowing them to equip plate armor. Hunters or Ranger class player would unlock a counterpart that leaned towards agility. Other classes would have the same skill that complemented their primary stats. Plate armor were level 40 armors. Their defense and resistance stats would far exceed the chain armor. On the other hand, as a trade-off for the superior defense, they took away some agility points. It was must-have equipment for tank-class players. Naturally, as a profession player, most of them could wear all kinds of armor. Since they would have little combat power, they would also choose to have a plate armor to protect themselves. Oh man, said Jiang Fei. Looks like he would have to start venturing into the realms of level 40 maps and hunt for plate armor. Chapter 268, A Divine Blacksmith's Test. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, A Divine Blacksmith Test. Han Tianyu's jaw dropped when he saw the unmistakably characteristic level-up light, said Chen Shi. For all the speed and effort that she had invested in training, she had only reached level 33. She was only second in the level ranking board. Just what was going on with that brat? How is it possible to level up just by hitting a single monster? Ho ho, I've been raiding dungeons nonstop, and I was only 1,000 points away from leveling up, said Jiang Fei. TSK, bastard. Chun Shi clicked her tongue. Raiding a dungeon alone was a feat no one in the game except Jiang Fei could pull off. Players at that point might just be strong enough to raid lower-level dungeons, such as Deep into the Night, but bottom of the blood pool was still too tough to be raided without a fully armed party. Everything's done here. I'll take my leave. Happy Drunk, have your men follow me to take the swords, said Jiang Fei as he sent over a short message containing an extensive list of the materials required to craft the swords. Just as he arrived, Jiang Fei summoned the juvenile, sky-gliding dragon and left the crowd, leaving them in awe. Jiang Fei wanted to teleport back to the city since it was faster. However, he did not want to expose Isabella's identity in doing so. She would not have to tear a teleportation scroll and would only disappear with a different animation. Han Tianyu did not suspect a single thing. His mind was too occupied with the idea of flaunting and boasting. With such a cool dragon mount, he would never want to use a teleportation scroll ever again. By the time Jiang Fei arrived at Dawnlight City, Happy Drunk was already there waiting, with many of his people already waiting for him at the personal storage kiosk. Please take these materials. We will buy every superior tier rainbow blade you produce, said Happy Drunk to Jiang Fei before he instructed his follower to provide Jiang Fei with all the materials he needed. It was rare to find Jiang Fei wanting to mass-produce equipment. Happy Drunk would never miss this opportunity. If Jiang Fei was willing to work, Happy Drunk would be willing to spend his money. Even though he was not happy by the fact that Han Tianyu had bought over his guild, he could not deny the fact that after Han Tianyu had taken over the guild, the entire guild had indeed grown in strength. In no time at all, Han Tianyu had hired many specialized groups. There was a group that farmed gold coins, a group that foraged for herbs and materials, another group that crafted items, and many more that specialized in their respective, specific fields. The guild resources had only grown since the day Han Tianyu chose to take over. As expected of the rich, luxury was the only word that could describe them. Hence, when Happy Drunk knew that Jiang Fei wanted gold coins, he had immediately taken the chance and proposed to buy all the swords that he could make. He did not want the epic tier swords, as strong as they were, was to reserve them for other players. He did not want to bind Jiang Fei too tightly to him. He granted Jiang Fei the freedom to do whatever he wanted with the epic tier swords. That would have him feel as if he was working as his own boss and not under someone's employment. Secondly, the sword was sharp, and then there was the drawback to it. A weapon is only as good as the hero could get. Others would soon target those players with a rainbow blade and start to kill them, hoping to get the sword from their drops. Besides, the superior tier swords were almost as good as the epic tier ones. After all, the superior tier sword was still imbued with a skill. It was still considered a rare drop at that point of the game. The aristocrats may have been successful at clearing the bottom of the blood pool, normal and elite difficulty, but the drops from the dungeon were just too low. The normal difficulty final boss would only drop green tier equipment, and the elite difficulty boss would only drop blue and violet grade equipment. Jiang Fei was able to be lucky, only because he had the first clear advantage and his absurdly high luck. Since he was always the first person to clear every dungeon so far, the others who entered the dungeon would only walk out with limited drops. Naturally, the aristocrats was one of them. Blue tier equipment was a compulsory upgrade, and soon to be a norm. Let's not forget how cool and intimidating it would look when an army of rainbow blade-wielding soldiers marched at the launch of the new PvP content. After obtaining the materials, Jiang Fei started to look for an unoccupied blacksmithing workshop and started with his work immediately. Isabella proactively tried to help, even though Jiang Fei had not asked her to. She would carry all the finished product after Jiang Fei had used Ice Burst on them and stored them in the temporary storage by the workshop itself. Ding! You have successfully crafted a rainbow blade. Ding! You have gained a level for Divine Blacksmith. Ding! The Divine Blacksmith Oyezi has appeared at coordinate XXX. After 2 hours of smithing swords, Jiang Fei had gained a level and received a sudden notification. What? Jiang Fei grunted. However, since the system had already notified him about it, he would have to go. That elusive instructor had always been a mystery. If Jiang Fei missed this chance, there was no telling when Oyezi would appear again. Jiang Fei placed all the materials and swords in hand into the temporary storage. As long as Jiang Fei remained online, the items in the temporary storage would not disappear. He then went towards the direction and saw the Divine Blacksmith, Oyezi. The man dressed and looked like a poor man with dirt on his entire body and an odd piece of chicken bone in his mouth. His 2 hands were so filthy that one could easily mistake it for his actual skin tone. There were even a few empty booze bottles lying by his side. The smile and sight of him left Jiang Fei nauseated. Jiang Fei greeted the man and was thankful that there was no one else present then. He was so ashamed to address this man as his master. "Ho ho, my apprentice," said Oyezi while munching and chewing the bones of the chicken. Said Jiang Fei, without directly looking at Oyezi. He was trying his best not to throw up at that point. "Ha, Feisty, I like it." Oyezi laughed and bit down on the bones of the chicken before spitting it away. He then wiped his hands on the tattered clothes and got to his feet. "Since you're in such a hurry for the test, Ding, Divine Blacksmith, Oyezi has a quest for you." "Yes," Jiang Fei replied immediately. That was precisely why he was there. Ding. Quest name, a test for the Divine Blacksmith. Quest goal, craft a second ascension equipment from a recipe. Quest time limit, 8 hours. Quest limitation, recipe used for crafting must be no lower than a level 30 blue graded recipe. Quest reward, advancement to an official Divine Blacksmith. Ding. 0.001% chance to trigger the second ascension of a weapon during crafting. Limited to only 1 second ascension equipment per recipe. Jiang Fei was stunned. What the hell is a second ascension? To craft a violet equipment from a green recipe was a pleasant surprise, but to craft a golden equipment from a violet recipe would be a stroke of luck. But what did a violet recipe give? Or perhaps a golden recipe? What could they produce as a second ascension? Ancient? Saint? Or maybe even celestial? Chapter 269. Failing a quest. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Thankful for the unlimited tries, Jiang Fei knew that the only thing holding him back would be time. 0.001% success rate was so low that even with his immense luck, 4 hours would not be enough. He could not even muster any confidence in crafting a piece of equipment that ascends twice. Without wasting time, Jiang Fei immediately contacted Happy Drunk. "I want 200 sets. Right now. Immediately." "No problem," said Happy Drunk. From his tone, Happy Drunk could sense there was a sense of urgency with Jiang Fei. Although he did not know what the urgency was, it was good news for him, since he would be benefiting from Jiang Fei's sudden rush order. To save as much time as possible, despite it being in the city, Jiang Fei summoned the dragon and made a beeline for the workshop. Once at the workshop, he sat down, drew in a deep breath, and started hammering away. Isabella was there to help, tasked with carrying all the completed swords to the temporary storage. Cried Happy Drunk when he saw Jiang Fei already hammering away. "I'm in a rush now. Have your men stand by the entrance with the materials in hand," said Jiang Fei without looking at him as he continued his hammering. Happy Drunk did not say anything else, as he knew whatever driving Jiang Fei must not be stopped. The faster Jiang Fei made weapons, the more weapons Happy Drunk would have. "You guys stand by the entrance. Someone will come fetch the materials for Verger Glider. Gather 100 men from the second group and have them surround this area," said Happy Drunk to his followers. To ensure Jiang Fei's safety, as well as safety of the swords he produced, Happy Drunk had ordered a parameter to be set up. Although they were being rude to the others, it was only a natural sight to see. No one would complain that much, since it was a common thing. Ding! Jiang Fei was sweating fast as he hammered away. Sweat was dripping from his hair down to his chin. Without knowing what instigated it, Isabella took out a handkerchief and quietly wiped away his sweat without intruding Jiang Fei's crafting. Thanks," said Jiang Fei as he smiled at Isabella. His mind was then fully concentrated on crafting. Even though he did view as Isabella as a proper girl, he could not spare any moment to give her the attention she needed. Isabella acknowledged that, and kept her feelings toward herself. Her face grew redder by the moment, unsure if the glow of the furnace had anything to do with it. There was no one but Jiang Fei and Isabella in the workshop. The sound of metal banging against each other echoed as the little girl came to the man and wiped away his sweat. She would walk away with the swords on the ground when they started to take up too much space. The rhythm they shared was perfect, like the dance of a blacksmith. It was a touching scene that no one was present to admire. Jiang Fei's muscles tensed up with every strike of his hammer on the sword. Everything handed to him was turned into a sword. The chime of the system notification rang in Jiang Fei's ears every time he completed a sword. Some were notifications of a successful craft, and others were failures. The one that Jiang Fei had hoped for did not appear. By the time Jiang Fei grew numb to the sound of the chime, it was already an hour since the start of the crafting session. 60 sets of materials were used up, and he could only craft 22 swords. Jiang Fei could not be bothered to even look at the sword, quickly tossing them aside when it was not the intended result that Jiang Fei wanted. Another hour went by swiftly, and he had made more than 20 swords. Wrinkles of frustration started to furrow up on his forehead when all he saw were blue and violet lights, not the golden light that he wanted. Even Isabella was starting to grow concerned. 3 hours since the start of the crafting session, and there was still no sight of the golden light. At the 3-hour and the 30-minute mark, Jiang Fei had started to worry. As the deadline started to crawl closer and closer, Jiang Fei grew frustrated as he continued failing to produce the golden grade equipment. Alas, the clock ticked at 3 hours and 45 minutes, and Jiang Fei had not yet managed to craft a second Ascension Rainbow Blade. "GRH, I'm done," Jiang Fei yelled furiously. Jiang Fei flung the hammer to the ground with such power that it left a minor dent on the ground. Said Isabella, worriedly, 0.001% success rate. What kind of F* carry is this? The rate is understandable, but 4 hours is ridiculous. I can't even make 200 swords in that period. Jiang Fei was already at his limit, and when Isabella had asked about it, he had snapped and vented out his frustration at her. "Verger Glider, you must be too frustrated. A test is meant to be hard," said Isabella, as she pulled out her handkerchief and wiped away the excess sweat that was raining down from Jiang Fei's face. "You believe in me?" Jiang Fei snarled when Isabella's fair hands touched his face. Startled and shocked, Isabella retracted and was saddened by it. However, she did not give up hope and pat his shoulder gently. Said Isabella as she picked up the last set of materials on the ground and handed it to Jiang Fei with both her hands. "Leave it," Jiang Fei barked. "They're already in front of you. If you don't want it, I'll just throw it into the fire," said Isabella a little snarky, but despite what she said, she held it closer to Jiang Fei. Just when he was about to slap the materials in her hands, Jiang Fei finally came back to his senses. When he saw Isabella's eyes staring into him, filled with hope and care, he felt remorse and regret about the way he had yelled at her. She was there only to support him, yet he had unfairly yelled at Isabella. If he had slapped the materials out of Isabella's hands, he would never have forgiven himself. Instantly, Jiang Fei went and cupped her hands. She was being very nice to him, and she deserved to be treated in kind. "Very well. This is the last one. If it fails, so be it. But this is the last one," said Jiang Fei, half-jokingly. Part of him had fallen hard for Isabella, as she gazed at him with those puppy eyes. No one could say no to that. "Eminencia." Isabella smiled, said Jiang Fei when he saw that he had less than 5 minutes left on the timer. Even though he could technically craft 4 more swords, he was determined to give up if the next one failed. Ding! The sound of metal banging returned to the workshop, and this time, it was louder, more determined. Jiang Fei prayed hard when the last of the materials melted and was poured into the sword's mold. "Come on, come on!" Ice burst. PSSSH. A blast of cold air engulfed the red-hot sword, and the iron started to cool down, revealing a grayish blade. Chapter 270, A Sudden Turn of Events. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Jiang Fei dropped his hammer again. Hope was all but lost from his face. Even though he had claimed to have left it all to luck, this still struck him hard. When he was finished, He had thought of using the last 3 minutes to craft 2 more swords. He had that strong urge to do so, but as a man, could not go back on his words. Not when Isabella had heard him said it. Jiang Fei cried as he picked up the last sword and threw it out of the mold. When the sword struck the floor, a slightly higher-pitched, metallic sound was heard. There was even a small fracture on the sword. It was tiny, but it was leaking a golden light. Jiang Fei's heart sank for a moment. He immediately picked up the sword and started to continue tapping the sword gently. Crack! Crack! Slowly but surely, the grayish outer layer of the sword chipped off, and when the flakes fell off the sword, a golden light filled the inside of the workshop. Did I make it? Jiang Fei cried nervously. How unexpected. A very fortunate sudden turn of events. Verger Glider, you've done it, cried Isabella as she cupped her tear-stained cheeks. With fresh tears of joy, she leaped towards Jiang Fei and hugged him tightly. I did it! I did it! Jiang Fei screamed with joy. With a sudden rush of happiness, Jiang Fei grabbed hold of Isabella and planted a kiss on her forehead. Isabella squeaked, but she did not push him away. Instead, she hugged Jiang Fei tighter and buried her face into Jiang Fei's chest. I've done it. Jiang Fei cheered as he saw the quest condition being fulfilled, just when the timer stopped. Sadly, the man was so engrossed into his achievement that he completely forgot that Isabella was currently embracing him. Supreme Rainbow Blade, two-handed sword, legendary. Physical attack, plus 1,218 strength, plus 30 vitality, plus 10 critical rate, plus 15% equip. Grants an additional attack every third attack on the same target. Equip grants the skill Piercing Strike. Forcefully stabs a target and deals 300% attack damage to the target and a target behind the first target. 30-second cooldown time. Level requirement, 32 note. Piercing Strike's piercing effect will be hindered by a barrier effect on a target, but it will ignore the barrier to directly deal damage to the target. Awesome, cried Jiang Fei when he saw just how powerful the sword's skill was. The skill, Piercing Strike, was particularly effective against a magician class player. It would be possible to instantly kill an average player with average equipment and levels. Magician class had very little health points to begin with. Most of the time, they would depend heavily on magical shields to protect themselves. However, since the attack ignored the barrier altogether, anyone who wielded this sword would be the bane of all magicians. Even though the equipment had good attributes and even higher levels, the player would only need to time their attack accordingly to instant kill any magician. By activating the Piercing Strike at the fourth attack would trigger the additional attack, dealing almost double damage. In summary, anyone who held this sword had the definitive high ground against magicians. Oh man, said Jiang Fei to himself. Even so, there was nothing he could do if Oyezi took the sword to seal the deal, said Jiang Fei, as he patted Isabella on the head, even as she held on tightly to him. Said Isabella with a smile so bright that anyone would have instantly fallen in love with this girl. Not Jiang Fei, obviously. After coming out of the workshop with a smile on his face, Jiang Fei contacted one of the members of the aristocrats. I'm done for the day. You guys can fall back now. The guys of the aristocrats had it rough as well, having stood guard outside the workshop for 4 hours straight. Very well, Brother Glider, said one of the captains as he took his leave. Jiang Fei was a little too tired to walk and decided to summon the dragon. When he arrived at the dilapidated, filthy, and disgusting workshop where Oyezi was, the old man was seen gulping down a bottle of booze. His hands were oily and dirty, yet again. Master, said Jiang Fei as he handed the Supreme Rainbow Blade over to Oyezi. This is good. This is far better than what I had expected. Not bad, said Oyezi amazed. Ding, ding, class update. Ding, 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 ding. After a chain of notifications, Jiang Fei was now officially a beginner divine blacksmith. The success rate seemed to have been jacked up even further. On the other hand, the equipment ascension rate had been replaced by a newly obtained skill called the Divine Blacksmith Speciality. Divine Blacksmith Speciality grants a chance to increase an equipment's tier to buy 1 or 2 tiers during upon usage of instant ice burst or rose cutter during finishing of a craft. A precise timing of instant ice burst or rose cutter would increase the success rate. Zhang Fei exclaimed. Instead of relying on chances, the skill had granted him the ability to will the ascension of an equipment. Even though he knew that he might be bad at controlling the timing, but with practice, he could soon craft legendary tier equipment with ease. Besides the overpowered divine blacksmith speciality, he had also gained a skill upgrade. Instant Ice Burst releases a burst of ultra-cooled air to the front. Deals 20% of your maximum health points as damage if the skill is used in battle. Freezes targets for 3 seconds. Decreases movement speed after thawing for 50%. Lasts for 5 seconds. 1 minute cooldown. Rose Cutter utilizes intricate carving skills to increase accessory tier during crafting. Inflicts bleeding effect if skill is used in battle. Deals 2% of your maximum health points as damage per second for 30 seconds. 1 minute cooldown. Zhang Fei was highly satisfied with the 2 new active skills. At long last, he could finally do something. Chapter 271. Picking up the bad and the ugly. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Not much could be said about Rapid Frostburst. Apart from a greater burst of damage from being the strengthened version of Ice Burst, dealing 20% of Zhang Fei's health points as damage instead of the original 10%, Rapid Frostburst Freeze had also been expanded from 1 second to 3 seconds. Other than Rapid Frostburst, there was also newly learned Rose Cutter. The skill did not cause instantaneous damage. Instead, it gave off a continuous damage effect, which was equivalent to 2% of Zhang Fei's maximum health points for every second. Although it did not sound like a lot, Zhang Fei had lots of health points. After reaching level 40, Zhang Fei's health points had reached 37,000. That was equivalent to 700 damage per second. This continuous damage effect was as good as the damage over time that magicians and bandits could muster. With this skill, Zhang Fei's damage skyrocketed. Even without ruthless barrage stacking, Zhang Fei could still deal a significant amount of damage. Alright, although you have acquired the name of a divine blacksmith, there is still much for you to learn. Keep working on it. The unkempt Oyezi said. After that, his body glowed with a bright golden light and vanished altogether. Screw you. What kind of a skill master are you? Zhang Fei stared blankly at the skill master who came and went as he pleased. However, regardless of what he said, Zhang Fei's capabilities had shot up. Both his crafting and battling prowess were now groundbreaking. Zhang Fei said, as he summoned the juvenile Sky Lighting Dragon. He was an impoverished region with an awful environment. If not for Oyezi showing up here, Zhang Fei would not have come to such a place. Isabella skillfully jumped onto the dragon's back after Zhang Fei and sat behind him. She even looped her arms around his waist. Zhang Fei suddenly felt 2 oddly soft objects rubbing against his back. Although this was not the first time he had brought Isabella with him on a ride in the sky, he had never noticed the sensation as he was previously occupied with other thoughts on his mind. Now that he had accomplished his quest and was able to relax, he suddenly recalled everything. Zhang Fei commanded the juvenile Sky Lighting Dragon. They headed to the blacksmith shop, where Zhang Fei had stored his stocks. Although Zhang Fei was still not used to the soft sensation on his back, he did not ask Isabella to move away. Besides, he secretly enjoyed the feeling. Even this dumb young fellow had learned to be a bad boy. A trip that would have initially only taken tens of seconds ended up taking almost 20 minutes. The juvenile Sky Lighting Dragon had nearly slowed to a crawl. Naturally, Zhang Fei did not dare to look back at Isabella, since he was the one taking advantage of her. Besides, this dumb, inexperienced young virgin did not even dare speak a word to her. Behind him, Isabella had realized that the juvenile Sky Lighting Dragon was moving far too slowly, but she did not overthink of it. She actually enjoyed the time could spend alone with Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei taking advantage of her was the last thing on her mind. Apparently, Even a dumb young fellow picked up bad things pretty swiftly. As much as Jiang Fei tried to extend the trip, the short distance did not last long. When the juvenile sky-lighting dragon set itself down at the entrance to the blacksmith shop, Jiang Fei remained seated for an unnaturally long period. But when the juvenile sky-lighting dragon landed, Isabella jumped down, her face flushed red. There went Jiang Fei's reason to stay on the dragon's back any longer. After entering the blacksmith shop, Jiang Fei took inventory of the items he had crafted before, including the rainbow blade, which Oyezi had left him. Jiang Fei had crafted 77 weapons in total. Due to the thoughts on his mind, his success rate this time around was not as high as before. Among the 77 double-handed swords, one of them was legendary grade, 9 of them epic grade, and the remaining 67 were all excellent grade. If I sold all of the excellent grade ones to Happy Dunk, I should be able to net 15,000 gold coins. After gifting an epic grade 1 to Little Shi, I will still have 1 legendary and 20 epic grade rainbow blades. Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. All right, come and get your stuff. Jiang Fei messaged Happy Drunk. After much calculation, after selling off the epic grade rainbow blades, Jiang Fei would be able to collect all 50,000 gold coins for the deposit. The money was enough for the deposit, but Jiang Fei would still need more money to build the base. Besides, Jiang Fei also wanted to test his new skills and their effects as an actual divine blacksmith. Being able to manipulate the grade of a piece of equipment was a godly ability. If he could increase the rate to a certain level, the benefits were beyond his imagination. There was a limited number of times epic grade recipes could be attempted. Being able to succeed a very few times of crafting was already an incredible feat. If he were to bet on the minuscule rate of success for a selected grade, there was little hope for succeeding. However, if he could personally control the rate of success, even the epic grade recipes would be equivalent to legendary grade equipment for Jiang Fei. Happy Drunk was highly efficient. He arrived at the blacksmith shop in less than 5 minutes. We have accumulated quite a lot of ingredients. Happy Drunk could not help smiling. As the level of equipment increased, the time taken to craft them took longer and longer. Jiang Fei was also getting less eager to craft for him. Therefore, when Jiang Fei agreed to craft 3 batches of equipment for him continuously, Happy Drunk was overjoyed. All right, thank you very much. Jiang Fei laughed. 200 sets of ingredients would take him around 4 hours to burn through. In that case, he would have been wielding the hammer for almost 12 hours that day. If not for his lack of money, he would not have worked so hard. In all honesty, Jiang Fei was too comfortable with poverty. If Han Tianyu ever found out the reason behind such efforts, he would have scolded Jiang Fei for being a fool. Even if Jiang Fei did not accept Han Tianyu's monetary gifts, he could still use his money in the real world to buy gold coins in the black market. Jiang Fei currently had a personal net worth millions of dollars. A few tens of thousands of gold coins meant nothing to him. However, the young fellow was too used to being poor. He was always selling things to earn gold coins and never thought about actually paying for gold coins. Jiang Fei's money came too easily, and it still felt surreal. Therefore, he did not treat those millions in his bank account as his own money. He also never thought of himself as a wealthy person. It would take time for him to get used to being rich. Jiang Fei had still not grown out of the mindset of a regular student who used to ration every single dollar for his spending. Ding dong, once Jiang Fei acquired the ingredients, he started crafting with his hammer. As there was no longer any pressure from quests, Jiang Fei's relaxed state of mind led to an increase in the success rate. Ding, as he brought down his hammer one final time, a rainbow blade was successfully crafted. At the same time, Jiang Fei could just make out a glint of light on the surface of the blade. The glint gradually moved towards the center of the blade. It moved so fast that it seemed like it might disappear in an instant. Jiang Fei knew that he had to use his ice burst to capture the glint of light. The grade and level of the equipment depended on how well he could time of this single action. Chapter 272. There are shortcuts in smithing too. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy translation: a breath of frosty air spewed out from Jiang Fei's mouth. However, the upgraded version of Rapid Frostburst added a tinge of blue to the otherwise white mist. It seemed to have grown much stronger now. The equipment in Jiang Fei's hand immediately took shape. Rainbow Blade, double-handed sword, excellent. Physical attack, plus 782 strength, plus 15 attack power, plus 8% equip. Grant strength and strike. Your attack has a 10% chance of dealing an additional 50% damage. Level requirement: 30. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei was unable to capture the glint of light in his first attempt. Therefore, he only obtained the normal excellent gray blade. Jiang Fei murmured. Isabella handed him the next set of ingredients. He handed the crafted rainbow blade over to Isabella for her to stow into the storage. Ding. In the second attempt, Jiang Fei could not even use Rapid Frostburst in time. By the end of smithing, the ingredients for the blade had already turned into a pile of rubbish. Jiang Fei could not help it. Even if he was now a true divine blacksmith, his smithing would not succeed at a 100% rate. However, compared to other professions, Jiang Fei's success rate was already scraping the sky. His basic success rate on the interface was already 50%. Coupled with his additional luck, if Jiang Fei were to craft normal-grade equipment, his success rate would be over 80%. Even when smithing an excellent-grade equipment, Jiang Fei already had more than 50% success rate now. Ding-dong. As Jiang Fei continued smithing, sets of ingredients gradually disappeared from his hands. After about an hour, Jiang Fei was able to smith 31 sets. The extremely high success rate surprised even himself. However, the 31 equipment were all of the excellent grade. After practicing for an hour, he was still unable to capture the light. This is so difficult. My eyes can hardly even follow the light, let alone capture it. Jiang Fei complained. Is all right. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Everything starts off hard. You just need more practice. Isabella said consolingly. Although Isabella had not implied anything else in particular, Jiang Fei had perceived her words differently. Bella, let's go. Jiang Fei tugged Isabella along as he ran outside. Isabella was suddenly dragged out of the blacksmith's shop for no reason. Jiang Fei summoned the juvenile sky-lighting dragon and took to the air with Isabella behind him. This time, he was not focused on enjoying the softness on his back. Instead, he was focused on riding the juvenile sky-lighting dragon towards the guild storage. Jiang Fei sent the same message to her box, Smart Tomato, and 6 fans. Her box replied, "Not for now." Smart Tomato replied nearly 1 second later. 6 fans gave Jiang Fei a pleasant surprise. All the while, 6 fans had been using a lot of money to create potions from various herbal ingredients. However, he produced nothing useful except for some lame potions. If not for Jiang Fei's strong support, Rosette Rose would have stopped supplying him with resources. "Where are you?" Jiang Fei was delighted. 6 fans sent Jiang Fei his location. Big Brother Bear, head over to XXX to get the potion for increasing spirit from 6 fans. Jiang Fei gave the order to Big Brother Bear as he continued to steer the juvenile, sky-lighting dragon to land next to the guild storage. That was right. Jiang Fei had come out to look for equipment and potions which increased his spirit. Spirit not only raised a player's health points and mana recovery speed, the healing power of a healer class, it even improved the sensing and observing abilities of a player slightly. Although it was not a very significant improvement, it was the only way Jiang Fei could take a shortcut apart from using some rare items. After all, Jiang Fei had a profession which allowed him to wear any type of protective armor. Now that he did not need to battle, there was no issue with mixing up armor sets, as long as he could accumulate enough spirit. After much deliberation, Jiang Fei finally retrieved a set of cloth armor from the guild storage. These were all equipment which the cleric sisters had left behind from a guild. Although the levels of the equipment were very low, the spirit attributes made up for it. Having equipped the cloth armor set, Jiang Fei's various attributes decreased drastically. However, his spirit attribute had increased by more than 130 points. Young master. Right then, Big Brother Bear was panting as he had just rushed over to the guild storage. He handed the bottle of potion to Jiang Fei. Although this young fellow was already level 30, he was still relying on his own 2 feet to travel, as he spent all his money on buying horses for the younger sisters. Jiang Fei took the potion and nonchalantly glanced at it. As soon as he set his eyes upon it, his eyes widened. Awakening pill, potion, fine. Use. Increases your spirit by 30 points and slightly enhances your observation and sensing abilities. Effects last for 5 minutes. D'asterisk. I can't believe it. Jiang Fei exclaimed gleefully. He could not believe that the potion not only increased his spirit points by 30, it even directly improved his observation and sensing abilities. The potion was a divine artifact to Jiang Fei, but it was the market's trash. For most players of the healer class, 30 increased spirit points did not increase their healing power significantly. Moreover, the effects of the potion only lasted for 5 minutes. Using them in a prolonged battle would cost way too much. Therefore, no one even bothered buying them. That's great, Jiang Fei said as he laughed. After all, with the aid of this potion, he would have greater chances of success at creating high-grade equipment. Thereafter, Jiang Fei sent another message to 6 fans. He asked 6 fans to craft more of the awakening pill. 6 fans asked, confused. He was nearly losing confidence, even in himself. Due to the lack of resources in the past, he had practically never succeeded in crafting anything. Ever since he joined Imperial Dragon and received Jiang Fei's tremendous support, he had acquired enough herbal ingredients. As such, even with his low success rate, he was able to produce something successfully. However, 6 fans had never thought that he would create a bunch of useless potions. Even if he sold all these potions, he could not even recover 1/10 of his costs of producing them. Therefore, when Jiang Fei asked him to craft more of the awakening pills, he was in a state of disbelief. That's right. Keep it up. Jiang Fei laughed as he spoke. After abruptly hanging up, Jiang Fei brought Isabella back to the blacksmith shop and took out the awakening pill. There were 30 pills in each bottle, which was similar to the potions that came in sets of 30. This was designed to reduce the uptake of space in his backpack. After changing into the equipment, which increased his spirit, and having swallowed a single awakening pill, Jiang Fei immediately felt that he had become much more aware of his surroundings. As Jiang Fei received another set of ingredients from Isabella, he started smithing once again. Chapter 273. 273. A Responsible Ambassador. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Ding Dong. It started the same as before. Very soon, Jiang Fei had completed the crafting of the shell of the blade. Come on. Once the shell of the blade was complete, Jiang Fei saw the little dot of light yet again. However, this time, with the boost of an additional 160 spirit points and enhanced observation and sensing abilities, Jiang Fei could clearly track its movements. Rapid Frostburst. A breath of frosty air shot out of Jiang Fei's mouth. However, he still did not manage to capture it. Ding! You have successfully crafted Rainbow Blade. D'asterisk. Jiang Fei cursed under his breath. After handing over the excellent grade Rainbow Blade to Isabella, he retrieved yet another set of ingredients. Although he failed again, Jiang Fei was feeling much better than he did previously. Now that he could clearly track the light, he could move preemptively, even if he could not react in time. Therefore, Jiang Fei started crafting again, almost immediately. Ding! Jiang Fei frowned as he accepted another set of ingredients from Isabella. When he began crafting yet again, everything went smoothly. The shell of the blade was quickly formed, and, just the process was about to come to an end, Jiang Fei let out a breath of frosty fare, estimating the light's time of arrival. Rapid Frostburst. Ding! You have successfully crafted Rainbow Blade. D'asterisk. Jiang Fei cursed under his breath again. However, Despite his failure yet again, Jiang Fei felt that he was getting a better grasp of things. Ding dong, bloody hell. Ding dong darn. The crisp sound of metallic surfaces colliding against each other rang through the blacksmith shop, along with the sound of a young man complaining. On the other hand, a young girl was busy with various tasks, including shifting ingredients, storing away completed equipment, and sometimes even wiping the sweat off the young man's forehead whenever she was free. Her own sweat was dripping off the sides of her face. After about an hour, a loud cheer was heard from within the blacksmith's shop. Ding! You have successfully crafted Rainbow Blade. Although the crafted weapon was still of the excellent grade, Jiang Fei could sense the improvement. Therefore, even a mundane crafting process suddenly seemed far more interesting. While it was still a piece of excellent grade equipment, it was of the highest quality among the excellent grade equipment. Not only did it not come with any rubbish attributes, its raw attribute points were higher than usual. Ding dong, as Jiang Fei was able to sense his improvement, he was no longer as irritated about the outcome. Therefore, when he accepted another new set of ingredients from Isabella, he happily started crafting again. After a while, Jiang Fei was pleasantly surprised, yet again. Ding! You have successfully crafted the enhanced Rainbow Blade. Jiang Fei was exhilarated as he looked at the glowing epic-grade weapon in his hand. He had finally mastered the tricks of crafting high-quality equipment. In the future, nobody would be able to stand up to Verger Glider's name when it came to equipment crafting. Having successfully created the first ever epic-grade Rainbow Blade, Jiang Fei continued crafting. However, he was not able to successfully capture 3 streams of light each time. Although he knew approximately when to emit his frosty breath, they did not always appear at the same place. However, as Jiang Fei continued to practice, he gained more insight into the pattern. When Jiang Fei had used up all the ingredients, he had successfully crafted 102 pieces. 17 of those were of the epic grade. This was 2 hours ago, before Jiang Fei had mastered the technique and was still unable to produce a single piece of high-quality equipment. Towards the end, Jiang Fei crafted almost 2 high-quality equipment out of every 5 attempts. His success rate was nearly 50%. Although he had somewhat mastered the technique, Jiang Fei still could not capture more streams of light. He needed more practice. However, having created so many rainbow blades, Jiang Fei did not feel like continuing. Even if he could sense his improvement, he was getting sick of the repetition. Jiang Fei sent a message to Happy Drunk, asking him to collect the 85 pieces of excellent grade equipment which he newly crafted. He then received a new batch of gold coins from Happy Drunk. With all 3 transactions, Jiang Fei now had around 46,000 gold coins. He was not too far from achieving his target for the deposit. After 8 hours had passed, Jiang Fei predicted that Han Tianyu would be nearly ready with the advertisement gig. Therefore, he spent some money sending out 3 notices on the trading channel. Citywide announcement. The Aristocrats Guild Masters Limited Edition Rainbow Blade has already been listed in the auction system. Citywide announcement. The Aristocrats Guild Masters Limited Edition Rainbow Blade has already been listed in the auction system. Citywide announcement. The Aristocrats Guild Masters Limited Edition Rainbow Blade has already been listed in the auction system. The asterisk RN. Is it true? That's right. Oh, I want it. Don't you dare take it from me. Young fellow, trying to compare wealth? I will take a stand against you. Come on. As soon as Jiang Fei's advertisements came out, there was an uproar in Dawnlight City. Han Tianyu was quite the responsible ambassador. Not only did he carry the rainbow blade to show it off everywhere, but he had even brought large groups of his followers to roam around the city. He went as far as to show off his equipment in the other 3 big guilds' areas of influence. The 3 big guilds nearly thought he was plotting a scheme of some sort, and had quickly gathered their people on standby. Once both parties had arrived, Han Tianyu trotted in front of the 2 armies and swung the rainbow blade about. If he did not speak, others might have even thought he was preparing to challenge the experts in the 3 big guilds. What do you think? Is my blade cool or not? It's epic grade. After speaking, Han Tianyu made a few poses with the rainbow blade before walking away. "The asterisk Eren," Lady Casanova blurted. She had nearly passed out from the tension. "That's right. Han Tianyu leghed yidili." Almost immediately after, he carried the sword away with his followers in tow. Lady Casanova was close to coughing up blood. The fellow had turned up so suddenly that it had frightened her into gathering all the other big bosses from other guilds. She had even gathered all her core members to prepare for a fight. After all that effort, she found out it was merely an advertising gig. How could someone pull such a prank on her? After the commotion Han Tianyu had caused, nearly everyone in Dawnlight City had learned about the Rainbow Blade. Now that Jiang Fei had posted a notice saying that the Rainbow Blade was up for sale, the entire Dawnlight City became incited. The wealthy players were all eager to give the blade a try. Chapter 274, Castle Building. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation to sell them for a better price. Jiang Fei did not put all of the epic rainbow blades into the auction house at once. After all, he had too much stock at hand, and the blades would definitely be devalued if he threw all of them in at the same time. Currently, Jiang Fei had 37 epic rainbow blades in his personal inventory. In the first batch, Jiang Fei listed only 3 epic rainbow blades in the auction house. The reserve price was fixed at 1,000 gold coins. The auction would take 2 hours. If any tycoons were not willing to bid, again and again, they could just buy all 3 blades for a package deal of 3,000 gold coins. 1,000 gold coins was most definitely an astronomical sum to ordinary players. This was most evident with how most of the players ran around in town used average mounts instead of expensive ones. While tycoons could feel the pinch of 1,000 coins, it was well within their budget. Jiang Fei set the blades at such a price, leading the tycoons into believing that these blades were top of the line. Moreover, the price was still within their budget. Ding, ding, ding. Originally, Jiang Fei had thought that the players would bid and fight for the blades. However, as soon as he placed the 3 weapons into the auction house, someone had immediately purchased all 3. Damn! Jiang Fei was also shocked. Even ascended equipment, which had skills attached to it, would only be worth 3 or 500 gold coins at most. When he had set a reserve price of 1,000 gold coins, he was already feeling a little guilty. Yet again, Jiang Fei had underestimated the purchasing power of the tycoons in Dawnlight City. In actuality, Jiang Fei had underestimated the impact of Han Tianyu's advertising. One had to know that Han Tianyu was now the role model of all the tycoons in Dawnlight City. All the tycoons in Dawnlight City regarded Han Tianyu as their idol. So, Han Tianyu was now the one who set the fashion trend in Dawnlight City. He could easily set a fashion trend by walking around with a shovel on his back, let alone carry an epic flashy sword. Moreover, previously, as Han Tianyu had led a big group of people and rallied around the territory of the 3 major guilds, this immediately garnered the Rainbow Blade citywide fame. If there was just one Rainbow Blade in the entire game, then nobody would even attempt to imitate Han Tianyu. However, as soon as Jiang Fei announced that he would be selling Rainbow Blades, all hell broke loose. There were tens of millions of players in Dawnlight City. Out of that population, thousands of them had to be tycoons, if not 10,000. Everyone had their eyes on the Rainbow Blades. Since everyone in the tycoon community was so familiar with each other, they still had to have it, even if they did not have the right class to equip it. Otherwise, if they met the other tycoons, how else would they have the courage to say hello? It was precisely because of this, regardless of whether they could equip the Rainbow Blade, that many tycoons have been refreshing the auction house page ever since Jiang Fei's advertisement. As for the auction, don't be stupid. Is your reputation or 2,000 gold coins more important? If they dared to call themselves tycoons, none of them would care about the money. Jiang Fei smiled and put up another 3 rainbow blades, but they were instantly sold once again. Isabella, next to Jiang Fei, asked. Jiang Fei shook his head. He had known Han Tianyu for a while now, so he somewhat understood how the minds of tycoons worked. If Jiang Fei had set the price at 10,000 gold coins at the start, these tycoons would most certainly buy it without hesitation if they found it worthwhile. However, if Jiang Fei raised the price halfway through, these tycoons would definitely give up on buying the rainbow blades immediately. Even if Jiang Fei reduced the price later, no one would want the blades anymore. It did not matter if things were expensive and overpriced. Tycoons did not care about money. However, if you listed something in the hope that these tycoons would buy a pig and a poke, they would be unhappy. If someone had managed to buy it with 3,000 gold coins earlier, increasing it to 3,001 gold coins was enough to turn them off. Even if you reduced the price to 1,000 gold coins later, they would not buy it. Although the tycoons were interested in the equipment, they would be unhappy with the seller. This was nothing like an auction. There are no fixed prices in auctions. Everyone would outbid and fight each other for the item. When tycoons became competitive, a lot of money would fly across the table. However, buyout prices were different. Even though the tycoons had money, they would not tolerate someone trying to take advantage of their desperation. Now, there was only one way for Jiang Fei to maximize his profits. That was to not set a buyout price and have these tycoons compete with each other. However, he had too many rainbow blades in his hands. He still wanted to start building his guild territory today. How could he possibly have time to waste? Forget it. Jiang Fei finally shook his head. He was not that interested in money. He would only work hard for money when he needed the money for something. When there was nothing that he could spend on, he could not care less about money. Jiang Fei listed the rainbow blades in the auction house in batches of 3 again and again. These rainbow blades were all purchased at the buyout price, almost instantly. When Jiang Fei sold off the last epic rainbow blade in his inventory, many more tycoons were left waiting expectantly. Who still has a rainbow blade for sale? After confirming that Jiang Fei was no longer selling any more rainbow blades, some tycoons began to buy at a higher price. Although this would cost them more money, the tycoons could accept paying more to snatch an item from others. But it was unacceptable if the seller increased the price to trick them. Although he could not maximize the benefits, Jiang Fei had earned a massive sum of 110,000 gold coins from selling 37 epic rainbow blades. Coupled with the money that Happy Drunk had given him before this, Jiang Fei had nearly 160,000 gold coins in his hands. This amount was not only enough to pay for the territory deposit, but it was also enough to cover the material costs for the early stages of construction. Jiang Fei shook his head. He was definitely not interested to know if those tycoons who had not yet managed to get a rainbow blade would succeed in getting one. Now, Jiang Fei was focused on the castle and his guild territory. The rules for building a territory were very simple. Firstly, you had to have a territory order. Secondly, you had to pay a deposit of 50,000 gold coins. Lastly, you had to choose a piece of land that was not owned by anyone. Upon fulfilling these 3 conditions, the system would transfer that land to you. Then, you could start with construction work. Jiang Fei had satisfied all 3 conditions. He had a territory order, and he had enough gold coins now. The underground swamp cavern secret dungeon was located in the depths of the swamp. It was such a remote and desolate place that absolutely no one would want to own it. Citywide announcement. Imperial Dragon's application for the construction of their guild territory has been approved. The construction period of 1 month for Imperial Dragon will now begin. Following the system announcement, the entire Dawnlight City fell silent. No one had expected that Jiang Fei would manage to quietly obtain another territory order and even start the construction of his guild territory. This was especially true for the people from the 3 major guilds. After seeing this announcement, none of them could sit still. Chapter 275, Supreme Bloodborne Helmet. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What do we do? As soon as Jiang Fei's territory building announcement appeared, the heads of the 3 major guilds had gathered. What can we do? Southern Azure Sword rolled his eyes. Now, the aristocrats' protection period was almost over, but they were already done building their city. That tycoon Han Tianyu was simply unreasonable. He had more than 10 big offices, each housing thousands of people working for him. They never once ran out of materials. Now, the guild territory of the aristocrats not only had towering walls, but also solid sentry towers. At the player's current level, no one would be able to destroy them. Although Jiang Fei had just started building his territory, everyone knew that the aristocrats would not just look on. They were almost done building their territories, so they would definitely hand over their extra materials to Imperial Dragon. Undoubtedly, 1 month later, Imperial Dragon would become the next the aristocrats. Originally, the aristocrats alone was already enough to suppress the 3 major guilds. Now, Jiang Fei's Imperial Dragon was also building its own territory. This had forced the 3 major guilds into a desperate situation. Now, they could only fight until they die, or sit and await death. Lady Casanova asked. Demon's Grimace said, "Contact the others, then. Get ready to start." Lady Casanova hissed, frustrated at the turn of events. "All right," Demon's Grimace nodded. As the 3 major guilds urgently made their preparations, Jiang Fei was being bombarded with messages. "Damn, Ah Fei, you're awesome." Han Tianyu was the first to send a congratulatory message. He only played this game because he had to do everything possible to get closer to Jiang Fei, especially after he had confirmed that Jiang Fei was a level 4 metahuman. Moreover, when he surmised that Jiang Fei had a master who was probably a level 5 metahuman, Han Tianyu started to place more importance on his friendship with Jiang Fei. "Ho, I just got lucky." Jiang Fei laughed it off. "Ah Fei." Rosette Rose came with her accusations, as expected. After the announcement, players from Imperial Dragon could see where the guild's territory was. Rosette Rose immediately noticed that Jiang Fei had chosen a remote and desolate location. Jiang Fei laughed mysteriously. He had made up his mind not to tell anyone about the Ant Queen. "Really?" Rosette Rose asked dubiously. Although Jiang Fei was a little naughty and had wasted a lot of announcements, he most definitely had his ways. After that cryptic message, Rosette Rose was almost instantly convinced. "Yeah," Jiang Fei laughed. In fact, Jiang Fei's plan was simple. He was going to place the main hall of the guild castle at the entrance of the secret dungeon, then set up the main hall of the castle there, only allowing guild officials entry. That way, nobody could ever touch his Ant Queen lest they first destroyed his guild base. Jiang Fei had gone through such great lengths to keep this single ant. After spending 50,000 gold coins to hire the system's civil servants, the construction of Jiang Fei's guild territory began. After they were hired, the civil servants would bring some basic materials over. However, after the second day, Jiang Fei would have to pay for the materials. Since the construction required so many materials, Jiang Fei would not be able to finish building his castle in 5 months, let alone a month, even if he bought the materials from the market. After thinking about it, he decided that it would be best if he obtained these materials from Han Tianyu. However, Jiang Fei did not want to Han Tianyu anything, so he could only stick to his old ways, exchanging equipment for materials. Although Jiang Fei had crafted a lot of rainbow blades to raise money for the deposit, this was not the only recipe he had in his hands. He still had an excellent quality Bloodborne helmet recipe. This helmet was not as valuable as the rainbow blade. Jiang Fei still needed to upgrade his equipment, so he had to craft some helmets anyway. While he was at it, he could just exchange the extra helmets for the materials needed to construct his castle. Jiang Fei shared his idea with Han Tianyu. Han Tianyu naturally agreed. Han Tianyu did not even mind giving Jiang Fei the materials for free. However, Jiang Fei would simply not accept it. Happy Drunk, however, was fully in support of Jiang Fei's idea. Before this, he had still been wondering why Jiang Fei suddenly wanted to forge equipment. However, after Jiang Fei's announcements, Happy Drunk soon put 2 and 2 together. Now, Jiang Fei needed materials to build his city, and he was willing to exchange equipment for the materials. Naturally, Happy Drunk was very happy. The construction of Aristocrat's territory was almost complete anyway. Although the rest of the materials could be kept and used for maintenance, there was no point in hoarding them. It was also a good thing if these materials could be used in exchange for equipment from Jiang Fei. After they reached an agreement, Jiang Fei rolled up his sleeves and got ready. He started forging the helmets. As he made the deal with Happy Drunk, Jiang Fei no longer had to worry about the materials needed to forge the helmets anymore. Helmets took far less time to forge. About 80 pieces could be made in an hour. Jiang Fei had grasped some other techniques when he crafted the rainbow blades previously. After he spent some time adapting to the new recipe, Jiang Fei put his divine blacksmith privilege to use. Ding! You have crafted enhanced bloodborne helmet. Ding! You have crafted enhanced bloodborne helmet. Ding! You have crafted bloodborne helmet. Jiang Fei was once again immersed in forging. The entire process went by smoothly, and he finished forging all the helmets in one go. The more he forged, the better he felt with each breath of cold air. When Jiang Fei had used 500 sets of materials, his chances of crafting an ascended equipment were almost over 70%. This time, Jiang Fei had spent more than 6 hours crafting. After the long session, he was already quite experienced in using rapid ice burst. Not only did he successfully craft 280 pieces of equipment, of which 150 of them were purples, he had even managed to capture 5 streams of light and successfully forge a single legendary Supreme Bloodborne helmet. Supreme Bloodborne helmet, chainmail, legendary. Physical defense plus 170 magic defense, plus 90 strength, plus 15 vitality, plus 20 dark magic resistance, plus 15% equipment. Increases your total health points by 15% equipment. Allows you to gain the skill Bloodlust Bite. Instantly deals double of your physical damage to the target and suppresses the target for 3 seconds, making it impossible for the target to move, attack, or cast spells. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Equipment level, 30 of course. Jiang Fei kept this legendary quality helmet for his own use. He left 20 pieces of purple helmets for his own guild members. The remaining blue and purple helmets were given to the aristocrats in exchange for a large number of construction materials needed to build his territory. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not have to worry about his territory whatsoever. Chapter 276, A Conflict of Interests. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After Jiang Fei was done trading with Happy Drunk, the server was preparing itself for the daily shutdown. Jiang Fei basically spent the entire day in the blacksmith shop, but his returns were quite good. The construction of his guild territory had begun, his profession level had increased, he now had much more money in his pockets, and he had even obtained a legendary helmet as a bonus. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Fei exited the game. It was Saturday, so Jiang Fei not going to school was perfectly justifiable. After eating breakfast and greeting his mother, Jiang Fei left the house. Jiang Fei planned to head for the martial arts center and train, but a phone call from Han Tianyu quickly disrupted his plans. Han Tianyu asked cheerfully. Jiang Fei asked glumly. The last time Han Tianyu said this, he ended up in a fight with Tokugawa Shinji at the arms dealer gathering. This had given Han Tianyu the excuse to teach the Tokugawa family a lesson. He did not know what happened after that. What do you mean trick you? I, your big brother, am the messenger of love and peace, the embodiment of light and justice. Upon saying this, Han Tianyu could not help but laugh. You're an arms dealer? Jiang Fei could not help but gag. Fine, I'll stop beating around the bush. Han Tianyu asked. Jiang Fei said, unimpressed. He subconsciously thought that it was just a street fight. Han Tianyu added. Jiang Fei was surprised. Although Han Tianyu had mistakenly thought that Jiang Fei was a level 4 metahuman, Jiang Fei knew his place well enough. So, when he heard that there was going to be a showdown between his superiors, his interest was immediately piqued. Jiang Fei asked curiously. Nothing special, just a conflict of interests. Some good stuff has been discovered in a certain high sea area in the Pacific Ocean. It just so happens that both the Lockster family in North America and the Werner family in Europe are interested. Han Tianyu lugit. Jiang Fei asked curiously. There are many other interested parties out there, but they can't do much about it. Some rules just can't be broken. Others can only attempt to surreptitiously steal the goods. Han Tianyu explained it. Jiang Fei nodded. Han Tianyu asked. Although Jiang Fei did not really know the specifics, a battle between two metahumans sounded very interesting indeed. After all, Jiang Fei had never seen a fight between metahumans. Moreover, Jiang Fei had some kind of hunch that if he did not go, he would only regret it in the future. Sure, take the elevator to the top of the building, Han Tianyu said. Jiang Fei nodded. As he was already in Manda Square, the top floor was nothing further than an elevator for him. A few minutes later, Jiang Fei appeared on the rooftop of the building. A helicopter was already whirring its blades, where Han Tianyu awaited. After Jiang Fei boarded the helicopter, he gave Han Tianyu a thumbs up, giving him the green light. The helicopter's engine roared, and they left Manda Square. They were headed towards a military air base outside the city. As they headed to the Pacific Ocean region, a helicopter's aeronautical range and speed were simply inadequate. Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu still needed to use a fighter jet as transportation. Moreover, in order to watch the battle, Han Tianyu had already arranged for an aircraft carrier to head out 2 days ago. After all, a fighter aircraft could not land on the sea. Although it was not his first time taking a fighter jet, Jiang Fei was still very excited. The casual, cruising speed of Mach 4 allowed Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu to reach their destination in no time at all. As expected, an aircraft carrier was there to greet them. After landing, Jiang Fei asked curiously, "There's nothing here." "Ho ho, brother, are you really stupid or are you acting stupid? Would they let us drive the aircraft carrier in to watch the battle?" Han Tianyu looked. Jiang Fei shook his head in embarrassment. If they got. They're using the aircraft carrier, which was basically a super weapon of mass destruction. People would think that they were there to wage war, not to watch the battle. After changing to a small speedboat, Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu went straight to the target location. This time, Han Tianyu did not have to drive the speedboat himself. A professional helmsman had been sent to steer the boat. About 2 hours later, Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu arrived at the rendezvous. It was a small island, or rather a coral reef. The area of the islet was not very large. It was just the size of 2 football fields. Many ships were already docked. These ships were not particularly large. The spectators must have gotten here like how Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu did. When Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu arrived, there were already 2 groups of people on the islet, gathered at the 2 ends of the islet. In the middle of the islet, 4 people had met up. Among the 4 people, there were 3 men and 1 woman. Jiang Fei even knew 2 of them. It was the human Torch Schroeder and his sister Flash Jenny, from only 2 days ago. Although he could not hear their conversation, from their demeanor, Jiang Fei could tell that their strengths were similar. That was to say, at least one of the other 2 people that he did not know was a level 4 metahuman like Schroeder. Just as Jiang Fei was observing them, he saw Jenny whisper a few words into Schroeder's ear. Then, Schroeder nodded, and Jenny's figure disappeared instantly. The next second, she appeared beside Jiang Fei. "Hey!" Jenny smiled and greeted Jiang Fei. "Yeah, we meet again." Jiang Fei smiled and greeted Jenny. Han Tianyu, however, had stepped aside. Although Jenny's strength was similar to his, at that moment, Jenny was representing her brother, the level 4 metahuman Schroeder. It was not his place to remain there. "Not good," Jenny said unhappily. Jiang Fei asked curiously. Jenny explained. Jiang Fei was shocked. Han Tianyu had spoken of lycanthropes before, but he had never seen one in person until then. "Ho ho, my brother's negotiating with them." "Negotiations mean nothing, though." Jenny shrugged. Jiang Fei asked curiously. "How can that be possible? You're also a powerful level 4 metahuman. You should know that if people of your level fight, nobody in the audience would be able to get out of here alive." Jenny rolled her eyes. Jiang Fei curiously asked. Chapter 277, Duel Between Metahumans, Part 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. How else can we fight? Jenny rolled her eyes at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei laughed, embarrassed. He really did not know anything about those rules. Metahumans above level 4 are too powerful. If they fight, they could easily cause catastrophic damage. No matter how close they're coming to blows, they would still end up sticking to the old rules. Jenny made things simple for Jiang Fei. She explained it in her own terms. Jiang Fei nodded, even though he did not really understand what that meant. Both sides will each choose one level 1, one level 2, and one level 3 metahuman to fight for them. The side that wins 2 out of 3 matches will be named the winner and gain the right over the item. Han Tianyu whispered in Jiang Fei's ear. Jiang Fei finally understood how the battle between the two sides was going to be like. This was the way of the metahuman since the dawn of time. Han Tianyu was well accustomed with it. This was why he could tell Jiang Fei that there was going to be an exciting duel between level 3 metahumans before they even got here. Oh, I got too carried away with chatting. Although Jenny heard Han Tianyu's words, she could not understand Chinese, so she simply ignored him. Instead, she continued to speak to Jiang Fei in English. Sure, Jiang Fei nodded. He and Schroeder knew each other anyway. It would not be a problem if he went there and said hello. Maybe he could even get a VIP seat. I'll save you the trouble, Jenny said as she pulled Jiang Fei's arm. Then, she said to Jiang Fei, Jiang, you weigh stronger than me. Jiang Fei nodded. After all, Jenny was only a low-level metahuman. Although she had the extremely handy superpower of teleportation, it had obvious weaknesses. Asterisk, everything in front of Jiang Fei became blurry. The next moment, he and Jenny, who was holding his arm, had appeared beside Schroeder. Schroeder was a lot friendlier than before. Yeah, Jiang Fei also laughed. Jiang Fei and Schroeder greeted each other. However, Brooke and Toby from the Werner family frowned. They had also received some information about Jiang Fei. After all, this unregistered level 4 metahuman suddenly appeared in the Huaxia Martial Arts Alliance. Moreover, there was probably another level 5 old powerhouse behind him. Such big news had gained them attention from the entire metahuman world, precisely because they understood Jiang Fei's identity. Seeing how close Jiang Fei was to Schroeder, and Jenny made Brooke and Toby frown. According to the information provided, although Jiang Fei had probably just become a level 4 metahuman, the Huaxia martial artists were notoriously strong. Moreover, Brooke and Schroeder were originally evenly matched. If Schroeder suddenly brought in another equal, then it was likely that the Werner family would suffer in this battle. Brooke was worried about what Schroeder was trying to achieve. Schroeder was not actually hoping that Jiang Fei would help him. This was because the Huaxia Martial Arts Alliance and Jiang Fei had connections with the Lockheed family. Additionally, Schroeder just got to know Jiang Fei not long ago. They were not that close. It was simply wishful thinking if Schroeder thought that he could make Jiang Fei stand on his side and take a stand against the similarly powerful Werner family. However, from their last conversation, Schroeder could tell that Jiang Fei was not very experienced. Jiang Fei was probably a closed-door student trained by a secluded Huaxia powerhouse. He had just entered the real world, so it was even less likely for the Werner family to have any sort of connections to him. Schroeder could only pretend to be close to Jiang Fei and use this opportunity to put pressure on Brooke. From the looks of it, Schroeder had achieved his goal by having Jenny bring Jiang Fei to the islet. Brooke was indeed distracted by Jiang Fei's status, and he began to compromise when he continued to negotiate with Schroeder. Although he did not benefit too much from this, Schroeder was still very satisfied. It was free leverage, courtesy of Jiang Fei merely standing there. The negotiations soon ended. Just as Jenny and Han Tianyu had expected, the final results were still per the usual practice. They were going to duel and determine the victor. When people's strength reached a certain level, they tended to believe in their fists more instead of sitting down and negotiating. This was especially so when it came to metahumans. They would only consider sitting down and reaching a compromise with each other at the negotiation table when the problem could not be solved with their fists, or if their fists risked causing the end of the world. According to the agreement between the two parties, there would be 3 battles, and the party with the best of 3 would win. The first battle was going to be a duel between level 1 metahumans. The second battle was between level 2 metahumans, and the third battle was between level 3 metahumans. Jiang Fei was going to watch the duels from the edge of the islet with Schroeder and Brooke. The first duel between level 1 metahumans was about to begin. Their own lives and deaths were controlled by destiny. No one else could interfere. The Lockheeds sent a middle-aged white man. He looked dauntless, and he had a well-built body. He looked like a soldier from the military special forces. The Werners sent a young man with a pale face. He looked ill and languid. He seemed so weak he could drop dead any time. There was no need for someone to beat him up at all. Mullen, lieutenant of the Marine Corps. He has been rigorously trained. Schroeder laughed. Brooks' introduction was simple, but the corners of his mouth lifted up into a wicked smirk. F***CK. Brooke, you be ***starred. Schroeder immediately became angry. Ho-ho, which rule did I violate? Brooke smiled smugly. Jiang Fei frowned. From the conversation between Brooke and Schroeder, Jiang Fei could tell that the strong Special Forces soldier named Mullen was definitely no match for the sickly-looking Carmel. It looked like this Carmel was extraordinary. Although Jiang Fei was not that clear about all the details, he did not want to ask too much. As Han Tianyu was not around, he might reveal his lack of general knowledge. As Schroeder and Brooke were still arguing, the battle kicked off. Mullen started his attack with a standard military fighting technique. He was focused on killing his opponent instantly. He gave Carmel a deadly blow as soon as he arrived in front of Carmel. Jiang Fei nodded. Mullen's fighting skills were way better than his own. Speaking of this, Jiang Fei also knew a little about his techniques. After all, he had previously learned how to fight from Chun Shi for half a month. Jiang Fei was horrified at what happened next. When Mullen's attack was about to hit Carmel's throat, Carmel's nails suddenly turned into claws. Carmel grabbed his throat, then ripped his own throat with a huge amount of strength. Fresh blood instantly gushed out. Chapter 278 Duel Between Metahumans, Part 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Mullen was also taken aback. He uncertainly took a few steps back. His huff as his throat was torn open. Carmel's breathing sounded like a ruptured, leaking bagpipe. Then his eyes became blood red. F***CK. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. T.O. maintain his cover. He maintained a poker face. Schroeder glared at Brooke, his eyes filled with anger. Ho-ho, by hook or by crook, for the sake of achieving our best interests. Isn't this something we both believe in? Brooke looked extremely smug, just as Schroeder and Brooke shouted at each other. The situation on the battlefield changed. After committing self-harm, Carmel's eyes began to redden. In an instant, his whole body was bloody, and his pale, sickly look had disappeared. Instead, there was a frenzied look in his eyes. Mullen obviously understood the meaning behind Carmel's current state. He not only stopped his attack, but had also carefully switched into a defensive posture. Carmel let out an inhuman screech, then charged towards Mullen like lightning. While Carmel charged towards Mullen, Jiang Fei's sharp vision allowed him to clearly see that Carmel's nails were growing rapidly. When he arrived in front of Mullen, the claws on his hands had already grown 4 inches long. Swoosh! Carmel thrust his right hand straight into Mullen's heart. Mullen shouted, dodging to the side. However, with his speed, he was obviously unable to keep up with the transformed Carmel. Although Mullen managed to avoid getting hit at a fatal point, he still got slashed near his armpits. Blood suddenly flowed down Mullen's left rib. Carmel licked the blood that remained on his hands. He looked intoxicated, as if he had tasted something delicious. That flesh wound did not slow Mullen down. He launched a counterattack. Mullen was planning to land a heavy punch on Carmel's head. However, Carmel's speed was significantly higher than that of Mullen's. Before Mullen's fist could even reach him, Carmel had already avoided the punch by a paper-thin margin, clearly intentionally. Then, he looked at Mullen slyly, as if he was looking at a toy. Mullen sneered. Then, Jiang Fei actually saw the arm of this brawny man extend. Although it had not extended much, it was an unexpected move. Carmel did not expect the blow to come from that angle, so the heavy blow slammed into his skull. With one punch, Mullen sent Carmel's frail body flying 4 or 5 meters away. Jiang Fei even heard the sound of bones cracking. His huff logically, if average people suffered such a heavy blow to their heads, they would definitely fall into a coma, even if they did not die. However, Carmel actually stood back up, laughing strangely. It did not look like he was even phased. Holy sh**t. Zhang Fei frowned and thought to himself. Although it was only 2 level 1 metahumans fighting, Zhang Fei now had a clearer understanding of the power of metahumans. It was no wonder that these guys simply ignored the laws and rules of the world. These guys were so powerful that conventional forces were useless against them. Moreover, Zhang Fei was also more vigilant and curious about these Western metahumans. These people were different from the Huaxia martial artists, especially the mutants. Nobody knew what abilities they would get once they mutated. An example was Mullen. Although his ability to extend his arm by 1 foot could not be considered particularly powerful, even Zhang Fei would fall for an unexpected attack like that. If you did not understand a mutant, it was hard to tell a mutant's superpower from their looks. You would definitely suffer when fighting them the first time. However, Zhang Fei's fears are also superfluous. Was there a possibility that the others had never thought of such things? This was why the Huaxia Martial Arts Alliance had started to collect information on mutants long ago. It could be said that they understood high-leveled mutants extremely well. It was just like how the other metahuman organizations had compiled information about the masters in the Huaxia Martial Arts Alliance. If Zhang Fei really entered the metahuman community, he would find out that it was tough to keep secrets. As Zhang Fei's thoughts wandered about, the battle continued. The lower the level of the metahumans that were fighting, the bloodier the battle would be. Higher-leveled metahumans were more inclined to using energy attacks. However, level 1 metahumans and most of the level 2 metahumans still focused on close combat. The 2 people on the battlefield were no exception. Basically, every attack involved blood, sweat, and tears. Blood quickly filled the ground they stood on. Although Zhang Fei was half a layman, he could also tell that Mullen was the one on his back foot. His mutant abilities had been outclassed. For the first time, Carmel only fell for it because he lacked understanding. However, after he understood Mullen's abilities, Mullen no longer stood a chance. In terms of speed, Carmel had the absolute advantage. Mullen could hardly touch him. In terms of attack, the sharpness of Carmel's claws was beyond anyone's imagination. Every attack from Carmel left Mullen with a new wound. Although Mullen tried his best to resist the attacks, he could barely avoid them. However, as he continued to lose blood, he was starting to look pale as the sickly Carmel. Brooke smiled smugly. Schroeder snarled. He had already expected such an ending when the 2 fighters stepped into the battlefield. There was nothing special about Carmel. He was just an ordinary high school student, but he was a high school student who had been bitten by a high-leveled vampire. Upon introducing him as a labeled vampire's henchman, anyone could figure out his identity and status. Although they were deemed to be level 1 metahumans, the bodies of these guys could forcibly be controlled by their masters. Then, at the expense of self-harm, they could instantly increase their own speed and strength. Their strength would become similar to that of a level 2 metahuman. Although they was relatively weak among level 2 metahumans, they utterly trounced level 1 metahumans. Although these guys would also die after the battle, would their masters care about their deaths? They were just henchmen. It could be said that Carmel was already dead before the battle even started. After he ripped his throat, his high-leveled vampire master took over his body. So, Mullen's heavy punches became moot. However, during the negotiations previously, Schroeder had not specifically banned the use of such forbidden techniques. Naturally, Brooke had pounced upon the loophole. With a level 2 metahuman fighting against a level 1 metahuman, the outcome was clear since the beginning of the battle. Schroeder could do nothing except curse at the despicable Brooke. Chapter 279, Duel Between Metahumans, Part 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Laughter. Schroeder could not think of any way to deal with the situation, but there were a lot still happening on the battlefield. Mullen was becoming slower due to losing too much blood, causing his movements to become more rigid. In the end, His weakness was finally revealed. Right then, with a weird laugh, Carmel suddenly appeared before him. Mullen shouted in surprise. It was too late. Thump Mullen could hear the sound of a sharp weapon piercing through human flesh. Carmel's fingers tightened as claws of 4 inches long pierced through Mullen's heart. "Ha! Give up!" Brooke yelled out giddily toward Schroeder. Before Schroeder could say a word, Jiang Fei's shocking exclamation caused the two to shift their attention back toward the battlefield. Mullen had not died right away, even though his heart had been pierced. He was forcefully standing upright as he grabbed at Carmel's neck with both his hands. As Mullen shouted out angrily, his right arm suddenly extended. There was instantly a foot-long difference between his 2 shoulders. While he had this special ability, Carmel's neck did not have it. Buffed with that, Carmel's head was removed from his body while he was still alive. Jiang Fei nearly threw up when he saw what happened. Although he had had the experience of killing someone before, never had he witnessed such a gory scene in his entire life. Thud! Carmel's head fell onto the floor and rolled a few feet away. He was originally under a sealing spell, but the spell had broken now that he had lost his head. Mullen used the last ounce of his life source to yell out the final sentence he would ever speak. There was no hope of saving him as his heart had already been crushed. However, he was determined not to fall as he stared at his defeated opponent. Brooke shouted out angrily. He could not believe that his self-proclaimed victory had been taken away from him. Although Mullen and Carmel both died on the battlefield, the results were clear. Carmel had been killed first, and therefore, the first round of victory belonged to the Lockheed household. Brooke was a trickster, but he still had to obey the rules. A defeat was still a defeat at the end of the day. It was something he would have to admit, as it was how the Warner household had dominated Europe. The asterisk Ehren. Jiang Fei did not care about who won. This battle had truly affected him. Although he had received a lot of information in the past about the barbaric ways of the metahumans, he had not realized how cruel they truly were until today. Jiang Fei's frown deepened while Brooke and Schroeder seemed barely affected. They were used to seeing people getting killed and killing others themselves. Hence, they were not really bothered by Mullen and Carmel's mutual killing of each other. Both households sent people to retrieve the corpses of the 2 who had just died. Regardless of winning or losing, these people had sacrificed themselves for their respective households. Their corpses would be transported back to their hometowns where a grand funeral would take place. Their families would also receive a great sum of money for their loss. Very soon, the battlefield was cleaned and ready for the next battle. Not a single trace of blood from the previous battle could be seen. "Toby, you're up." Brooke glanced at Toby, who stood next to him as he spoke. If their household lost this round, there would not be a third round. In fact, the Warner household might as well just scramble back home with their tails between their feet. "Don't worry, Uncle," Toby said as he looked toward Jenny, who was standing next to Schroeder with a look as if challenging him. Schroeder did not let his sister take on the challenge. Instead, he asked another person to join the battle. Jenny's ability was teleportation. There was a long cooldown time for that. She was more suited as a transporter on the battlefield for injured members or as an informant rather than a fighter. As her battle power was not great, Schroeder could not possibly allow her to fight someone else on her own. It would be certain death for her if that were to happen. A young man with golden hair walked out from the Lockheed household side. His handsome features made Jiang Fei somewhat jealous. "These metahumans are so annoying," Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. He had a decent understanding of Toby, as Jenny had already explained about his abilities to him earlier. Toby was a level 2 lycanthrope with equal prowess in strength and agility. In fact, he was a great tanking metahuman with extremely tough muscles. Harvey was a handsome, golden-haired gentleman, while Toby was a muscle freak with a crazy-looking face. There was a huge contrast between the two on the battlefield in terms of their appearances. I had initially wanted to taste the fresh blood of a young lady. Toby glared ferociously at Harvey as he spoke. "Rude young fellow, you are too optimistic," Harvey said slowly with a smile on his face. "Stop with your nonsense." Toby was impatient and did not care for any exchange of words with Harvey. He immediately entered a state of preparation for the upcoming battle. This was the first time Jiang Fei had personally seen a lycanthrope. Toby's originally muscly face began to extend downward. Even his fangs started appearing. In an instant, Toby's head took the appearance of a wolf's head. There were even claws on his hands that shone under the light's reflection. His claws seemed even sharper than those of Carmel's. Howl Toby, with a thick coat of gray hair, howled loudly like a wolf and immediately started attacking Harvey. Jiang Fei murmured to himself. By then, the speed at which Toby moved was already close to Jiang Fei's fastest. However, it seemed like Toby had not even reached his maximum yet. Jiang Fei gave himself a thoughtful remark as he judged his own capabilities. Jiang Fei's speed was considered normal amongst the level 2 metahumans. Naturally, he could not compare to lycanthropes who were gifted with high agility. However, he had his own strengths and advantages. With the help of his equipment skills, Jiang Fei's attack power and defense were far greater than most level 2 metahumans. In fact, even level 3 metahumans with weak abilities could not overpower him in terms of offensive fighting. Therefore, overall, Jiang Fei was considered one of the strongest amongst level 2 metahumans. If he were to fight against a level 3 opponent, he would have a chance of winning should he spot and target the opponent's weakness. Despite this, Jiang Fei did not have the intention of fighting any of the metahumans. He was still pretending to be a level 4 metahuman. After all, if he were to really fight against one, unless he killed his opponent, his true capabilities would be revealed. Chapter 280, 280, Ferocious Lycanthrope. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. At the same time, the two people had begun fighting on the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, Toby had rushed in front of Harvey and was prepared to strike with his claws. He aimed his attack at Harvey's throat. Harvey laughed coldly. Before Toby could even touch Harvey's collar, he was instantly pushed back by an invisible force. Brooke said as he started frowning. Schroeder laughed coldly. He could not help but lift the corners of his mouth as he smiled. That was right. Harvey's mutant ability was to use vector recoil. He was able to change the direction of any force. Before someone could even reach him, he could easily push them away. This was a very strong mutant ability. However, it was merely one of the few positives within his pool of shortcomings. That explained why he was still categorized as a level 2 metahuman. Jiang Fei asked confusedly. Brooke had said the term as a guess at Harvey's mutant ability. However, Jiang Fei was confused about what the words meant. Just as Toby crashed into a boulder having been knocked back on the battlefield, he immediately started charging toward Harvey again without delay. For a lycanthrope with thick flesh, that kind of impact was nothing to him, and it barely injured him. Harvey waved his hand as he shouted. It was as if he were flicking away an annoying fly. Right then, Toby collided against yet another boulder and was stuck to it like a picture on the wall. Brooke, you should just give up now," Schroeder said as he turned his head toward Brooke. Schroeder, don't gloat so soon. Your mutants may be strong, but the low-level ones have weak points. Brooke was not a newbie like Jiang Fei, so he was not one who would easily be misled by mere words. Mutants' powers came from genetic modifications with the use of elixirs. It was easy for them to acquire abilities. Some kids could already have the power equivalent to a level 3 or even level 4 metahuman at the age of 6 or 7. However, most mutants had different levels of shortcomings. A lot of these shortcomings could cost them their lives. Although Jiang Fei was paying attention to the conversation between Schroeder and Brooke, he was still focused on what was happening on the battlefield. Under his close observation, he discovered that Harvey's nose was beginning to get sweaty despite him having complete dominance over the situation. In fact, Harvey looked as if he was zoning out. His originally calm demeanor was also beginning to falter. Jiang Fei guessed in his heart. A limited reservoir of energy was one of the common weaknesses of mutants. Han Tianyu had once told Jiang Fei a story about a fire-type mutant. The mutant completely dominated his opponent at first, with each of his fireballs containing great explosive might. to the point where he was almost believed to be a level 3 metahuman by his opponent, who was only a level 2 metahuman. His opponent even requested to surrender several times. However, while they were still fighting, the mutant suddenly stopped attacking. The energy in his body had been completely depleted. In the end, the fireball he emitted was not even strong enough to light a cigarette. One could imagine what happened to this guy as his opponent, who had been suppressed for a long time, went on a rampage and tore him into pieces. As time ticked, Jiang Fei was all the more confident that his guess was right as he noticed the growing concern on the golden-haired young man's face. Although this young fellow had a strong ability, it was clear that his weakness lied in his limited reservoir of the energy needed to use it. He would not even last 10 minutes in the battle. In a short few minutes, Toby had already been badly bruised. Although he was a lycanthrope and was naturally tough, several big and strong boulders had already been crushed by the impact of his body. If he could recover from those injuries, he would not be a level 2 lycanthrope. Right then, fresh blood streamed down the corner of Toby's mouth. There were clear injuries to his bone and cartilage. Even his right shoulder seemed slightly sunken. Although a lycanthrope had great vitality, this young man was nearly half dead. Haha, I can smell your fear. Toby stood up excitedly each time he was flung onto the boulders. After each time, he would still charge toward Harvey. The two were closely matched in terms of their capabilities. It was a brutal heads-on fight against each other. Toby was using his life force to go against Harvey's ability. As soon as Harvey ran out of energy, and if Toby still had any energy left in him, Harvey would most definitely become his dinner. Schroeder began to frown. Although he had wanted to mislead Brooke and pressure him into surrendering so that Toby could be spared, it was now clear that that was not going to happen. The only thing that mattered now was who could last till the very end. It's done. Although Jiang Fei was not an expert, he could tell that Harvey was out of energy. After Toby's continuous charges against him, he could no longer fling Toby to the boulders and was only able to push him aside. Clearly, Harvey was running out of energy and was unable to continue injuring Toby. Golden-haired young fellow, are you done? Toby laughed excitedly. All right, Schroeder said right then. Brooke called out and laughed coolly. Such was the cruelty of the rules of the battle. The battle would not be stopped with just one side surrendering. The only two ways it would end was when both sides come to the same agreement or when one side lost its participant. Brooke! Schroeder shouted angrily as he stared at Brooke. It's a battle after all. There should be deaths involved. Brooke asked coolly. D***M in it. Jiang Fei mumbled to himself after overhearing the conversation between Schroeder and Brooke. A tearing sound could be heard just as Jiang Fei turned his gaze from Schroeder and Brooke to the battlefield. Harvey had already become a normal human being after he used up all of his energy. He was no different from a standard soldier before the level 2 lycanthrope. Toby may already be badly injured, but as a normal human, Harvey was absolutely no match for a level 2 lycanthrope. With a pitiful cry, Harvey's entire arm was ripped off his body. The cruel Toby tore a large piece of flesh off the broken arm with his teeth and started chewing loudly. D***M in it. Jiang Fei could not take it anymore. He threw up on the spot. That's it. Toby. After seeing Jiang Fei's reaction, Brooke stopped Toby, who was still planning to eat his opponent's heart. To Brooke, Jiang Fei was akin to a flower in a greenhouse that had not been exposed to the darkness in the world despite having very strong innate capabilities. However, when Brooke considered the fact that Jiang Fei had a master who might be a level 5 metahuman, he was determined not to let Toby's rashness cause Jiang Fei to hate the entire Warner household. Chapter 281. 281. Braveheart's Fragment. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. By the time Jiang Fei got over the scene he just witnessed, Toby had already killed Harvey and the battlefield had already been cleaned up. Jenny came over and asked with concern. Jiang Fei tried his best to suppress the nausea. Had a man come over and asked him that, he would have probably lost his composure and cursed. However, Since it was a girl who was about his age and had not been affected by the scene at all, unlike him, Jiang Fei felt like it would be inappropriate to get angry. Jenny handed Jiang Fei a bottle of water. Jiang Fei took the bottle of mineral water and did just that. Just then, two other people appeared on the battlefield. This time, the ones who appeared were the main characters of today's show. They were level 3 metahumans. Han Tianyu brought Jiang Fei here just for this. All battles between level 3 metahumans basically involve the use of energy. Even the melee-type fighters would use energy to strengthen themselves. This was quite different from the previous fights that were purely close combat. Representing the Warner family was an old man that looked about 50. Many Western men started going bald and developing wrinkles from the age of 20, so people who were above 50 did not really look that old. The Lockheed family sent a young woman that was in her 30s. She was in a black tight-fitting dress which bared her shoulders, exposing her snow-white skin. She had a beautiful figure. When paired with her delicate face, it could be said that she was absolutely stunning. "Black Widow," Brooke exclaimed. "Stop the nonsense. You called the old man Baldwin here too," Schroeder said in a dissatisfied tone. He was obviously still angry about how Brooke was unwilling to let Harvey off the hook just now. Jiang Fei was surprised. Listening to the tone in their voices, Jiang Fei could tell that the two people on the battlefield were relatively famous in the metahuman community. Rosita is a direct relative of the Lockheed family. She's one of the strongest among the level 3 mutants. With Jiang Fei's recent vomiting incident, everyone knew that he was an amateur that had never seen the real world without him saying it. So, Jenny took the initiative to explain to him. As for Baldwin, he's a veteran fighter who has worked for the Warner family for many years. Oh, Jiang Fei could not help but gasp. An ordinary-looking old Westerner and a blonde lady with unparalleled beauty. Both of them had killed more than 10 people. It seemed that the world of metahumans was really bloody. It was either killed or be killed. There was absolutely no third option. After the first battle, Jiang Fei now knew that between the two new competitors, Rosita and Baldwin, at least one of them would die on the battlefield. It would be a battle to the end for both of them. "Hey, chick, I heard that you're called the Black Widow." Baldwin mocked Rosita with a chuckle. Rosita was not an easy target. She was not called the Black Widow for nothing. Mere mocking could not possibly throw her off. "Sure." Baldwin rushed forward as he spoke. As he approached Rosita, his body started changing rapidly. In a blink of an eye, Baldwin had transformed from an ordinary old man into a strong green wolf. To Jiang Fei, this old guy was not much different from Toby, who had also transformed previously. Both of them had wolf heads, and their bodies were covered with rough fur. The only obvious difference was their color. To these lycanthropes, there were clear distinctions between their looks that ordinary humans were not able to notice. The color of lycanthrope fur was actually a big giveaway. Level 1 lycanthropes were still at an incomplete stage, so they were not able to transform completely. Gray wolves were of the lowest level, equivalent to level 2 metahumans. Green wolves came next, equivalent to level 3 metahumans. Next were silver wolves, and followed by golden wolves. With just a glance, it was clear how strong these wolves were. When she saw Baldwin approaching her, Rosita remained calm. She moved ever so slightly before disappearing into thin air. Jiang Fei wondered. After all, Jenny, who was beside him, had that mutant ability. This time, Schroeder did not conceal the superpower of his member. After all, the Black Widow was very famous, and her superpower was no secret. Seriously? Jiang Fei was shocked. Invisibility was too invincible an ability. One could both attack and retreat easily. It was also easy to seize opportunities. Brooke snorted coldly. At this time, Baldwin, who was on the battlefield, suddenly slammed fiercely onto the ground. His black nose twitched continuously, and he soon locked onto a certain position. F***CK. Jiang Fei was surprised. Brooke sneered. "Don't come to conclusions so early." Schroeder countered. Following a crisp sound, It seemed like Baldwin's claws that shimmered with green light had hit a certain weapon, and his powerful force sent Rosita flying out of the battlefield. At the same time, Rosita appeared at the space that was originally empty. The glamorous young woman held a dagger in her hand. The dagger also shone with brilliance. Obviously, she had managed to block Baldwin's attack. However, as she was weaker than him, she was pushed backward. Rosita, who was pushed a few steps back, took a few small bottles out of nowhere. Then, she threw them at the rocks around the battlefield, shattering them. A strong aroma filled the air. It was an extremely alluring perfume. Even Jiang Fei and the others who were watching the battle could clearly smell the perfume. One could easily imagine how strong the fragrance on the battlefield was. Swoosh, Rosita's figure disappeared again. Now, it was difficult for Baldwin to locate Rosita once again. The smell of the perfume on the battlefield was too strong. He could not figure out Rosita's exact position at all. Jiang Fei praised her. He had not expected such a quick counter against Baldwin after only one attack. Brooke sucked in a deep breath and frowned. Just as Jiang Fei was concentrating on the battle, a voice rang in his mind. Captain. Chapter 282, 282, Theft Plan. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Jiang Fei was startled by 0541's sudden message. Jenny turned to him, confused with his abrupt shout. Oh, Jiang Fei shook his head. Yes. 0541 replied. As both of them were using telepathy, no one else knew what was happening. Jiang Fei was puzzled. Although he did not know what it was or where it was a piece of good news. Yes, this is Braveheart's laboratory, used for researching and developing civilian facilities, 0541 replied. Jiang Fei asked, while it may be a civilian laboratory, as long as it was the fragment of Braveheart, it was Jiang Fei's private property. He was absolutely not going to let outsiders have it. No problem, came 0541's reply. Okay. Jiang Fei was about to say that they should go and get the fragment back, but he suddenly thought about what Han Tianyu had told him before he came here. The truth finally dawned upon him. It was obvious now that the Lockheed family and the Warner family were fighting for the fragment of Braveheart. Moreover, as this fragment was within the territory of both of these families, even Han Tianyu, who was a powerful person in China with the China Martial Arts Alliance backing him up, did not have the powers to lay his hands on this treasure. So, how could someone like Jiang Fei take it away? As he had the title of a level 4 metahuman with a fictitious level 5 master as his backing, as long as his aim did not clash with anyone else's interests, everyone might just let Jiang Fei have his way with things, as they feared the level 5 master behind him that possibly existed. However, with their interests on the line, that level 5 master of unconfirmed existence would be useless unless he appeared and stood in front of Jiang Fei immediately. If he could not scare people off with his imaginary level 5 master anymore, then things would become even worse for Jiang Fei, who was a fake level 4 metahuman. In fact, it would not help even if he were really a level 4 metahuman. Currently, there were only 2 level 4 metahumans here, and they were both fighting each other. If Jiang Fei expressed his intention to possess the fragment, these 2 level 4 metahumans immediately forming a united front might just happen. In any case, they were both white people, so they had the same skin color and beliefs. There was a natural barrier between them and Jiang Fei, who was Chinese. So, if he showed his interest in the fragment, the 2 of them would definitely try to get him out of the picture first. According to what Han Tianyu said, the only way is to steal it without anyone knowing. But just by its name, I can tell that this laboratory is not something small. Jiang Fei questioned. Captain, the R&D lab still retains some energy. I can remotely manipulate it to create some equipment and create certain conditions to enable you to get close to it, 0541 said. Jiang Fei was happy. This way, he would have an opportunity to come in contact with the fragment. However, there was another problem. Even if he had the opportunity to steal, how was he going to take such a big thing away? Captain, my main body has a spatial manipulation function. 0541 took the initiative and gave a suggestion. Jiang Fei was surprised. Yes, at planet Namek, spatial powers are quite advanced. The use of spatial manipulation can greatly improve space utilization and allow people to easily carry large objects, 0541 explained. Jiang Fei nodded. 0541 had previously mentioned that his potions and equipment were made by the factory inside the main body. Those factories were probably stored inside the ring through the spatial manipulation. Jiang Fei asked. That's very simple, 0541 said. Jiang Fei immediately became excited. He had long lost interest in the ongoing battle now that he had this new piece of information swimming in his head. I can remotely control the R&D lab and create a hologram device, and then use it to cover the nearby waters. Captain, as long as you find an opportunity to get close to it, I can transfer the laboratory into my main body through spatial manipulation, 0541 elaborated. Jiang Fei asked. Under the islet, there are several level 2 and level 3 metahuman guards guarding the area, but after the hologram device is completely installed, it can provide you with cover, Captain, 0541 said. Jiang Fei asked. This was pretty risky. If he gets discovered, he would have to face the anger of the two families. There were no level 5 master behind him to protect him, and he himself was not a level 4 metahuman. If things went awry, he might not be able to walk out of this place. 0541 stayed silent for a moment, which was rare. I've carried out 130 trillion calculations. 0541 said. Damn, as expected of an intelligent program. Jiang Fei nodded secretly. Although 1,700 times of failure sounded like a lot, one had to know that this was based on a total calculation of 130 trillion times. In other words, this plan was almost foolproof. All right, Jiang Fei nodded once more. He was ready to risk everything. He refused to believe that he would have rotten luck. Should he actually fail, even when the chances were that low, he would be more than willing to accept his fate. When 0541 controlled the research and development laboratory remotely in order to produce a hologram device, the battle in the middle of the islet was at its climax. Black Widow Rosita reappeared and disappeared repeatedly. The dagger in her hand maintained its brilliance as it continuously left wounds on Baldwin's body. As a green wolf, Baldwin's had high defense. Normal bullets could not penetrate his fur. However, the dagger in the hands of the Black Widow had obviously been buffed with her powers. So, when she stabbed him, every attack created less an injury. Shriek Baldwin, who was being suppressed by Rosita, snarled constantly. Being against Rosita, who had the superpower of invisibility with his mighty sense of smell having been rendered useless, the powerful level 3 lycanthrope Baldwin could not put his strength to use. If it were not for level 3 lycanthrope's powerful regeneration abilities, Baldwin would have been killed by Rosita long ago. Captain, I have installed the projection device. You can now find a way to get away from these high-level metahumans. Jiang Fei nodded. He knew that the time to take risks had come. Chapter 283. Perfect Invisibility. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, Jiang Fei secretly thought. Although 0541 had already planned everything, there were still 2 level 4 metahumans beside him. If he could not come up with a good excuse to leave, it would certainly cause suspicion. The outcome of the battle between Rosita and Baldwin gradually became clearer. Baldwin's injuries were becoming more serious, and it looked like he was about to die. If Rosita was not worried about the outcome of the first battle repeating itself, she would have already dealt the final blow. Time and tide waited for no man. As soon as this battle ended, it would definitely be time for the victor to take the reward. Once the research and development laboratory was attached to the towboat, it would no longer be that easy for Jiang Fei to steal it. Jiang Fei turned his head and said to the blonde next to him, Jenny asked while Schroeder and Brooke looked at him. I came to watch just for fun. Now, the battle is pretty much over. Jiang Fei shook his head bitterly. Anyway, everyone here already thought that he was a hothouse flower that had never seen anything bloody his whole life. Jiang Fei did not mind pushing the act a little further. Jenny was speechless. She did not expect this guy, who was also a level 4 metahuman like her brother, to be that weak. Sound good? Schroeder nodded. It was a good idea for Jiang Fei to leave now. As Rosita's victory was certain, it would be time to accept the rewards next. If there were other level 4 metahumans near the fragment, unexpected things could always happen. So, if Jiang Fei could leave early, it was not exactly a bad thing. Brooke chuckled a little. Obviously, he looked down on Jiang Fei. A metahuman that could not take bloody scenes was useless no matter how high-leveled he was. Jenny grabbed Jiang Fei's arm and told him not to resist. Then, a light flashed and Jiang Fei returned to Han Tianyu's boat. Okay, my job is done, Jiang. Jenny enthusiastically followed the Western etiquette. She hugged Jiang Fei and kissed him on the cheek before she left, making him blush. Ah Fei, what do you think? After Jenny left, Han Tianyu asked with a smile. He had seen Jiang Fei's embarrassing vomiting before this. Are you kidding me? Jiang Fei became nauseated again as soon as he thought of how Toby ate human flesh. Stupid brother. Han Tianyu sighed. He brought Jiang Fei here in order to let Jiang Fei experience the bloody battlefield. He felt that Jiang Fei's master was eccentric. Not only did his master create a level 4 metahuman in a short time, but his master also did not teach him any general knowledge. The most terrible thing was that this little brother of his had never seen anything gruesome. Although he had accidentally killed someone last time, Han Tianyu saw it very clearly. At that time, Jiang Fei looked very shocked, proof that he did not know that he was that powerful. It was obvious that he had never fought with anyone before that. If a beginner like him encountered a master of the same level, his death was almost certain. Even if it were someone who was a level lower than him, it would still be very easy to trick him. That was why Han Tianyu brought Jiang Fei around to gain some knowledge and experience. He helped Jiang Fei out of gratitude. Of course, it was more of a benefit to him. Chinese martial artists were quite strong compared to metahumans of the same level, but their growth was definitely the slowest. Even a genius martial artist had to go through at least 30 years of hard work before even thinking of becoming a level 4 metahuman. This growth rate was extremely slow when compared with other types of metahumans. So, although Han Tianyu was exceptional in martial arts, it would take him at least 10 to 20 years to become a martial artist that was a level 3 or higher. Before that actually happened, the Han family was just the same as the other families that did not have the support of metahumans, a second-rate family. However, as long as Han Tianyu had a close friend that was a level 4 martial artist, even if this friend did not do anything for the Han family, they would still be able to have a considerably powerful voice among the first-rate families. Han Tianyu had never intended to harm Jiang Fei. However, as he was a big arms dealer, he had been involved with the real world where people fought for fame and wealth for too long. So, it was impossible for him to be like Jiang Fei, to make friends simply just to have a pure friendship. Interests mixed with friendship. This was how Han Tianyu felt about Jiang Fei. Precisely because of this, he tried very hard to get closer to Jiang Fei and help him gain more knowledge wholeheartedly. After all, it was very difficult to become stronger as a Chinese martial artist. It was easier to expand your knowledge and adapt to the coldness of the metahuman community. Han Tianyu had to maintain a close friendship with Jiang Fei. The stronger Jiang Fei became, the more powerful the deterrent effect, and the better it was Han Tianyu. You enjoy the show. Jiang Fei smiled, then shook his head. He was not stupid. Of course, he knew that Han Tianyu was just bringing him to have a look at the real world. Now, however, Jiang Fei had to be alone. Only with this way could he get away and steal the research and development laboratory. Han Tianyu nodded, understanding that Jiang Fei probably needed some time to calm down after what he had seen. 0541 laughed. Shortly after, Jiang Fei saw a clone of himself appear on the bed in the lounge. Jiang Fei was shocked by his own sudden appearance. 0541 explained. Jiang Fei walked there and touched the other him who was on the bed, but he could not feel anything. This is awesome. Jiang Fei was surprised. Holograms were not science fiction in this era. It was something that really existed. It was just that the quality of holographic projections was not very high. From a distance, it looked fine. However, an observation up close would reveal the projection was just what it was, an image made out of light. As for the projection that 0541 made, Jiang Fei could not find any flaws despite being so close to it. Following 0541's voice, a silver light film appeared on Jiang Fei's body. Captain, this mirror refraction technology can make you perfectly invisible. Everything will be fine as long as you do not make any sound, 0541 explained. Awesome. Jiang Fei was overjoyed. With invisibility, he could easily get close to the research and development laboratory. At that time, 0541 would be able to store the laboratory with the use of spatial manipulation, then create a virtual image to trick other people. This way, he would be able to steal the laboratory without anyone knowing. Chapter 284, Stealing the Fragment. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Jiang Fei came out of the cabin and sneakily walked toward the back of the ship. At that moment, Han Tianyu and the helmsman were focused on the battle happening in the middle of the islet. With Jiang Fei invisible, no one noticed what was going on at all. Afraid that he might create ripples in the sea water, Jiang Fei did not dare to jump directly into the sea. Instead, he crept down the side of the ship and slowly sneaked into the waters. Although he did end up creating some ripples, which made Han Tianyu turn to look, the ripples were quite small. So, Han Tianyu just ignored it, thinking that fishes were the cause. Everything went very smoothly. However, when Jiang Fei got into the water, he suddenly realized that he had been negligent. Moreover, it was about something quite serious. The mighty Jiang Fei forgot that he did not know how to swim. Also, the mighty Jiang Fei had an advantage in terms of speed. On land, he could naturally run very quickly. At sea, he was sinking really quickly. Jiang Fei opened his mouth, and he ended up swallowing 2 mouthfuls of salty seawater. Damn it, it'd be really stupid if I actually drowned here. Jiang Fei struggled desperately. He paddled hard with both of his hands as he tried to get back up to the sea surface. As he was panicking, he did not realize yet another point that was making him at a disadvantage. His head was facing downward. So, the more he paddled, the deeper he got into the sea. Captain, don't panic. Don't panic. I've made an underwater breathing apparatus. 0541's voice calmed Jiang Fei down. He quickly connected to the spatial ring and took the breathing apparatus that 0541 had prepared for him. Without wasting any more time, he immediately covered his nose and mouth with it. King Hell. Jiang Fei was relieved as he took a few deep breaths, inhaling the air provided by the breathing equipment. 0541 complained. It was not easy to find Captain. If Jiang Fei died, just like that, 0541 did not have enough energy to look for a new captain. CKU. Jiang Fei spouted angrily. 0541 was also helpless. Even if you did not know how to swim, you would be still able to paddle a little after getting into the water. This applied to any animal, including human beings. Someone like Jiang Fei, who sunk so deep as soon as he touched the waters, was a rare species. However, it was also fortunate that Jiang Fei sank as soon as he did. Otherwise, he would have been discovered. Now that Jiang Fei was deep in the sea, the flow of the water he created when he moved around would not reach the sea surface. So, he did not have to worry about being discovered by anyone. As he no longer had to worry about breathing underwater, he quickly got used to it and learned to move around more gracefully. He may not pass with flying colors in terms of swimming, but his speed was acceptable. Under 0541's guidance, Jiang Fei swam all the way toward the research and development laboratory. Captain, slow down, swim a little slower. Jiang Fei heard 0541's voice. Jiang Fei responded, then slipped into the middle of a school of fish and approached his target bit by bit. The invisibility effect provided by 0541 was perfect, and very little light could reach the deep sea. Thus, even though they were behind the islet, The guards who were in wetsuits and carrying oxygen tanks did not notice Jiang Fei at all. The security here was actually pretty weak. They only sent a few guards because the R&D lab was too big. One could only transport it away with the use of a large towboat. It could not be dragged away by a normal submarine. So, these guards just had to look after the fragment and make sure that no big submarine got close to it. They did not have to worry about mutants like Jenny that could teleport. Only a mutant that was level 5 or above would be able to teleport a fragment that was more than 300 meters long and more than 100 meters wide far away. If such a powerful person wanted this fragment, there was no way they would be able to guard it. If they managed to offend such a person, not only would they lose the fragment, but they would also be in big trouble. Precisely because of this, the main surveillance targets of these guards were large ships and not small fries like Jiang Fei. After all, spatial manipulation was still at a theoretical stage in this current era. No one there would think that the reality of it was possible, so there was no need to guard against people stealing this spaceship fragment through this method. Jiang Fei, who was still mixed into the school of fish, managed to approach his target smoothly. Holy! A fragment of it is already this big. Jiang Fei looked at the huge, 300-meter-long, 100-meter-wide giant fragment and exclaimed. Just a fragment of it was already equivalent to 2 aircraft carriers. Jiang Fei could not imagine the size of the complete Braveheart. The Braveheart is 17 kilometers in diameter and is disc-shaped. It is the most advanced exploration vessel of planet Namek, 0541 replied. What the F*CK? Jiang Fei was speechless. The size of the spaceship was actually nearly 200 square kilometers. It was technically a small city. Okay, Captain, please get my main body in contact with the R&D lab. I have activated shields nearby. These guards are looking at virtual images now, 0541 said. Jiang Fei extended his left hand and pressed it on the metal exterior of the R&D lab, allowing the ring on his hand to come in contact with the metal exterior. Thus, the view in front of Jiang Fei became distorted. In a blink of an eye, the giant fragment that was right in front of him disappeared without a trace. Jiang Fei was astonished. At that moment, he noticed a small metal box sitting on the seabed. This is the device that creates the projection, 0541 explained. Jiang Fei asked. Yes, you can leave now, 0541 replied. Jiang Fei carefully followed the school of fish and swam away from the guards. After he swam tens of meters away, Jiang Fei looked back. He realized that the R&D lab that he had taken away had reappeared on the empty seafloor. The hologram device cannot release a projection near itself, so you can only see it from a distance, 0541 explained, reading Jiang Fei's thoughts. Jiang Fei nodded, then swam toward his own boat. He could not stay here for too long. Once they find out that the fragment had been stolen, they would definitely carry out a search. If Jiang Fei was still in the sea by then, he would definitely be discovered. After he quietly climbed into the boat, Jiang Fei glanced at the battlefield on the islet. The battle was still going on, but Baldwin could no longer defend himself. He was going to bleed to death very soon. When the time came, the Lockheed family would send a towboat to retrieve the fruit of victory. They would naturally discover that the fragment had been stolen. Fortunately, he was nimble enough and was able to return to the ship before the end of the battle. Jiang Fei quietly walked into the cabin, returning to the lounge. 0541 had also removed the image of Jiang Fei created by the hologram device. Everything had been carried out perfectly. However, Han Tianyu was frowning because he had noticed traces of water on the ship that extended toward the lounge where Jiang Fei was, but he did not see anyone at all. Was this ship haunted? Chapter 285, I Get Rich, You Be the Scapegoat. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After Jiang Fei returned to the lounge, he took a shower in order to wash the seawater off him. Then, he dried his clothes before he left the cabin and returned to the deck. Han Tianyu asked after Jiang Fei came up. Oh, I took a shower, Jiang Fei replied. Han Tianyu looked at Jiang Fei in confusion, but did not ask any questions. Jiang Fei asked curiously. The Black Widow one. Come to think of it, that chick is really patient. She waited for Baldwin to bleed to death, Han Tianyu said. It seemed like he was quite afraid of Rosita. Jiang Fei nodded. He was not actually interested in the outcome of the battle between the Lockheed family and the Warner family. He was more concerned about the reaction of the victorious party after they discover that the fragment had been stolen. Looking at the islet from the deck, Jiang Fei saw the Warner family transport Baldwin's body away. Then, Schroeder and Brooke shook hands and embraced each other. It looked like the two of them were still relatively friendly toward each other, as if the battles that killed the two metahumans earlier did not happen at all. What's up? Han Tianyu asked. Yeah, they were just fighting with each other moments ago, and they didn't even allow surrenders, which enabled the battle to stop only after someone has been killed. Jiang Fei asked, confused. Han Tianyu shook his head helplessly, then explained, it's not just among metahumans. It's like this even in the upper-class society of ordinary people. Even if I hate you to death, and we're both vengeful toward each other and would even kill each other at any opportunity, we still have to be friendly toward each other in public. Whatever. Jiang Fei snorted. You don't have to. Your master's so powerful. Han Tianyu shrugged. Using a level 5 metahuman as a deterrent was just so useful that even a suspicious level 5 metahuman could already achieve such an effect. Cut the nonsense. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. People were about to realize that the fragment had been stolen, so Jiang Fei wanted to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. In addition to Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu, many others also came to watch the battle. There were 20 or 30 ships around, and the people that came were all the younger generation of various forces. Many of them were metahumans. They came here with the same purpose as Jiang Fei. They were sent out by their family to have a look at the real world. Now that the battle was over, the show had ended. If they stayed here any longer, the owners of this territory would not be happy. So, many of the boats around the islet had begun to leave. Jiang Fei's departure did not seem abrupt and was not suspicious at all. After Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu left, things became chaotic within the Lockheed family. Rosita's victory in the battle had secured the Lockheed family's ownership of the ship's fragment. However, after the Warner family left, when the Lockheed family sent a towboat planning to tow the fragment of the spaceship away, they realized that it was a fake projection. Schroeder looked at the metal box and shouted loudly. Jenny asked, Impossible. I personally went down and checked it. The fragment made out of some unknown metal was indeed real, and it seems like it's the same metal as the other two fragments that we found before this. Schroeder said. Jenny wondered. Schroeder concluded. How's that possible? That fragment's bigger than an aircraft carrier. Jenny did not understand. Ho-ho, only people from the Lockheed family and the Warner family were guarding the fragment. Schroeder guessed. Is that? Jenny asked, doubtful. How is impossible? We did not have that many guards keeping watch underwater, and the Warner family were the only people who had also sent guards. They could have easily gotten in touch with ours. If it were an outsider, and the guards were unable to locate the outsider's position, they would have definitely notified us. Schroeder affirmed his own guess, as Schroeder did not know that Jiang Fei had spatial manipulation powers. His guess was the most logical with all the information he currently had. But, brother, this is just your own guess. The family had sacrificed 2 fighters. Jenny asked with some concern. If her brother's guess was approved by the higher-ups in the family, then his punishment could be reduced. However, if the people in the family did not accept how things had turned out, things would probably become really bad for her brother. Accordingly, Schroeder, who had reached level 4, should not receive severe punishment. However, the key problem was that both Schroeder and Jenny were not direct descendants of the Lockheed family. As they were outsiders, it did not matter how strong they were. They were still workers for the Lockheed family, and they had to take responsibility if they messed up. No matter what really happened, we still have to insist that the Warner family did it. Schroeder clenched his teeth. What else could Jenny say? Schroeder was her brother after all. His guess sounded pretty logical. However, even if he had totally made it up, she still had to support him. And this time, we're not completely without evidence. Schroeder pointed to the metal box. Jenny was puzzled. This box is also made of that unknown metal. After they assess it, the people in the family will understand that it's the same material as that of the unknown spaceships. Moreover, the holography is far more superior than the level of technology on Earth right now. This box definitely functions through the use of technology from the spaceship. The more Schroeder analyzed the situation, the more confident he became. Jenny nodded and believed her brother's judgment. How Schroeder was going to report to the Lockheed family, and how the Lockheed family was going to hunt the Warner family down did not matter now. Jiang Fei, who was full of excitement, had returned to the aircraft carrier. He could not hide his curiosity about the research and development lab any longer. Chapter 286, Honorary Elder. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After the entire ordeal with the metahuman fight, Han Tianyu sent Jiang Fei back to Manda Square. The fact that Jiang Fei had stolen the R&D lab was unknown to everyone. Naturally, he kept it to himself and went to his room. When no one was around, Jiang Fei started to ask about the lab. The Research and Development Lab mainly researches and produces facilities for the crew member of Braveheart. With this laboratory working, you would not have to go into the game to keep on taking out items via the ring. When an item has been brought out once, the laboratory will keep a record of it and produce them, 0541 explained. That explanation piqued his interest. Even though health points were low on value, there were a few potions that were extremely rare. Trying to collect them in the game was already a challenge to begin with. With the R&D lab in hand, all he had to do was obtain just one potion of his choice, and he could mass-produce them in the real world. Cried Jiang Fei as he slapped his fist. Asked 0541. A while back, he had taken and consumed all 10 evolution bloods. If he had kept just one, he could actually mass-produce that potion. Captain, I have confirmed that the laboratory does not possess any data regarding the evolution blood. Production of it would be impossible without a sample, said 0541. Captain, the laboratory is unable to produce armor. The laboratory could only produce civilian-class facility. Enhanced armor is a military-class usage, explained 0541. I see, asked Jiang Fei. If he had that sort of ability, it would be the same as having a spatial ring like the ones he had read in novels. In the current situation, the usage of spatial manipulation would consume a lot of power, which at this moment, I do not possess enough of. So, Captain, please be considerate in using its ability, said 0541. Hearing something that he did not like, Jiang Fei thought, what then could he use the ring for to help him at this point, since there was so many restrictions to what he wanted to do? Whoa, Jiang Fei exclaimed. If the ring was able to produce that sort of thing, could he achieve the so-called technology revolution? Yes, they are real. Jiang Fei was extremely sensitive to that word. Captain, it all comes down to power. With its current power state, the laboratory cannot be activated. Furthermore, it would be for the best interest of the captain to not produce anything that would exceed Earth's current state of technology. Asked Jiang Fei, disgruntled. Captain, you have taken a fragment of Braveheart under the noses of two powerful clans. Exposing technology far superior than what is available now on Earth would be detrimental to your well-being. Jiang Fei acknowledged 0541's advice. He had just stolen something from powerful clans, and if he were to show something outrageously impressive, it would be as if he were telling the world to target him. Even though he could claim that the ship was his, no one would take his word literally. Having said that, he now knew that he should not make anything that would expose the alien technology. However, he could still produce smaller items that could improve his own strength. The main problem was that the lab required power. Nothing would start without power, cried Jiang Fei. He had not even solved the problem with the ring's power, and now he had the laboratory's power issue to handle as well. It is the law of energy. Yeah. At this point, the laboratory is a secondary problem. The main issue right now is the ring. Through powering the ring, 0541 could start the search and locate the other part of the ship. If I can find the power core of the ship, I'm bound to find large quantity of energy crystals. Jiang Fei started talking to himself. "Captain, you have come to a fair conclusion and solution to the current predicament," said 0541 as she tried to compliment Jiang Fei. However, as an artificial intelligence, she could still learn much about proper compliment. That's enough for you. If you don't know how to properly praise someone, just don't do it at all. That night, Jiang Fei had dinner with his mother. She found Jiang Fei behaving very normally, not knowing that her little baby boy had already transcended into the next realm of humanity. The dinner scene was so normal that Jiang Fei could not help but want to protect it. His parents were as normal as anyone could be. No matter what, Jiang Fei made a promise with himself to never involve them with the metahumans. After dinner, Jiang Fei returned to his room. 0541 had already entered hibernation mode to preserve as much power as she could. Jiang Fei crawled onto his bed and tried to think of ways to obtain as much energy as he could. At that point, Jiang Fei thought of energy as fuel. Technically, he should be trying to obtain any kind of fuel. The problem was that it may not be from a weaponized power. All kinds of high-energy power source will be highly regulated or protected. Nuclear power, for example. Jiang Fei would need an even larger amount. As he pondered, he saw the clock was almost ticking to 10. Jiang Fei got dressed and was ready for the game. At that moment, he heard a knock akin to a door coming from the window. Who's knocking? That's not possible. This is a 100-floor tower. Jiang Fei ran to the window with his guard up and pulled the curtain. Holy cow! Jiang Fei jumped when he saw the old man waving hello from outside the window like a ghost. Jiang Fei pulled the window open and frowned at him. Said Jiang Fei angrily as he helped the old man into his room. He noticed that the old man was not using any kind of tool to help him adhere to the walls. Instead, all he saw was his hands was just sticking to the wall without any assistance. Sheesh, don't be so strict about it. The old man laughed as he entered the room. When Jiang Fei closed the window and the curtains, he helped the old man sit down on his chair as he proceeded to sit on his bed. About that, my master said he had no interest to participate. In a way, said Jiang Fei as he apologized awkwardly. The truth was that Jiang Fei wanted to join the China's Martial Art Alliance and use its privileges to gain resources. However, the main problem was the test itself. He was scared that he might be exposed. I understand. Don't worry. I truly do. I've indeed predicted this. So, how about we bestow on you the title of Honorary Elder instead? There's no mission, no test. At the same time, there's no fixed reward for you as well. However, you could still gain contribution points by, well, Old Man Hai was determined to have Jiang Fei to join the alliance. Once he was in, the alliance would have a connection to Jiang Fei's level 5 master. Chapter 287, 287, Guild Building. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, Jiang Fei agreed. He wanted the resources of the alliance, and as for contributions, Jiang Fei had never worried about it. There were bound to be people sustaining heavy injuries, and so that was his chance to provide the healing potions, which might come in handy in terms of contribution points. Very well. In that case, my business here is done. I'll go back and sort things out with the alliance, said Old Man Hai. Without even saying goodbye, the old man got up from his seat and leaped out of the window. Jiang Fei stared at the window. He was at the 100th floor with a distance of hundreds of meters from ground level. The old man may be a martial artist, but he was still human. If anyone but birds did that, they would fall and splatter on the ground. Perhaps even metahumans would end up like that without the proper flight ability. However, when Jiang Fei looked out of the window, he saw Old Man Hai was not on the ground. Instead, he was crawling on the wall like a gecko. So, that was the art of gecko's wall climbing style that Old Man Hai had. Jiang Fei would not know about it since he had only just been introduced to the world of metahumans. However, if Old Man Hai was willing to teach him, all he needed to do was inject true qi into his limbs and apply them to the wall like adhesive. Even a vertical pole would not be a problem if Jiang Fei could master this art. Noting that the old man was safe and sound, Jiang Fei closed the window and prepared for game time. The first thing Jiang Fei did when he entered the game was head over to his guild territory with Isabella. The original odor of smelly mud and rotten trees were no more. There were many NPC workers that were working hard to clear everything up to build the castle. Big Brother Bear and the rest of his lot were also there to transport materials needed for the building. Only a few of them were spoils from hunting monsters and completing quests. Most of them were bought from or given by Happy Drunk. The girls of Rosette Knighthood were also present then. The monsters around the vicinity were of lower levels, approximately around level 20 crocodiles, which were a nuisance since they were hard to defeat. Since the area had no resources of that manner, there were very few players that would venture into this part of the map. No NPC meant no quests. That was the reason why Jiang Fei had chosen the place to be set up as his territory. No monsters to farm, no quests to take, no resources to harvest, and no players to do anything there. It was a completely desolated area. "Ah Fei," said Rosette Rose as she dragged Jiang Fei to an empty corner. "Yes, this place is the best for me," said Jiang Fei without lying. It was indeed the best place for him, technically only for him. The guild territory was set as a mask to protect the Ant Queen. "Very well. Since you're so sure about it, all your decision. I'll head over to the supervisor for a bit. These workers here will start slacking once there's no one to supervise them." Rosette Rose grunted angrily as she stomped her way toward the construction yard. Jiang Fei looked around quietly and no one noticed him. He was able to bring Isabella along without anyone spotting her. There, the main hall had already been built and Jiang Fei could enter it. Even though the construction of the territory was still in its infancy stage, entering the hall already required the permission from the guildmaster. After the main hall, Jiang Fei entered one floor below and saw a black hole. That hole was the entrance to the one-man's secret dungeon, the underground swamp cavern. Jiang Fei entered the dungeon and claimed the daily ant eggs and ant milk. From there on out, that would be Jiang Fei's daily task. After that, Jiang Fei went on to raid the bottom of the blood pool twice, once on normal difficulty and once on elite difficulty. However, at the end of it, Jiang Fei felt like it was a complete waste of time. The heroic mode could only be entered once every week. On the other hand, even if that difficulty could be completed every day, Jiang Fei would not able to fight until the end without Isabella's dragon transformation. At level 40, the effective level suppression systems kicked in. As such, even though the dungeon run was easier than before, the experience points gained was so low that it was no longer efficient to do the dungeon anymore. Once he got out of the dungeon, Jiang Fei went to the guild storage and dumped all of the trash tier equipment he had obtained from the run. With his inventory cleared, Jiang Fei casually opened the level ranking board and found out that he was still at first place. 1. Verger Glider, level 42. Cold Feather He, level 35-3. Night Shadow, level 34-4. Lady Casanova, level 34-5. Happy Drunk, level 34-6. Demon Dawn Master, level 34-7. Beast Master, level 34-8. I'm Richie Rich, level 33-9. Sky Beyond, level 33-10. 7 Stars Warrior, level 33. Ho ho, not bad. Jiang Fei laughed happily. Chun-Chi had planted her position as second place. That was expected of her since that little girl had always been competitive with the other players, especially guys. At that moment, he felt extremely lucky to have picked up 0541. Without this cheating device, he would not have been able to exceed anyone in the game. That girl might have already been in first place in the level ranking board without anyone being able to even step into her shadow. As for Han Tianyu, he was so lazy that he had hired players to babysit him instead. That was how he was able to stay at number 8. Perhaps, if no one was willing to work for him, he would not even be level 30. The only surprise he had was 7 Stars Warrior. Even though he was a hidden class, he had never really drawn Jiang Fei's attention. The communication he had with 7 Star Warrior was during the time they worked together to kill a boss. On the contrary, the other player, 6 Fans the Pill Alchemist, was more prominent than him. That was why when Jiang Fei noticed his presence in the level ranking board, he was happy. The man had put an effort into rushing his level. Even though he was still in the lower ranks, it was still considered to be an honor. Jiang Fei's guild, Imperial Dragon, was not a big guild. In fact, there were only a handful of players in there. 7 Stars Warrior had achieved such a feat without even relying on any of the guild members. While he was busy thinking about 7 Stars Warrior, he suddenly remembered about another player in the guild that was really good at fighting. He opened the guild member list and noticed Little Rain was only level 31. It was a huge gap. Asked Jiang Fei as he was too shy to contact Little Rain himself. "Oh, I didn't hear anything about it. What's wrong? Did someone step on our members?" cried Big Brother Bear furiously. Big Brother Bear suddenly stuttered. If Jiang Fei could see him, he would be able to see him starting to flinch. Jiang Fei's voice had gotten serious. Said Big Brother Bear after delaying his response. "Busy? With what?" said Jiang Fei. If he had trouble, Jiang Fei would not mind helping out. Chapter 288. 288. Guild Masters Meeting. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation said Big Brother Bear after being pressured by Jiang Fei. It was then Jiang Fei found out that the girls from the Rosette Knighthood were not fond of training. Besides a few rare cases, most of them played the game just for the fun of it. There were male players in the game that chose to accompany them in their fun. Besides Jiang Fei, 7 Stars Warrior, and Little Rain, Zhao Feng the fatty bum and the others were not too easy on the eye. On the contrary, the girls were top-class, supermodel types. They had their standards, and none of them wanted to hang out with ugly bears. All that had the looks were always missing in action. Hence, the girls had the tendency to stick to Little Rain and 7 Stars Warrior. In the end, 7 Stars Warrior got serious and never smiled whenever he was with them. Every time they started to talk to him, he would be a rock, never smiling, never answering. In the end, the girls got bored and went to Little Rain, who had better attitude toward them, instead. Every day, every night, the girls flocked to Little Rain. As a result, he was unable to put enough time into training. "I see," Jiang Fei said calmly. He was not able to intervene in this sort of mess. On one side, there were the girls who want to have fun. On the other, there were the guys that wanted to level up. In between both sides was Little Rain, who was caught in the line of fire. "Never mind then. I'll leave him be. Just remind him about his level gap. Don't let it fall too low," said Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei then did a mental calculation. If the group of babes would not stop hindering Little Rain's gameplay, he would have a word with Rosette Rose. In other news, Jiang Fei himself was contemplating on hosting activities for the guild members, a recruitment drive. Rosette Rose had always been heckling about it. She was a woman with big dreams. Jiang Fei was at the far end of the spectrum. What he cared about was not the game itself, but what he could get from it. As long as it could help him in the real world, he would be interested in it. Nothing else mattered. That was why he had not relinquished the rights to recruit players to anyone else. Not even Rosette Rose, the manager of the guild that had such authority. The decision had severely hindered the expansion of the guild. Jiang Fei's philosophy of small as peace was utterly rejected by Rosette Rose. What was the main reason she joined his alliance? Was it not to create an empire in the game? If that was her goal, managing 100 members in such a small guild would not even be a stepping stone. It's a stepping pebble, or worse, a small piece of sand on the beach. Jiang Fei would not have minded if it were just once in a while, but every time Rosette Rose talked to him, she would never fail to remind him about the benefits of having a larger community in the guild. At that point, Jiang Fei would never forget the reason why Rosette Rose had given up the solidarity of their guild and joined him. That was Jiang Fei's worry. There were many girls and boys in the guild that were just there for the fun of it. Some of them were following Jiang Fei. However, Rosette Rose, Little Rain, and 7 Stars Warriors were different. They had bigger dreams. They had the potential to become true symbols of strength. If Jiang Fei continued down this path, their potential would be snuffed out before they could even shine. A simple message and a simple reply. However, both of them knew the significance of this short exchange. Jiang Fei was voluntarily handing the authority to Rose. He did not want too many people under his name, since his motto had always been peace meant a smaller mess. He had never even been a class monitor before. How would he be able to handle such a large player base? However, since Rose was willing to take over the role, why not let her do it? He could be his silent partner. Knowing that opening the guild recruitment would invite spies from other guilds into his, he did not worry about it. Aside from the hidden underground secret dungeon, there was nothing else to be kept as a secret. No one besides Jiang Fei himself had the authorization to go down the main hall. Rosette Rose had been waiting for that day to come. Jiang Fei had been persistent in keeping the guild members at minimum, halting her big plans. Now that the doors were open, Rosa swore to herself that she would make the name Imperial Dragon reach every corner of the world game, not just Dawnlight City. Rosa's dream may be big, but Jiang Fei did not care. Not one bit. At that point, his attention was focused on something else. "Ah, Fei," said Han Tianyu in a message. "Yeah, I am." City South Hotel. Jiang Fei replied swiftly and flew over to the hotel at the southern of the Dawnlight City with the juvenile, sky-lighting dragon. When they were above the hotel, Jiang Fei hovered for a moment and turned to Isabella, who was hugging him happily. "Bella, I need you to stay in the pet slot for a while. Someone will be there, and they will invite me into their party. I don't want them to know that you're a princess," said Jiang Fei. Perhaps Isabella was already head over heels for Jiang Fei, or perhaps she had misunderstood Jiang Fei's intention when he said princess. Either way, she nodded her head obediently. With a white flash, Isabella disappeared into thin air. Only then did Jiang Fei descend and enter the hotel. Once he was in the party, Jiang Fei was shocked. He was surprised to see that Han Tianyu was not the only player in the party. Instead, there were Happy Drunk, Lady Casanova, Southern Azure Sword, Demon's Grimace, Billy Boy, and many others that he had never seen or heard before. Jiang Fei entered the hotel room and found out that it was not a room, but a hall with a long table that could fit in more than 50 players. Sitting on each side of the table were guild masters of all the named guilds in Dawnlight City. WTF? What are we doing here? "Ho-ho, Afe, you're here," said Han Tianyu aloud as he pulled out a chair next to him. After calculating, there were supposed to be more than 100 guild masters present, and most of them were guilds that had easily over 10,000 members under their wings. If the seating was sorted by ranks, he should be standing at the entrance, not even at the door. However, he was the Verger Glider of Dawnlight City, the famous player that had conquered a level 30 heroic difficulty dungeon alone. Additionally, the man that had pulled a chair out for Jiang Fei was the young master of Dawnlight City. These two players were allies. Technically, if Jiang Fei wanted the frontmost seat, no one would complain. Or rather, they dared not complain. Back when the level 30 dungeon first appeared, Han Tianyu had helped Jiang Fei by taking charge of the dungeon, allowing no one else to enter it. He had almost gotten into war with other guild members for the sake of Jiang Fei. With that feat, no average guild master dared to even squeak their dissatisfaction. Perhaps the only people that had the power to stand in objection was the three guild alliance. However, they had a modus operandi and a goal to achieve that day. Chapter 289, The Objective of the Three Guilds Alliance. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Once everyone was seated, Han Tianyu did not bother about the rest of the guild masters when he shouted at Lady Casanova. "Let's get things moving now." Lady Casanova did not acknowledge him, but Demon's Grimace talked. Every player has already reached a certain level, and those levels will only get harder and harder to break through. Han Tianyu raised his brow and immediately turned to Happy Drunk. Like Jiang Fei, he was a silent partner. Most of the guild was handled by Happy Drunk. That was why the first person everyone turned to was Happy Drunk. Happy Drunk kept quiet. Technically, building a teleportation circle would be a good thing, but since it was the three guild alliance who was the one that brought it up, Happy Drunk was convinced that something was amiss. Our current goal is to connect Dawnlight and Twilight first. We had already contacted that city, and half of the quest given had been completed. However, the last step can't be completed alone. "We need the support and cooperation from all of Dawnlight City," said Demon's Grimace. Happy Drunk merely nodded without giving any feedback. "What do you think?" asked Han Tianyu in a private message to Jiang Fei. Might as well connect it. Jiang Fei replied. After the latest game patch, most of the bosses were weakened. I don't think building a teleportation circle is their main goal. They were just borrowing this topic for something else, said Han Tianyu. He was thinking far ahead, even though he was not like Happy Drunk who cared about the well-being of his guild. Moreover, Han Tianyu knew anything that had happened and would happen between the three guild alliance and aristocrats. Even though connecting the teleportation circle to other main city had difficult to complete quests, the reward would be worth it. If that was the case, the three guild alliance would have to think about having the aristocrats in league. The sun would rise from the west if there was no trap. Demon's Grimace said that the combined manpower of the three guild alliance was not enough to complete the quest. Was it not be enough when he had dragged so many average guilds into the equation? Supposedly, they should be able to complete the quest with the help of half of Dawnlight City. Even though the aristocrats was one of the biggest guilds in the city, there would not be any difference with or without the guild when almost all of Dawnlight City was there in the room. Additionally, if the aristocrats was asked to join, most of the leaders and managers would fall in the hands of the aristocrats. There is no such thing as free lunch in the world. Why would they just hand over the authority to the aristocrats without asking anything in return? The three guild alliance must be up to something. Asked Jiang Fei. He just got into the society. Only humans could be as evil as it can be. He knew that. But what sort of scheme did the three guild alliance have that he could not think of? It's hard to pinpoint one right now. Very well, said Happy Drunk. That's wonderful, said Demon's Grimace as he complimented Happy Drunk. Don't start popping the champagne. I do have say here. The real guild master is right there, said Happy Drunk as he pointed to Han Tianyu. When Happy Drunk passed the baton to Han Tianyu, Demon's Grimace, Lady Casanova, and Southern Azure Sword furrowed their eyebrows immediately. There was no way to reason with the Rick folks. That was why these guys only spoke to Happy Drunk. At the same time, they did not want to incur the wrath of Han Tianyu. If Han Tianyu wanted something done or the other way round, no one could properly reason with him. No one in that room, technically. Demon's Grimace shuddered as he asked Han Tianyu. Han Tianyu crossed his arms menacingly and turned to Jiang Fei. Brother, what do you think? Jiang Fei jumped when Han Tianyu unexpectedly passed the metaphorical baton to him. What the hell, man? When we were talking about it, I told you I was all for it, and then you told me someone was off. Yet you still openly asked for my suggestion? Why would you want me to bear the responsibility? I'm done. Up to you, man, said Jiang Fei as he rolled his eyes at Han Tianyu. At the same time, he was cursing at Han Tianyu for actually dragging him into the loop. Gotcha, said Han Tianyu as he slammed the table. What the actual F***CK? Cried Jiang Fei to Han Tianyu. Jiang Fei should have known that no matter what people said, if he wants it, he gets it. Haha, this is good, Demon's Grimace exclaimed happily. He had thought that Han Tianyu would be trying his best to cause trouble. Are you daft or just stupid? Didn't you say there's something wrong? Jiang Fei scolded Han Tianyu in a private message. Relax. You wouldn't understand these kinds of things. These guys are here with the mass, explained Han Tianyu as to why he still voluntarily agreed, despite knowing that something was off. Han Tianyu could see through the fog of deceit. This task was not only for rewards, but mainly to create a pathway to and fro main cities. It was for the good of the entire Dawnlight City. If he had rejected to help, he would be branded as a traitor. That was not a good marketing strategy. The aristocrats was the dominating guild in Dawnlight City. Even so, a guild with no more than 200,000 players would only be a drop of water in the ocean of over 10 million players. Players tend to jump on the bandwagon. If that was the case, might as well be the heroes of Dawnlight City instead of incurring the wrath of all the players in the city. When that happened, no matter how powerful you were, no one would respect you. Since there was no way he could reject the request, he would have to be extremely cautious of the three guild alliance, since there was still the prize of the quest reward. Han Tianyu was not a manager type of person, hence Happy Drunk was taking charge in that sector. He had planted ears and eyes in other guilds. Soon, the plans of the three guild alliance would be unfolded, and Han Tianyu would turn the table around then. Even though Han Tianyu currently had no idea what the three guild alliance had planned, he would not stop at anything to retrieve them. The man was not known to obey the law. Even well-known weapons manufacturers were treated like common civilians. What he had was a goal, and once his goal was achieved, he would make sure that the three guild alliance pay for scheming against him. "What the hell? You guys are so cunning," said Zhang Fei. However, he had only learned about it through Han Tianyu. That meant his own judgment was still too weak. If he had met with this sort of enemy, he would be completely pulverized like a used puppet and not even know it. Chapter 290, The Last Straw. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. All four strongest guilds in Dawnlight City had gotten together after Han Tianyu vocally expressed his agreement in joining forces with the three guild alliance. Naturally, all other smaller guilds agreed to join forces as well. Asked Han Tianyu, "Currently, we have completed all miscellaneous fetching quests. The last step would be to submit the materials," said Demon's Grimace. "The quest will be simple. Go to the NPC and receive the quest. Submit the materials to the NPC." Lady Casanova added. Han Tianyu nodded, but Zhang Fei started to frown. Based on what Lady Casanova had just said, Zhang Fei could predict that repairing the teleportation circle would require an absurdly large amount of materials. The worst part was the fact that the materials needed for the teleportation circle restoration were the same as the one used for territory building. If all of Dawnlight City participated in this quest, the price of the materials would surely increase. There would be cases where some of the rare materials would be so high that money simply could not buy. All was for the sake of easy experience points and equipment. In the end, Zhang Fei could see the negative effect on him. All of this mess with the teleportation circle would disturb the flow of materials to his own territory building. *T. Zhang Fei wondered to himself. If that was the case, that must mean that the three guild alliance must be at their wits' end. They must have thought it well, since Zhang Fei was greatly affected. The truth was that Zhang Fei was just overthinking. Even though Imperial Dragon had just started their territory construction, his guild was very small, even though Zhang Fei had given the permission to Rosette Rose to start recruiting members. Hence, due to his guild size, the three guild alliance was not targeting him. Zhang Fei was merely caught in the line of fire. In fact, the three guild alliance had no idea that the material requirement for the quest was the same as what was needed for a territory construction. After all, they had never been able to obtain a territory order. The incident with Zhang Fei was completely accidental. At the beginning of the quest, the three guild alliance wanted to claim the quest reward for themselves. However, they had failed to predict that the material cost would be too much for them to bear. They did not have powerful support or resources stocked up. After everything had been done and spent, the quest could not be completed. Hence, they had resorted to open the quest to everything, allowing the whole of Dawnlight City to share the benefit. If they could have done it alone, they would never have shared this benefit, especially since the NPC was located at their pseudo-territory. As expected, Happy Drunk had wanted nothing more for the well-being of his guild. Since the reward was good, luxurious equipment and abundant of experience points were just too good to be ignored. Every 10th submission of a material was considered one round, and each round of submission would be rewarded with a level 30 green-grade equipment. As such, the reward had its value, and even though it was just a green grade, it was valuable to everyone other than Zhang Fei. Not everyone had a full gear of violet and golden grade equipment. Even the elite party of the aristocrats was a mixture of green and blue, and most of them were either level 30 or below. Happy Drunk could not afford to allow his guild to fall behind in the race of power, especially since the quest was open to the public. Unlike Happy Drunk, Han Tianyu played the game to be with Zhang Fei. Materials aside, even if Han Tianyu had given the entire guild to Zhang Fei, Han Tianyu would not feel anything. On the other hand, Happy Drunk was too devoted to the game. The guild was built from scratch, and it was like his own son to him. If it did not affect the growth of the guild, Happy Drunk would not mind supporting Zhang Fei with his own progress. However, since the current situation mattered a lot to Happy Drunk, he could not let Jiang Fei affect his judgment. However, Happy Drunk had to circumvent Han Tianyu and directly inform Jiang Fei. If Han Tianyu knew about it, the man might just command his guild to supply every material they had to Jiang Fei. If that happened, the guild members would never have any chance to submit the quest. Since the supply of materials had been cut off, Jiang Fei would have to start finding ways to resume supplying materials to his territory. The guild armistice will only last for 1 month. In that period, he must at the very least build a wall surrounding the castle ground. If the wall was not built, the territory would be very weak and prone to attack. After the decision to connect the teleportation circle was made, the guild masters had started to discuss the next step after all the materials needed had been submitted. However, because the NPC did not provide any extra information in regards to that matter, no further planning could be done. One thing that was certain was that the commanding leader would be none other than the aristocrats. The 3 guild alliance would have advisory power while the other guilds could do nothing but to obey. Jiang Fei did not bother to listen to the rest of the meeting since his priority was only the materials. Since his guild only had over 100 players, even if he tried to pull strings with Han Tianyu, he could not be one of the commanding officers. It was different from seating, as it only depended on honor. The commanding officers would have authority over matters, and most importantly, distribution of reward. Jiang Fei knew that even if he could be one of the commanding officers, with only over 100 players in his guild, there was little persuasive power. Currently, Jiang Fei's guild had a large amount of funding. Counting the sales with Happy Drunk not too long ago, he had over 60,000 gold coins. Additionally, the auction of the pet eggs was going to be concluded soon. Jiang Fei was not worried about coins at the moment, and he might even be willing to spend 60,000 gold coins on materials. Hence, he planned to spend all that money on buying materials from a market before the news spreads too far. With the materials bought for and the ones gained from Happy Drunk yesterday, Jiang Fei predicted that he could last for 10 days. All he could wish for then was that the quest would end in 10 days. If it lasted longer than that, Jiang Fei would have nowhere else to gather materials. Just as Jiang Fei called for Big Brother Bear and his lackeys to consolidate all the materials bought from players, the news about the material submission quest had started to spread. What followed next was a chain of angry scolding from the players who had sold their materials. Jiang Fei was not the only guild that had started this trend. The only difference between the guilds was the number of materials bought with their own guild budget. Lucky for Jiang Fei that he acted sooner than the others, or else he might not have managed to buy them. Now that most guilds had their materials, the other pub players were in a bad time. At first glance, they were happy to sell their materials for a slightly higher price, since most of them thought that the materials were just random ETC items. However, in just a blink of an eye, the ETC trash that they had just sold became treasures. It was only normal for the players to start scolding the buyers, accusing them of cheating and whatnot. Chapter 291. 291. Quest. Mananode. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Since the start of the quest, the prices of many materials skyrocketed as time passed. There were even cases where players had taken advantage of the situation and increased the price of other unrelated materials. What they were thinking then was that since a few of the materials had been chosen to be used as quest items, it would only be a matter of time before other materials that were not in demand now would be in demand in the future. Hence, in just a span of a night, the prices of all materials in Dawnlight City had risen. Even with extra money in hand, Jiang Fei would not want to waste the money on greedy merchant wannabes. In the span of the entire week, players swarmed the same NPC, trying their best to submit as many rounds of materials as they could. Aside from the daily dungeon run, players would be outside the city, farming for materials, both pub players and guild included. Fields and swamps that had never seen the light of day was suddenly packed with players. Like a storm, guilds had started to claim their farming grounds, while pub players had to live by farming the gap in between the guild's farming spot. After the week was over, the material collecting quest was done. The NPC had collected enough materials and had stopped accepting any more. The quest was then updated. Ding! Quest title: Mana Nodes. Description: due to the war of shadow and light, the 4 teleportation circles that connect all 4 main cities has been destroyed. To restore the connection between the cities, you must first restore the mana nodes that were connecting the teleportation circles. Objective: eliminate all enemies around the mana nodes and restore it. Reward: for every monster eliminated, you will earn points, which could be used to trade with rewards. Node Wrecker: normal 1 contribution point, elite Node Wrecker, elite 10 contribution points, Node Destroyer, advanced elite 50 contribution points, Node Destroyer Commanding Officer, leader 300 contribution points, Fleur the Attacker, 10,000 contribution points Node. 1 contribution points can be exchanged for 10,000 experience points. 30 contribution points can be exchanged for 1x level 30 green equipment. 100 contribution points can be exchanged for 1x level 30 blue equipment. The announcement was made citywide, and every player received it. The quest was also sent to every single player that was online at that time. The choice to review it lied with the players themselves. As the reward was very luxurious, so was the difficulty. 1 normal monster was only worth 1 point. They would have to kill at least 10,000 normal monsters to trade for the best reward. Naturally, it was a matter of accumulation. Anyone with enough patience could do it. Along with the announcement and the quest update, the system had also included the coordinates for the monster's spawn points. In that instant, a sea of players swarmed out of the city like locusts. Even players who were severely underleveled had also joined the fray. Usually, players would scatter around the city. Hence, the number of players was not obvious. That day was different. The swarm of players, nay, the sea of players came out rushing like a tsunami as they gathered. The coordinates given to all players was a quest map. To fit that much players, the developers had adjusted the map size and purposely made it large enough to fit all players in Dawnlight City. Even with that many players, once the crowd started to adjust to the size of the map, one could clearly see that the number of players participating in the quest was uncountable. Oh my! Ho-ho! Looks like there's no need to fight for monsters. Well, what are we waiting for? Charge! Onward! Once the monsters were seen, players started to charge towards them and started fighting. However, oh lord, the charging troops of players rush on quickly, but they died just as fast. In that instant, the entire field was filled with blinking white pillars of light like a disco. Many players were sent back to the city due to death. They are so strong. Everyone was stunned. They were only supposed to be normal monsters, yet their strength and attack power were stronger than the average elite monsters that they usually faced. Level 30 monster farming party open for recruitment. Only accepting level 30 players and above. In that moment of panic, someone yelled out about forming a party. When that happened, others followed and started their parties as well. Originally, players did not want to form a party, since killing 1 normal monster would only reward them with 1 contribution point. If they had formed a party, how would the system divide 1 point? However, the monsters had proven to be too difficult to be faced alone. Hence, everyone started to form their parties to increase their chances of survival. The truth was that even if pub players formed their party, it would be useless. Guilds, on the other hand, were different since almost all guilds would have already formed their main parties. Elite parties that had the power to fight a dungeon boss would hunt for the big ones. The other secondary parties would then split into smaller parties to divide their roles further. These monsters were indeed strong, but as stronger as they were only as strong as a level 30 elite tier monster. 2 to 3 players would be enough to kill them without much problem. However, a party of 5 players would have a better efficiency at killing them. Big Brother Bear, take Little Rain and 7-Star Warrior and start to kill monsters, said Jiang Fei as he left the party management to Big Brother Bear. The Imperial Dragon was not big. That had been established. Ever since Jiang Fei had voiced his complaints to Rosette Rose about the girls, she had given them a mild warning not to continue their harassment. Even though they still stuck to him, it was not as serious, for Little Rain was still able to do his leveling without any hindrance from the girl. Without the drag, the thugs in the guild were able to perform admirably. Even if they had above average skills, they were just as strong as the top guild secondary parties. Even though they did not stand out, they were not weak. Even without Jiang Fei leading them, they could easily take down normal monsters easily. Elite, or even advanced elite, were treated just as easily. Jiang Fei left them to deal with the monster confidently and summoned the juvenile Sky Lighting Dragon. Once he was in the sky with Isabella hugging him tightly, Jiang Fei began to scout the map. The map was huge, almost 10 times the size of Dawnlight City. The number of monsters spawning was so staggering that it filled every inch of the map. If every single one of the monsters was killed and all points were shared equally, every single player in Dawnlight City would be able to exchange for 2 or possibly 3 blue-graded equipment. From that high altitude, Jiang Fei was able to see everything. He knew where the normal monsters gathered, where the elites and advanced elite were, as well as the mini-boss. As he flew around more, he found one 20 meters tall monster. Fleur the Attacker, Distorted Beast, Leader, level, 55 health points, 35 million attack power, 15,000 skills, Heavy Slam, Distorted Breath, Earth Shatter, Earthquake Heavy Slam. Attacks powerfully once, dealing double damage. Knocks back a target. Distorted Breath, deals powerful damage to all targets in front of it. Spawn one distorted parasite on each target that was hit with the skill. Earth Shatter, attacks powerfully once, dealing quadruple damage. Damage is shared amongst all targets within 3 meters of the first target. Earthquake, Berserked, Fleur slams the ground with the force of the earth, dealing powerful damage to all targets within 100 meters. Causes 600 damage per second for 10 seconds. Targets inflicted by this skill is able to move or channel magic. "Oh my god," Jiang Fei exclaimed. He was so shocked at the boss stats that he almost fell off the dragon. Luckily, Isabella noticed it and quickly hugged Jiang Fei tighter. So Leader Boss might have been nerfed after the latest patch, but the Lord Tier Boss was far, far stronger. Chapter 292 292 Magic Circle. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation bewildered. Jiang Fei had no idea what to do with a monster that was so obviously much stronger than the pre-patch version. See, could you defeat him?" asked Jiang Fei. Isabella pondered a little and cocked her head ever so cutely and said, "Yes. Yes, I can." Jiang Fei patted her head. Despite asking, Jiang Fei had no plans to have Isabella fight. When the quest had just started, Han Tianyu had informed Jiang Fei about matters of the 3 Guild Alliance. Apparently, Happy Drunk still had not discovered what the 3 guilds had planned. According to Han Tianyu's report, Happy Drunk had done his best in scouring for leaks. He had a spy that had already climbed up the ranks in the Omnisword Guild. However, the plan was kept tightly as a secret by the 3 guilds. Besides the 3 guild masters and Billy Boy, there would be a 5th player who would know about the plan. "I see. It would only seem that the more they try to hide it, the bigger the plan is," said Han Tianyu without blaming Happy Drunk. Jiang Fei had no idea and had no interest to know what Han Tianyu plans to intervene were. However, that jeopardized Jiang Fei's movement. Isabella's dragon transformation was Jiang Fei's trump card. Without knowing what would be unleashed upon him, Jiang Fei would have to prepare for the worst. After circling the field a few more times, Jiang Fei had finally found an oddity that was the 3 Guilds Alliance. In fact, it was hard to miss since all of them were gathered at a spot. They were killing monsters strategically, unlike the other guilds that were killing at random to fight stronger monsters. What were they up to? Jiang Fei flew higher in the air to avoid detection and started to ponder for a while, said Isabella. Why would the 3 guilds build a magic circle for? Even though that map was a quest map, every 3 hours there would be an NPC patrolling the map. Once they leave, the entire map would be a free-for-all PvP grounds. Attacking others would be punishment-free. Bella. I can't. The formation is just too basic to know what the effects are, said Isabella dejectedly, as if she was not good enough. Don't worry about it. Jiang Fei patted her head again. The entire formation was huge, as no matter how many players were involved in building it, it could never be done in a single day. Jiang Fei planned to stick around more and continue his observation before he reported this. When Isabella, could finally recognize the magic circle's true purpose, he will report this to Han Tianyu and start to plan a counterattack. Once he calculated the progression speed of the magic circle, Jiang Fei realized that there was no point hovering around that area anymore. Jiang Fei then flew toward his own guildmates and formed a team. When everyone was ready, Jiang Fei personally led them to start hunting for the big fishes. When he was in the sky, Jiang Fei had noted down the location of the mini-boss. With that in mind, Jiang Fei easily led the entire party to find a big one. Still, he would have to kill the monsters that were blocking their path. Even though it was considered to be a mini-boss, it was a leader-tier monster. In fact, all the monsters that spawned on this map were enhanced. Their combat power was strong. Without his own transformation skill, Jiang Fei had to rely on his entire team to survive and kill them. Jiang Fei knew that such a situation would arise. Hence, he had ordered Isabella to stay at the rear, never to engage in a fight unless Jiang Fei gave the permission. A leader-tier boss was worth 300 contribution points, and since Jiang Fei's current party member was only 60, each member will be receiving 5 contribution points for every kill. Perhaps the only drawback for this sort of event was that the monsters would not drop equipment. Gold coins would be dropped, but the amount was so little. A normal monster would drop 2 silver coins, an elite would drop 10 or more silver coins, and an advanced elite would drop over 50 silver coins. With money in the eyes, everyone charged into battle with fury and vigor that no one had noticed what the alliance of the 3 guilds were doing. On the next day, when Jiang Fei got into the game, everyone was still camping on the new quest map. It made sense, since the experience and reward gained from the monsters were considered to be well worth to average players. Especially for pub players who did not have solid parties to raid dungeons. They were better off with farming on that map. "You guys go ahead without me," said Jiang Fei as he left Big Brother Bear in charge. At the end of yesterday, the entire party of 60 members had accumulated a good number of contribution points. Each player had even managed to exchange 2 to 3 blue-graded equipment. While the others were still farming their way to exchange their first green equipment, the Imperial Dragon had already reached the point where blue equipment was the norm. It was all thanks to Jiang Fei, who had led the team to only target and kill mini-bosses instead of wasting their time on killing normal monsters. Repeating the same actions as he did yesterday, Jiang Fei soared to the sky and flew directly towards the location where the 3 guilds were building their magic circle. At that point, the basic circular structure of the magic circle was established. However, Isabella was still unable to recognize its effect. However, the one thing that has changed was that there were now 2 magic circles. 2 magic circles? Isabella muttered to herself. Bella? I just noticed that the basic structure of both of the magic circles are different. If they have their own functions, then we would have less to worry about. But if it is a magic circle formation, that would be troublesome, said Isabella worriedly. In simple terms, if a magic circle formation is built for attack, their potency would be the same as a forbidden spell. However, the magic circle could only be used once, and the cost and material to build one would be extremely too much to bear. On the other hand, the construction of the magic circle alone would take far longer than to chant the forbidden spell. I see. A magic circle has the same potency as a forbidden spell. Jiang Fei was shocked. Jiang Fei had never seen how strong a forbidden spell was. Even though Little Rain had it, it would be a long time before the poor fellow could use it. At that point of the game, average players would have 5,000 to 6,000 maximum mana points. Little Rain had been working hard to be ahead of that, yet if he wanted to use the forbidden spell, he would have to wait until he reached level 50. Chapter 293, Spring the Trap. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Jiang Fei noticed the progress that the 3 guilds had made with the magic circle and had made his own conclusion. If the magic circle or magic circle formation was to be completed, it would be 3 days later. Before it was completed, Isabella must be able to recognize and figure out just what kind of magic circle it was. At that point, Jiang Fei left the site and circled the map to locate all the mini-bosses. After that, he would lead the Imperial Dragon again to find and kill them. Due to the sheer number of monsters and the amount of experience points that they were worth, after a single day, almost all of Dawnlight City was level 30. That means all the players in Dawnlight City were going to shift to their second-class advancement. On the level ranking board, Chunshi was at second place, being at level 35. When everyone was gaining level at an incredible speed, the rankings of the top 10 player levels were not greatly affected. All except Han Tianyu, who remained the same when he alone had climbed one rank higher. Jiang Fei's experience bar was at 57%. As all MMORPG games, the higher one's level was, the more experience points were needed to level up. When everyone was having a good time gaining level, Jiang Fei was not. Even though killing the boss would reward him with a massive amount of contribution points, which in turn could be used to exchange for equipment or experience points, Jiang Fei was not killing the bosses alone. The number of contribution points were equally divided. Hence, the experience points that he gained was inadequate for him. Jiang Fei had no reason to exchange his contribution points with equipment, since his current equipment set was much stronger in terms of attributes, and they possessed skills. Jiang Fei would not sacrifice skills just for a few attribute points. Another day, another wave. Players were happily farming points while the 3 Guilds Alliance activities remained unseen by the public. Jiang Fei was still waiting patiently to know what they were up to and continued to be passive. Jiang Fei did not understand why Han Tianyu had not made any move to counter the 3 Guild Alliance. He had mentioned about having to slip someone into the 3 Guild Alliance. If that was true, he should have already received some kind of information about their plans. His complete silence to the matter had only made Jiang Fei worried. On the third day, Jiang Fei headed towards the 3 Guild Alliance and checked their progress. At that point, the construction of the magic circle was already halfway done. Yet, the key runes and markings were nowhere to be seen. As such, Isabella was unable to know just what kind of magic it was casting. However, Jiang Fei did not leave empty-handed. Even though the runes were not set in, I can understand the magic behind the circle structure. Jiang Fei started to sink in his sea of thoughts. At the start, he had thought that the 3 Guild Alliance would use an attack base spell to completely wipe out the entire aristocrats. Now that Isabella had confirmed the magic circle was not for attacking, Jiang Fei was completely thrown away. Jiang Fei bit his lips. Even after thinking for so long about Big Brother Bear, and he even called in asking if things were all right, Jiang Fei could not put a foot down on anything. There were still too many unknown variables. Alas, Jiang Fei gave up and thought that he should wait at least until Isabella could determine the true purpose of the magic circle. He then joined the guild party and spent the entire day farming as many points as he could. Almost at the end of the day, Jiang Fei received a call from Han Tianyu. "Fei, come to the East Hotel," said Han Tianyu, sounding very serious. Jiang Fei knew that there was finally a development. Jiang Fei quitted the party and left 7-star warrior and Little Rain to be in charge and flew swiftly towards Han Tianyu. Jiang Fei then had Isabella hide in the pet slot and enter the hotel. Once he was invited to join Han Tianyu, he found out that Chunshi and Happy Drunk were there with them. "I'll be frank, since there's no one but us here," said Han Tianyu as he sat down and crossed his fingers. "I've already found out the plan of the 3 Guilds Alliance," said Han Tianyu with a smile that could send shivers down anyone's spine, said Happy Drunk. Amongst the member of the 3 Guilds Alliance, Southern Azure Sword was almost the same as Happy Drunk. Southern Azure Sword played the game with only one purpose: to earn money. As such, when Han Tianyu offered a large sum of cash to buy his loyalty, Southern Azure Sword would gladly accept it. With his loyalty now compromised, the 3 Guild Alliance plans were leaked to Han Tianyu. It was so merciless and brutal. The plan was to completely erase the aristocrats from the game itself. Demon's Grimace had made contact with the 2 strongest guilds in Twilight City. With their help, the 2 guilds had offered 2 extremely rare recipes to build 2 magic circles that could destroy aristocrats. The 2 magic circle recipes were Soul Trap Magic Circle and Space-Time Transport Magic Circle. Back then, Jiang Fei observed the entire construction process, The smaller circle was the soul trap magic circle. Once the magic circle was activated, the map will be sealed. All players who had died could no longer be revived in the city. The other magic circle was the space-time transport magic circle, which was extremely large. Its function was to teleport a large number of players from another place. The Three Guilds Alliance plan was to have the two strongest guilds in Twilight City to attack the aristocrats while they were engaged with the Lord-tier boss. First, they would teleport the players from the two guilds of Twilight City and then activate the Soul Trap Magic Circle. With 5 guilds in league, all of the members of the aristocrats would be killed until their level dropped below 10. Naturally, the two Twilight City guilds would not be working for free. After the teleportation circle was completed, the two guilds would be able to move freely in between cities. By then, the Three Guild Alliance would give away one of the territories that belonged to the aristocrats and Imperial Dragon to the one of the two guilds, leaving one more for the Three Guilds Alliance themselves. That sort of benefit was just too good to reject since they could reduce the overall strength of the city. Naturally, the two guilds from Twilight City would be more than happy to offer their help. "What the F***CK?" cried Jiang Fei angrily. Even though rivalry between guilds was normal, betraying one's own city just for the sake of eliminating one's opponent was a move that was so evil Jiang Fei could not forgive. "Ha ha," said Happy Drunk as he too could not believe what he had just heard. "It's inevitable. We had forced their hands," said Chen Shi. "I don't care the reason," said Jiang Fei, fuming. "Ho ho," said Han Tianyu as he stood up with his arms crossed. "Those who dared to scheme against him shall pay the price." "I'll go and start my preparations," said Happy Drunk, agitated. Asked Jiang Fei. "You are my brother," said Han Tianyu without hesitating. "If you do believe me, you have to listen to what I say. Let the Three Guilds Alliance finish the construction of their magic circle," said Jiang Fei with an evil smile. Chapter 294, Wanting You to Die. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. "Are you 100% sure about this?" asked Happy Drunk. Even though they had Southern Azure Sword jumping ship to their side, things could be dreadful if Lady Casanova and Demon's Grimace were allowed to finish the magic circle. Having 4 guilds attacking the aristocrats, things would be easy. With the Soul Trap skill in effect, no one could afford to lose. The consequences of losing the war would be too severe that they might never be able to make a comeback. "Trust him," said Han Tianyu when Happy Drunk was clearly hesitating. "Don't you think you're taking a huge risk here?" asked Chen Shi. Unlike Happy Drunk, who valued his guild dearly, she was trained in the military to have 6th sense. Not to mention the attitude that did not allow her to lose, even if it was just a game. "Relax. I'm 101% sure that I will win this. I don't take people's well-being as a gambling chip," said Jiang Fei. "What are you talking about, man? Don't worry about this or that," said Han Tianyu earnestly. He had no attachment to this guild nor the game. As mentioned before, Han Tianyu played the game for the sake of Jiang Fei. Happy Drunk could not help but cringe a little when Han Tianyu spoke about giving his guild away, as if it was just an insignificant thing. Han Tianyu had always been a man with 0 common sense. Even though he did not trust Jiang Fei's decision, he dare not say anything else, for he feared the possibility that Han Tianyu would just give the guild to Jiang Fei without thinking. According to my calculation, there is absolutely 0 chance for us to lose," said Jiang Fei. "That's good." Han Tianyu played along. Happy Drunk about the 2 guilds from Twilight City. "According to my sources, Twilight City had only made the same amount of progress as Dawnlight City. There's one guild that has managed to get their hands on a territory order and has dominated the entire city in terms of guild strength. On the other hand, other strong guilds had better days compared to us." Happy Drunk rolled his eyes when he spoke about Han Tianyu. The situation of the 2 guilds was unbeknownst to Han Tianyu. Hence, Happy Drunk had to step in to explain. The situation in Twilight City was as Happy Drunk explained. The strongest guild, Iron Blood Alliance, had relied on their territory to pressure the other guilds. The 2 other guilds that were almost as strong as Iron Blood Alliance were also able to obtain their own territory order and had gained more strength. Even though they were pressured, their situation was not as severe as in Dawnlight City. The two guilds that Demon's Grimace had made contact with are the second and third strongest guilds in Twilight City. They were Fantasy World and Heaven's War God. These two guilds had indeed lived their days better than Lady Casanova and Demon's Grimace. Even though they had not been severely pressured, they did not like the feeling of having someone stepping on their heads. On one hand, the guilds were fighting to survive. On the other hand, the guilds were fighting to gain more profit. When two sides collide, an agreement was formed and the downfall of the aristocrats was planned. Fantasy World has almost the same number of players as Magic Thieves, roughly around 80,000 players. Heaven's War God has only slightly lesser members at around 70,000 players. Happy Drunk explained the situation and had provided Jiang Fei with a rough estimation of the enemy's attack force. Our guild has only over 140,000 players, and the ones who can really fight are only about 100,000. The odds are greatly against us. Chunshi glanced at Jiang Fei. Joe, don't look at me like that. My own guild has less than 100 people now, said Jiang Fei as he waved his hands. Even though Rosette Rose had started the recruitment drive, she had also set up a pretty strict requirement. At that moment, she was still forming a stronger management system. Once the guild recruitment was less strict, it would not be a mess. Ugh. Happy. Drunk snapped and yelled at Jiang Fei. The aristocrats meant the world to Happy Drunk, and he would not stand by idly, allowing Jiang Fei to crush his guild. Relax, asked Jiang Fei, rolling his eyes at Happy Drunk. That's right. My brother here had single-handedly raided the heroic difficulty of a dungeon. Hantianiu Likid. F***CKme. Are you thinking with your ass? How is a dungeon compared to 200,000 players? Happy Drunk was at his limit. How could the two most unprofessional players make such a decision and were still calm about it? I don't know why you're so nervous about this. Relax if my brother says he can do it. Han Tianyu gave Happy Drunk a thumbs up. From Happy Drunk's perspective, that man was delusional. Jiang Fei said that he had the confidence to face the four guilds, and if he failed to do so and got aristocrats destroyed, Han Tianyu would laugh about it. The game meant nothing to him. But if Jiang Fei felt like he owed Han Tianyu a huge debt because of his failure, he would laugh so hard that he would wake up even from his sleep. He knew that the aristocrats was a huge guild, and if Jiang Fei screwed it up, he would feel so bad about it. However, if a level 4 martial artist owed Jiang Fei a favor, not to mention the aristocrats, Han Tianyu would even buy the entire game just to forgive Jiang Fei. That was the reason he was so relaxed about the entire situation. When Jiang Fei said that he had a plan to stop the downfall of the aristocrats, Han Tianyu had not the slightest hint of doubt for Jiang Fei. Technically, if Jiang Fei won the battle, the aristocrats would prosper. If he failed, Han Tianyu had nothing to lose. It was a complete zero-lost-only-gain situation for Han Tianyu. What was there to be afraid of? Hence, even if Happy Drunk was strongly against it, Han Tianyu was the one who would be making the final decision. There was nothing that could change his mind. Once the final decision was cemented, Jiang Fei bid everyone farewell and logged out. On the next day, when Jiang Fei returned to the game, he ignored the three guilds alliance and went straight to hunt for mini-boss and leading his party to farm contribution points. Jiang Fei was relaxed when he already knew what they were up to. Right now, all he had to do was wait for the three guilds alliance to bring the two guilds of Twilight City and wait for them to die. TSK. Now that I think of it, Azure Sword was lucky to have escaped this death sentence. Lucky bastard, said Jiang Fei to himself as he glanced in the general direction of the three guilds alliance. Chapter 295, Bella leveled up. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. On the fourth day, Jiang Fei started off by visiting the three guilds alliance. The magic circle was halfway done, and with Isabella's confirmation, the two magic circles' effect was indeed as what Happy Drunk reported. Since it was already the fourth day, players who had been camping on the map had started to gain level faster than when they had just started. As such, Jiang Fei had to catch up with the rest and lead the party to locate and kill more bosses. Almost all of the 60 players who had been with Jiang Fei had reached level 32. Even 7-star warrior had already reached level 35. While others were trading their contribution points for equipment, Jiang Fei traded his all for experience points. As such, he had gained a level, and at that point, he was already at 75%. 25% more to reach level 42. Ding! You have killed Destroyer Commanding Officer. Obtained 110,000 experience points. Obtained 3 gold coins. Unlike Han Tianyu, Jiang Fei had set the party loot settings to equal sharing. Hence, all the gold coins, experience points, and even contribution points were spread out equally among all the 60 players. Thus, even if the boss monster had only given 110,000 contribution points, it was worth it. There were just too many monsters to even be worried about not being able to kill any. Ding! You have killed Destroyer Commanding Officer. Obtained 110,000 experience points. Obtained 3 gold coins. Ding! You have killed Destroyer Commanding Officer. Obtained 110,000 experience points. Obtained 3 gold coins. Ding! Congratulations to player Verger Glider for reaching level 42. All attribute +1. It was almost the end of the day when Jiang Fei had managed to kill a boss and gain a level. When he did, Isabella, who was close by, had also gained a level. She smiled happily and began chasing after Jiang Fei. "Hey!" cried Isabella as she tried to get Jiang Fei's attention. Jiang Fei noticed her and quickly informed 7-star warrior and others that he was going off. "Guys, it's about time to end today's session." It was 30 minutes before the server shut down. Jiang Fei picked up Isabella, and the both of them returned to the city via the juvenile Sky Lighting Dragon. Jiang Fei asked Isabella, as he had never seen her so cheerful. Said Isabella, who was hugging him. "I know that," said Jiang Fei nonchalantly. "That's not what I meant. Hee. I've unlocked 2 more skills," cried Isabella proudly. That was why she had tried to call Jiang Fei earlier. It was to share the good news to the one whom she cared the most. 5 minutes, you say? Jiang Fei was delighted. Isabella's dragon transformation skill was his ultimate trump card. The only drawback to that skill was the extremely long cooldown duration and its short active duration. Now that it has been extended to 5 minutes, her overall power has been increased. "Foo-foo. That's right," said Isabella, as she tilted her chin. "Ho-ho. That's my little Isabella," said Jiang Fei as he turned around and patted her on the head. Isabella fidgeted as she was being patted on the head. She was smiling so much that her eyes sparkled with cuteness. If it was possible, heart-shaped symbol would have floated up like bubbles above her head. Both of them are AoE skills," Jiang Fei exclaimed. He remembered the one skill that she had used during her dragon form was a draconian magic that could deal 450,000 damage to the boss in a single hit. Yet that was just, Jiang Fei assumed, a common draconian magic. "What would a draconian forbidden spell be like?" said Isabella, as she emphasized on the word partial. "All right, partial forbidden spell. What's the skill for?" asked Jiang Fei. It did not matter whether it was a whole or a partial forbidden spell. This skill has the same casting time as the draconian magic spell. It is 2 minutes of casting, but the damage and the area of effect are only half of the whole forbidden spell, which is 2 kilometers range, Isabella explained. Said Jiang Fei. There was no need for any more explanation since the skill range and damage was already strong enough. The forbidden spell skill book that Little Rain had obtained could only affect a 50 meters area. To enlarge the range of the area of effect, he must upgrade his equipment or consume more mana points. Isabella's skill may be partial, but the effective range was already spanning as far as 2 kilometers. There was a downside to it. Player's skill, pet skill, and NPC skills were different in a way that only player's skill could be enhanced with equipment effect. Pet or NPC skills had a fixed effect in which they could not be enhanced with equipment effect. Hence, even though Little Rain's forbidden spell might have a smaller area of effect, there was a possibility that his skill could be enhanced to be stronger than Isabella's current forbidden spell when he reached level 70 or level 80. However, that would only come to be in the distant future. That being said, Even if a player was only level 30 or 40, when one obtained a forbidden spell, one would be granted with a huge battle advantage that could be used to crush the enemy. The timing of Isabella unlocking her skill was just too perfect. With that superpower weapon of mass destruction, Jiang Fei's plan of counterattack would be much more effective. Not that he needed it to succeed. Bella, thank you so much. Jiang Fei was so happy that he pulled Isabella into his embrace. This time, having his revenge on Lady Casanova and Demon's Grimace would be so much easier. Jiang Fei could no longer wait until the day where the Three Guilds Alliance completed the magic circle and started their attacks on the aristocrats. When their plan commenced, so will Jiang Fei's. He would give them a lesson that they would never forget. Chapter 296, surrounded by 10,000 enemies. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation on the next day. As soon as Jiang Fei logged into the game, he rode on his dragon to check whether the three big guilds had completed the magic circle. From air, the three big guilds' magic circle appeared to be headed toward the final stage of completion. They would be done in about 2 hours. Brother, get some people on standby to fight the boss. Jiang Fei sent a message to Han Tianyu. It was not an easy feat to tank against a level 50 boss. This was the case even for Jiang Fei. If he did not transform his body, he would suffer significant damages that not even a healer could help with. The bosses now were different from the bosses in the past. After the update, the bosses had joined the army level. It was impossible to defeat them without hundreds or thousands of team members. In fact, the groups of hundreds of team members could not be any normal level 30 or above players. They had to be level 50 and above with tremendous strengths. Therefore, at this stage, either tens of thousands of lives needed to be sacrificed or a very strong tank would be needed to bear the brunt of the level 50 boss attacks. Fleur the Attacker was a level 55 boss. Moreover, in the crappy quest map, there were all kinds of enhancements to the boss. Therefore, one could only imagine the significant boost to the boss battle power. Although Jiang Fei had nearly 40,000 health points at this point, with over 2,000 defense points, he believed that there was a great chance he would be slaughtered if he did not transform himself. Jiang Fei's Nephilim state could last 10 minutes. However, it had a 4-hour cooldown time. Therefore, if he were to be the tank, the boss needed to be killed within those 10 minutes. Otherwise, he would not be able to withstand the boss attacks after his transformation period ended. Fleur the Attacker had 3,500,000 health points. As Jiang Fei could ignore its defense after transforming, he would be able to deal 5,000 damage per second. As such, Jiang Fei would be able to deal 300,000 damage every minute. At that rate, if he worked with the other players, killing the boss in 10 minutes should not be a problem. However, Jiang Fei was the only person who could deal 300,000 damage per minute. Other players were not as strong as him due to their lower levels. Jiang Fei's high damage output was built on the basis of his chaotic attack under the Nephilim transformation. Most of the other players would either miss or deal very little damage due to the extremely strong defense of the level 55 boss. Therefore, in order to stack up a significant amount of damage, they would need to recruit a large number of people as their main strategy. Considering the potential casualties during the fight, Happy Drunk even recruited a large number of people to be on standby. Overall, it was a very complicated matter. After over half an hour, Happy Drunk had gathered a group of 10,000 people. Basically, all the talented people from the aristocrats were there. These were the core players who had signed a contract with the aristocrats and who were receiving fixed salaries. Thereafter, Happy Drunk even organized a group of 200 healers who were then split into 4 batches, each taking turns to heal Jiang Fei's health points. This was done to prevent Jiang Fei from being instantly killed by the boss. Apart from these people, Happy Drunk had also gathered the second line of defense somewhere nearby. This was both a precaution against outsiders who wanted to cause trouble and as a source of replacement for existing players who died during the battle. Once all the appropriate preparations were done, Jiang Fei led Little Rain and 7 Stars warriors somewhere nearby to meet up with Han Tianyu and the rest. As for other players from Imperial Dragon, Jiang Fei had decided not to bring them along. Although it was a group battle, Jiang Fei knew it was a dangerous task. The boss would not only be attacking the tank, but might also use group skills which may instantly kill any one of them. Therefore, Jiang Fei had decided to leave his guild members out of this suicide mission. "How was it going?" Jiang Fei asked. "Everything is ready. We're only waiting for you now." Happy Drunk asked as he still felt insecure when he looked at the boss with nearly 3 million health points. "Don't worry," Jiang Fei replied as he nodded. Chen Shi asked eagerly. She had never fought such a strong monster before. Jiang Fei replied and laughed. Chen Shi asked, confused. "The 3 big guilds are still not done with their final setup. However, I have already informed Southern Azure Sword to leak the news that we are starting the attack right now." Han Tianyu laughed as he spoke. "Yeah, once they are done, we will start the battle." Jiang Fei laughed as he spoke. Happy Drunk murmured to himself. He could not see their side's advantage in such a situation. They were clearly outnumbered. If they waited for their opponents to get ready before attacking, it was akin to a true suicide mission. Once the 3 big guilds gathered all their people from Dawnlight City, the aristocrats could not possibly withstand the attack of the allied forces of the 4 big guilds, even if Southern Azure Sword switched sides. By then, if they were to take on such a strong force, Happy Drunk really could not imagine how they could possibly win. He had no idea where Jiang Fei acquired his confidence from. However, both Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu were extremely calm. Happy Drunk was only the vice guild master of the aristocrats, and was only an employee to Han Tianyu at the end of the day. Therefore, the ultimate decision-making power was not in his hands. There was no point in his panicking. After the group chatted for approximately an hour, Han Tianyu finally said, "All right, Southern Azure Sword has sent me a message. They are all ready." "It's sorted then," Jiang Fei said as he walked to the front of the group. Isabella was still standing somewhere far away as she looked on quietly. "I will lure the boss in a while. All melee attackers will come with me. The healers just need to focus on healing. Distance attackers, go all out with your attacks." Although Jiang Fei knew the ins and outs of the boss skills, he did not dare to share too much. Otherwise, others might start to wonder about how he was able to know so much without having fought the boss before. Jiang Fei would not be able to explain himself then. Jiang Fei also did not have a choice in making the melee attackers stay close to him. Although that would cause more little monsters to spawn from the distorted breath, it was better than the alternative of being instantly killed by the boss Earthshatter, which was 4 times its normal attack power. "Healers, get ready," Jiang Fei shouted as a purple thunder struck him from high up above. Jiang Fei's charging posture was unaffected. The skin on his body started turning purple rapidly. Simultaneously, a pair of large curved horns started growing on his head, while a pair of wings spread wide open on his back. His Nephilim transformation had been revealed. The Asterisk Eren. Han Tianyu was stunned by Jiang Fei's epic transformation. He had decided not to join the battle, and was therefore observing from the sideline as he witnessed Jiang Fei's transformation. Chapter 297. The guests have arrived. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. When Jiang Fei arrived before the boss, his transformation was already complete. Rapid Frostburst. A wave of blue frosty air came out from his mouth and landed directly on the boss' legs. Minus 7,783 bash. Minus 1,946 minus 1,946 minus 1,946. After 2 continuous skills, Jiang Fei's aggro was stabilized. A little damage from the other players could not create any aggro at all. Jiang Fei waved the huge hammer in his hands, which emitted a frosty glitter at the boss. At the same time, Floor the attacker's return damage had also taken effect. Minus 10,154 plus 1,174 plus 2,825 plus 1,527 plus 894. The boss attacks were indeed deadly. A single heavy slam took away nearly more than half of Jiang Fei's health points. However, fortunately, Jiang Fei had 200 healers supporting him. With a rotation of 4 batches, there were, at any point of time, more than 50 healers continuously healing him. Therefore, although he lost a lot of health points rapidly, the rate of recovery was equally high. Minus 6,726. Once Ruthless Barrage was fully stacked, Jiang Fei's attacks became more powerful. The damage he dealt was even higher than he had initially expected. Just as Jiang Fei was in a fit of raging attacks, he suddenly noticed that he was not the only person dealing a significant amount of damage. Jiang Fei was stunned. He turned his gaze towards the source of the damage. All Jiang Fei could see was that, while 7 Stars Warrior was fighting, he was also losing health points. Jiang Fei knew that the boss had not used any group skills until now. The boss was also not attacking any other person apart from Jiang Fei himself. Despite this, lines of damage still appeared above 7 Stars Warrior's head. Minus 500, minus 700, minus 600. While he continued to lose health points, 7 Stars Warrior's attack power was also rather formidable. Minus 3,270, minus 3,356, minus 3,287. Although 7 Stars Warrior's attack power was only around 3,000 and dealt half of Jiang Fei's damage, he was still overwhelmingly powerful as compared to other players' insignificant damage output. Jiang Fei smiled at 7 Stars Warrior as he exclaimed, "My hidden class has very mundane, explosive power, and I even lose health points when I attack." 7 Stars Warrior wrote in a private message to Jiang Fei. Sacred Attack. Jiang Fei was slightly surprised. His perception of 7 Stars Warrior had shifted yet again. The Sacred Attack was only secondary to the Chaotic Attack. It was also a form of high-level attack mode. This kind of attack mode gave the attacker the ability to ignore an opponent's advantageous state of level and defense attributes. However, it could not ignore the opponent's avoidability and block the way Jiang Fei's chaotic attacks could. Despite that, it was already considered a significant ability. More importantly, Jiang Fei could only use chaotic attacks after his transformation, whereas 7 Stars Warrior was able to use sacred attacks in his normal state. Jiang Fei exclaimed as he nodded. When fighting against high-level monsters, only people like them with special attack modes were able to showcase their battle power. Otherwise, like Happy Drunk, who also had a hidden class, his attributes interface showed at least 3 times the amount of attack power as compared to 7 Stars Warrior. However, he was only dealing a few damage points to the boss. It was incomparable to 7 Stars Warrior's damage output. Besides that, for people with special attack modes like Jiang Fei and 7 Stars Warrior, they had a huge advantage during PK fights. This was especially the case when fighting against classes which had invincible or shields like paladins. The 2 special attack modes were both capable of ignoring Invincible's damage resistance effect, while Jiang Fei's chaotic attack could even ignore a shield's absorption effect. It was as if Jiang Fei had equipped the Rainbow Blade, which granted him absolute accuracy when attacking once he had transformed. With 7 Stars Warrior's strong complementing attacks and Jiang Fei's higher than expected damage output, the battle went on very smoothly. The only thing that threatened him was the boss Earth Shatter, which dealt 4 times its normal attack power. However, as there were about a dozen other melee attackers around Jiang Fei who would help dissipate the damage, the 60,000 damage from Earth Shatter did not seem as frightening anymore. When Fleur's health points dropped down to 50% after being attacked by Jiang Fei and the rest, the boss was finally angered. The boss suddenly swung at Jiang Fei and the people around him. Thereafter, Fleur started slamming the ground crazily. Rumble's Jiang Fei and the rest suddenly lost their balance and could no longer move. The ground continued to shake as large volumes of damage appeared above everyone's heads. Minus 600, minus 600, minus 600, minus 600. Earthquake. It was the boss' ultimate skill. Jiang Fei had initially thought the boss would only use this skill when its health points reached 20%. He did not expect Fleur to use it at 50% health points. He was losing 600 health points every second. Although the 6,000 damage points were not significant, the skill's biggest main effect was to halt all skills of the healer class. It also chipped away at the tanker's health points. Once Earthquake ended, the boss would follow up with life-taking group skills. Heavy Slam. Minus 20,900 Distorted Breath. minus 10,085. Two continuous skills caused Zhang Fei's health points to drop rapidly. As the healers were unable to heal him in time with their skills, Zhang Fei was almost instantly killed. Cleric Aegis. Sensing that he could not count on the healers, Zhang Fei immediately activated his life-saving skill. Zhang Fei would only receive half the amount of damage from the next 3 attacks. Blood Pool, plus 38,916. Zhang Fei's health points instantly recovered to the maximum. Earth Shatter. Zhang Fei knew it was over when the boss raised his hands. All the melee attackers around him would not be able to survive this attack. Earthquake's 6,000 damage coupled with Distorted Breath's 10,000 damage caused Zhang Fei's health points to reach the red state. With another incoming Earth Shatter, apart from Zhang Fei, who could activate his life-saving skill, and a few other paladins with the invincible skill, everyone including 7 Stars warriors would not be able to survive. Intercept. At such a crucial moment, Zhang Fei could not afford to care about others. He immediately used Intercept and stood guard in front of 7 Stars warrior. Zhang Fei was prepared to bear the full brunt of the damage that was about to befall upon 7 Stars warrior. Minus 3,741 minus 3,014 to 6,000 damage attacks only dealt half the amount of damage to Zhang Fei due to his Cleric Aegis. Although Zhang Fei was fine, the other melee attackers were all in trouble. In an instant, more than 10 people collapsed next to Zhang Fei. Ding, ding, ding. A series of system notifications rang in Zhang Fei's ears. However, he did not have the time to mourn for these people because the next attack was about to come. As Zhang Fei's Cleric Aegis was still in effect, it reduced the damage he received by half. Happy Drunk, send the replacements over for the melee attackers. Zhang Fei immediately exclaimed in the group channel. All right, healers, do your best to heal Zhang Fei. As it was a crucial stage in the battle, Happy Drunk did not dare to delay the reinforcements. Soon enough, the replacements were all in place. The healers were also able to recover Zhang Fei's health points completely. The situation was finally stabilized as the boss health points went below the 50% threshold. Just as the boss was about to be defeated, Han Tianyu's voice was suddenly heard. Chapter 298. 298. The show is starting. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. As Han Tianyu's voice echoed in the air, Zhang Fei could vaguely hear shouts of aggression coming from the distance. Aside from Southern Azure Sword, who had silently betrayed the 3 big guilds, everyone else had come with a determination to end the aristocrats once and for all after their previous failure. By then, the 2 big guilds from Dawnlight City had already been transported to the map through the magic circle. In fact, the soul-trapping magic circle was also already activated. It was a battle to the grave for both parties. Therefore, Lady Casanova and the rest did not have the mind to even banter with Han Tianyu. They immediately charged towards the aristocrats with their weapons. The group of over 200,000 people charging overshocked the players who were fighting little monsters without a care. Although more than half of the 200,000 people came from Dawnlight City, there were no labels above their heads. Who would have known that they were external backups recruited by the 3 big guilds? Since most players were unaware that there were external parties involved, the pub players of Dawnlight City naturally stepped aside to observe the fierce battle between the big guilds. They were ready for a good show while they killed monsters to level up. With the onslaught of a formidable army, the second line of defense placed in the outskirts by Happy Drunk naturally came forward to stop them. Unexpectedly, Lady Casanova took no time to converse with them and immediately killed members of the aristocrats on sight. In the blink of an eye, more than 10,000 members of the aristocrats were killed. They did not even say anything before attacking. Han Tianyu stared blankly at the scene, which unfolded before him as he sent a message to Southern Azure Sword for him to retreat at a moment's notice. Sigh. Southern Azure Sword, a hint of bitterness crossed his face. It was obvious that the aristocrats were doomed under such a lopsided circumstance. Since he had taken Han Tianyu's money, He must oblige to Han Tianyu's command. Although Southern Azure Sword made quite a large amount of money in real life, he would have to quit the current game. His own guild would naturally collapse alongside the aristocrats. Brother Fei, are you sure about this? Happy Drunk asked fervently. Don't rush. Kill the boss first. Let your people retreat and defend. Jiang Fei said. Happy Drunk glanced at the boss, which only had 20% health points left, as he replied. Although the situation of the battle was at a crucial tipping point, it was a battle which involved a few 100,000 people. A clear victory was not possible within a few minutes. Besides, the boss health points was nearing zero. At the rate at which Jiang Fei and 7 Stars Warrior were dealing damage, coupled with other players' attacks, the boss would be defeated in less than a minute. There was no harm in killing it before dealing with everything else. As Happy Drunk issued the order, the aristocrats' members began retreating to buy time and to reduce their casualties. The alliance of 5 big guilds continued charging forwards as they cheered loudly. Seeing the aristocrats retreat, Demon's Grimace and 2 other guild masters from Dawnlight City began showing joy and surprise. Billy Boy murmured as his face darkened. Lady Casanova asked. She knew her husband's capabilities very well. Billy Boy was a famed PvP group leader. If he felt something was amiss, then there must be a problem. Billy Boy said, as these players could not return to the city after they died, they would revive on the spot with only 2 pieces of clothing with 0 attributes. This meant they had absolutely no battle power on the map once they revived, on top of a single drop in their levels. The aristocrats originally had only around 100,000 battle members. They had already lost 10,000 people since the beginning of the battle. These people were left with little to no battle power after they revived. In the face of an enemy twice their size, they seemed completely unaffected. This made Billy Boy suspicious despite having prepared to kill all their people. You're right. They seem far too composed with their retreat. Lady Casanova nodded in agreement. The Guild Master of Heaven's War God, Supreme War God, asked. Lady Casanova giggled without saying anything else. She did not feel the need to explain anything to an imbecile. On one hand, there was a quest to be completed. On the other, there was a massacre of their guild members going on. How could they not be aware of the priority of each incident? Lady Casanova was puzzled by how such an idiot could become a guild master. As the Alliance's army pushed forwards, the aristocrats were nearly forced to the end of their path of retreat. Right then, Jiang Fei and the others were finally able to defeat Fleur the Attacker. Ding! You have eliminated Fleur the Attacker. Obtained 1,050,000 experience points. Obtained 1 gold coin. The asterisk emin. Jiang Fei pouted as he spoke. Apart from the reasonable amount of experience points obtained, the rest of the rewards were little to none. It was a futile grudge to hold. With a group of 10,000 people, coupled with the captain mode activated, the rewards were split between everyone involved. Jiang Fei could not possibly get anything of value. After they had completed the quest, Happy Drunk immediately pointed out, Brother Fei, it's all on you now. The quest map has been sealed. Anyone who died would be revived here. The players would not be able to replenish their equipment. Jiang Fei smiled as he summoned the juvenile Sky Lighting Dragon. Bella. Jiang Fei laughed gently as he called out to Bella. With Han Tianyu and Happy Drunk included, everyone was stunned speechless. They were not unfamiliar with Isabella. However, they were completely clueless about her background. This girl was never separated from Jiang Fei. However, she had never formed a team with Jiang Fei or anyone else. Moreover, nobody had ever seen her attack anyone. As Isabella's behavior appeared very intelligent and human-like, nobody had thought she was an NPC. Everyone had treated her as Jiang Fei's newfound girlfriend. Now that Jiang Fei summoned Isabella during such a scene, she immediately caught the attention of everyone present. People started guessing about Isabella's identity and capabilities. Isabella answered obediently as she hopped on to the dragon's back. Jiang Fei pulled at the handle. The juvenile sky-lighting dragon let out a long roar as it took off into the sky. Happy Drunk turned around to face Han Tianyu as he asked, How would I know? Han Tianyu said as he shrugged. This is a serious moment. Happy Drunk was nearly going crazy. He could not believe that Jiang Fei would be able to take on 200,000 players on his own. This was a myth. By then, Jiang Fei had already arrived before the Alliance's army, with Isabella in tow. He sent a message to Han Tianyu. The show is about to begin. Chapter 299, Apocalyptic Flame. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Although Southern Azure Sword did not know what was going on, he still obeyed Han Tianyu's orders upon receiving them. He led his people and slowly moved back. Soon, they were standing behind more than 200,000 troops. Demon's Grimace glanced at Southern Azure Sword and did not care too much about it. Although the three major guilds were considered to be allies, both Lady Casanova and Demon's Grimace looked down on Southern Azure Sword. They felt that Southern Azure Sword was too afraid of death and would do anything for money. Similarly, Lady Casanova sneered in contempt when she noticed Southern Azure Sword moving back. Southern Azure Sword probably wanted to protect his guild. He did not want his people to suffer too huge of a loss in the aristocrats' counterattack. Jiang Fei rode his mount and went straight towards the joined army. The commander of the joined army saw him coming, but did not do anything. After all, no matter how strong Jiang Fei was, what could he possibly do? There were more than 200,000 people here. Even if they just stood there without attacking, it would take Jiang Fei forever to kill every single one of them. Hey, players below, listen up. I don't care if you're from Dawnlight City or Twilight City, but I advise you to retreat immediately. Jiang Fei had spent some money to make a regional broadcast. *T, what's going on? That's impossible, right? The teleportation point quests are not complete yet. Sure enough, Jiang Fei's words immediately triggered discussions between the pub players on the sidelines. Some players believed him, and some did not. However, regardless of whether they believed Jiang Fei, these pub players were not interested in getting involved in this guild war. Verger Glider, stop spreading rumors. There are no players from Twilight City here. The teleportation points have not been activated. Demon's Grimace immediately countered. Demon's Grimace could not let Jiang Fei say whatever he wanted. If the pub players around believed Jiang Fei's words, these tens of millions of pub players would become angry. If that happened, even the joined army of 500 guilds would not be able to handle all these pub players, let alone the joined army of their 5 guilds. Ho, don't quibble over such a small matter. My words were clear enough. I don't care where all of you are from. Jiang Fei, who was sitting on the back of the juvenile, sky-lighting dragon, sneered. Verger Glider, stop acting all high and mighty. Demon's Grimace was full of confidence. His huge army was an absolute advantage. Moreover, the Soul Trap magic circle had been activated, so he did not believe that Jiang Fei could beat them. Jiang Fei turned toward the magic thieves and asked, Yes, now that things were already at this stage, Lady Casanova could only go down this path. Jiang Fei nodded, then said to the players below, It's hard to persuade a stubborn person with nice words. After speaking, Jiang Fei no longer wanted to drag things on by talking to Lady Casanova and the others. Isabella said, as she stood up on the dragon's back. Then, she jumped down from the back of the juvenile, sky-lighting dragon. Damn! Han Tianyu was watching everything. He did not know what Jiang Fei was planning to do. At this time, Jiang Fei was quite high up in the sky on his juvenile sky-lighting dragon because he was worried that the joined army below him would attack him. Even bandits with fall damage reduction would fall to death if they fell from that height at such a high speed. Isabella, who leaped down from the dragon's back, immediately caught everyone's attention. Even the joined army stopped marching forward. All the players were looking up at the girl who jumped down. Ho! Jiang Fei pulled the reins, and the juvenile, sky-gliding dragon flew up another 10 meters or so, making room for Isabella to transform. At this time, Isabella, who was falling, let out a dragon roar. Then, her body suddenly stretched. In a blink of an eye, she turned into a beautiful black dragon. The *CK. Han Tianyu, who was watching from below, was shocked. He did not expect that this little chick who had never shown her powers could actually become a giant dragon. Han Tianyu and the others had always thought that Isabella was just a player, but a lucky player who had managed to advance into a hidden race. After all, Jiang Fei was an example of a player who had transformed into a Nephilim. So, even though Isabella received the inheritance of the Nagas, it was not something new. Following a roar, Isabella started to spit out words in Draconian. This Draconian spell was extremely difficult. Jiang Fei could not even recognize a single word. Supreme War God became a little panicky. Didn't we come here to bully them? Why did a dragon suddenly appear out of nowhere? As they did not know what was going to happen, and they could not attack Isabella due to her current position, Billy Boy could only play it safe. Phew, they really came up with countermeasures. Southern Azure Sword, who had retreated all the way back, felt a hint of relief. He did not know how powerful this dragon was. However, looking at how calm the players from the aristocrats were, this dragon was probably their killer. 2 minutes of casting soon ended, and the sky suddenly turned dark. The atmosphere was heavy. I have a bad feeling. Billy Boy looked ghastly. Lady Casanova asked. Billy Boy shook his head. Can you guys stop scaring yourselves? Yes, it's a dragon. So what? She's probably just a player who can transform into a dragon or Jiang Fei's pet. The guild master of Fantasy World, Lucid Star Soul Dreamer, said with disdain. Exactly. Even if this dragon could kill hundreds or even thousands of our people, so what? Demon's Grimace added. I still have a bad feeling. Billy Boy said, frowning. Lucid Star Soul Dreamer suddenly moved toward Billy Boy and said, things are already at this stage. Even if I have any regrets, it's too late. Billy Boy shook his head. He wanted to suppress the uneasiness in his heart. Just as the atmosphere became dense with fear, the long spell cast had finally ended. When the last draconian word finally came out of Isabella's mouth, an originally small piece of black cloud quickly spread over the whole joined army. Then, like raindrops, black flames started falling from the sky. Holy **T. Someone had been hit by the falling black flames. A 3,000 damage suddenly appeared above that player's head, and there was a continuous damage effect. This amount of damage could not kill any player. However, the black flames were falling from the sky continuously. It seemed like it was going to go on forever. The dark clouds covered a radius of 2 kilometers, which trapped all the players that were part of the joined army. They could not escape even if they tried to. As mentioned in the name of this forbidden spell, Apocalypse was coming. Chapter 300, Encirclement. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The black flames continued to fall from the sky, and a large number of damage points appeared above the heads of the players in the joined army. Clerics, heal. Everyone run. Billy Boy reacted pretty quickly. However, this was a draconian partial forbidden spell that was comparable to a traditional forbidden spell, so a quick response would not make any difference. Billy Boy made it sound too easy. Run? How were they supposed to run? A single attack which dealt 3,000 damage was not that serious, but the black flames were coming down like rain. Each player was being hit by more than 1 black flame per second. Even though they were healing as much as they could, the clerics could not even keep themselves alive, let alone the other players. Only a few lucky players who were close to the edge of the black cloud had managed to run out of the black cloud area. The others could only wait for death and despair. Swoosh, a white light illuminated. A bandit who had low health points and nobody to heal him had been burned to death. Following that, the whole area where the joined army was had started to light up. It was as if the white lights were contagious. **CK. Boss, we'll die soon. The clerics complained. However, when they turned back, they realized that their boss was already dead. *King Hell. It was obvious that these black flames would go on for quite a while. Even if the clerics tried their best to heal, they were just delaying their own death. In the end, the clerics began to give up. White lights illuminated the whole area. In less than 20 seconds, not even a single player within the 2-kilometer radius of the black cloud was alive. Yet, the black flames were still falling. Bella. Jiang Fei ordered the juvenile, sky-lighting dragon to dive downward. He was headed straight towards the players who had managed to get out of the black cloud area. Isabella gave out a loud roar and followed Jiang Fei. While she was still far away, she had already begun to spurt dragon's breath. Minus 80,000, minus 80,000, minus 80,000. Isabella's dragon's breath was even crueler. The players who were hit had no chance to defend themselves at all. Jiang Fei had to make Isabella use the forbidden spell because the range of dragon's breath was too small, and Isabella could only transform for 5 minutes. If it was not because of that, they could have destroyed the entire joined army just with Isabella's dragon's breath. F***CK. When he saw the shocking amount of damage dealt, Happy Drunk, who had never really believed in Jiang Fei, was dumbstruck. Han Tianyu looked at Jiang Fei in envy. Jiang Fei was riding the iron-armored juvenile, sky-lighting dragon, and killing the players below him. The iron-armored dragon even spurted fireballs from time to time, which instantly killed the players below. Moreover, there was a stronger demonic Naga escorting Jiang Fei. Chun Shi said in awe. Although Han Tianyu had said so before this, he was just making things up at that time. He did not expect that he would be right. It was no wonder that Billy Boy was a professional PvP captain. While he was killed by the forbidden spell, he still gave everyone orders. After suffering such a devastating blow, although the joined army still had an advantage in terms of numbers, all the players had dropped all their equipment. How were they going to win this battle naked? Today, all of them had clearly fallen into Jiang Fei's trap. Almost everyone knew that there was a girl following Verger Glider around no matter where he went, and this girl never showed her powers. However, who would have expected that this girl could destroy an army of more than 200,000 people as soon as she showed her powers? Failure had become certain. Billy Boy, who was a professional PvP captain, did not drown in his failure. He understood what the most important thing to do after a failure was. Reduce losses as much as possible. This was the current priority. As for Isabella's true identity and such, that could be saved for later. Therefore, Billy Boy ordered everyone to destroy the soul trap magic circle upon resurrection. If they did not destroy the magic circle, they could only resurrect on the quest map. If he allowed this to go on, sooner or later, everyone would be killed and be back to the beginner's village. If that happened, it would be completely over for them. Han Tianyu sent a message to Southern Azure Sword. As Southern Azure Sword and his people were standing all the way at the back of the joined army, and Isabella knew that they were allies, she tried to avoid them as much as possible when she casted the forbidden spell. So, only a few of Southern Azure Sword's people were accidentally hit by the attack. Most of them survived. Southern Azure Sword ensured Han Tianyu. After today, Dawnlight City's Arcosio's Sanctuary and Magic Thieves would become history. From then on, no one would be able to defeat the aristocrats. So, Southern Azure Sword definitely could not afford to waste such a good opportunity to please his new boss. Now, Happy Drunk also waved at his army and led the players from the aristocrats into the battle, chasing down the players who had resurrected in the joined army. After all, Isabella could only transform for 5 minutes, so she quickly reverted to her human form. Then, she sat behind Jiang Fei and held on to him as she was a little tired. She was not going to participate in the battle anymore. What has happened? Your eyes are fine. I'm the one who has gone blind. What's with this chick? She's way too strong. In the past, I've always heard people say that comparison kills. F***CK. I used to think that Verger Glider was overpowering. Now, I finally understand. The pub players who were watching the battle in the distance only snapped out of shock when Isabella reverted to her human form. Those players who rushed over to watch the demonic Naga show after hearing about it regretted not coming earlier. They hated themselves for trying to complete their quests and being greedy for experience points. They got too caught up with killing monsters and ended up missing such a wonderful show. Okay, my job is done here. Jiang Fei and Isabella flew back. Although the two of them could still bully the other players easily, even after Isabella's demonic Naga form was over, what Lady Casanova and the others had said was right. It would take him forever to kill just 100 or 200 people, so Jiang Fei could not be bothered. Ho sure, you've already enjoyed enough of Limelight. Han Tianyu said, feeling envious. Jiang Fei had single-handedly destroyed a joined army of 200,000 people. This glorious feat was indeed newsworthy. Jiang Fei shook his head and smiled. "I'll leave the two of you alone," Han Tianyu said as he pulled his epic rainbow blade out from behind him. He was ready to hunt down the remaining players who were still alive. At this time, the entire quest map was filled with players from the aristocrats hunting down players who were resurrected in the joined army. Southern Azure Sword, the guild master of Omni Sword, led around 20,000 of his guild members and surrounded the soul trap magic circle. They were not going to allow the people from Magic Thieves and Arcosio's sanctuary to destroy it. It was already clear who was the victor. However, Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu had different views on how to deal with the joined army of the four major guilds. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.